As we are once again live upon the internet. Anyway, we do appear to be live as we see. Yeah, let's make sure everything's set up correctly with bit rates and titles and categories. Yeah. You know what, actually, I'm gonna remove one category there because it just needs to be there when the drops are active. As we'll remove ad. And yeah, let's yump back in and go in here. Oh, actually, I totally forgot to do a thing. Let me actually quickly do that. Let's make sure this goes over there first, though. I forgot to do my channel. What did we use for this character last time? Actually. Although what I'll likely do is actually use the shared spaces while we can, just to also kind of grab some of the shared spaces as we have them. Let's see though. Wait, what was it? So just looking up some old videos. I totally forgot. So wait, where did I? Oh, this is a safe house in in New York. Now let's use some of the Christmas places. We'll make it Christmassy a little bit. As it today as well, the build collection run through. So I'm gonna call them that instead of updates. As we just run through the build collection. And I did this. And we're gonna record the second one already today as well. Although that won't go up tomorrow. That'll go up likely at the earliest the day after. Maybe even a little bit later, because maybe I might make a short in between. We'll see. But I want to have this one in the bag. That way we can kind of more easily work on some cocoa. Spreadsheets and stuff. Then we have basically several days that we don't need to like think about the next video, because we can just work on the cocoa one, and then we can have the cocoa one come out, and then we continue with the build collection. Yeah. So let me actually go here. So I already opened all of the things this afternoon, so they should still be good. Let's give it one last one last kind of look through. Let me catch up here. Hey, liberty, closet and thermals weightless? No, not unless you get them from a special source that would be weightless. But oh well, thermals actually no, thermals are, but claws out isn't special per se. You might get a claws out from a named cache. That may make it weightless. Speaking of which, should I open those? Oh, actually, I haven't. Speaking of weightless, I still have these in my stash. You know, let's open these. Let's see what these are. Maybe they have some use. But basically, yeah, I think you could have, for instance, a clause out that came from a drop cache and stuff. Because yeah, if the caches come from here, there are items inside of it will be weightless. Thermals are weightless, actually. I'm pretty sure. You can check. So. But a clause out, not inherently. No, so that actually is weightful. Right. One of these two should. I mean, I have two of them, so let's grab both of them. I'll actually. So, oh, one of them is, one of them isn't. So this one's the optimized one that I got from the winter caches. That isn't the one I got granted. This is my original one that we got from it getting granted. Is. So. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, let's actually. So here as well, I have 6 weightless caches, because as we can see, my number didn't go up here. These 6 aren't showing up there. Let's actually open these up and see if there's anything usable in them, because I wouldn't mind actually getting some of those onto characters. This side, even like this already is not going to be usable because that's double blue. This is the instigator also I'm not ever going to use. Also would need to come with a DTAC. don't use a Virginian per se, but also would... actually, no, so the Virginian would be usable because, you know what, we'll keep this Virginian because it'll be weightless anyway, so there's no reason not to. But these two, not useful.
I'm happy to have made a deal.
Oh yeah, we'll keep that Virginian. I don't generally actually keep a Virginian in my stash. Mostly because I don't use one much. But yeah, this one's at least usable because, yeah, it is talented already. Of course, so we can put DTAC there. Because that's the thing with weapons as well. If we get them, they need to come with DTAC. Otherwise, they're not usable. Actually, yeah. Also, just to show. Because here as well, if we go and grab it. So yeah, for those maybe not familiar with weightless items. So that item that I got is weightless because here's 380, 127. Move it over, 380, 127. So it doesn't actually contribute to the inventory that it's in. And yeah, some items have that trait. I have a short on my channel under my YouTube. If you want to know more, would you like to know more? Yeah, these exotics, especially if it's gear. Yeah, with these weapons, it needs to be it needs to be with DTAC, otherwise it doesn't work out. So that the Costa will keep, definitely, because oh yeah, actually, oh, this is also, yeah. That's the one exotic, of course, that yeah, you want the stats to be right on. This is the one gear exotic, right? They didn't do it to any other ones, right? In the end. There's the one gear exotic, whenever you re-roll it, you get different stats here. But if you reconfigure it, it loses its weightlessness. So this being weapon handling, explosive resistance is also trash. But at least usually when you get gear, but yeah, this needs to be DTAC. It isn't, so it's useless. If we reconfigure it, it's not, it's gonna lose that trait. But here's well, if this was DTAC, I would have totally like replaced one of my nemesises with it because it would be weightless. But none of those usable. Off they go. Because every second we reconfigure them, they become a new item effectively. So, yeah, let's have one last look through the collection here. Because yeah, let's go just one last check, and also make sure I have everything in order. So we have Coco. We'll follow that up with some streakers. And we already gave a kind of run through in the afternoon, so just one final check as we just scroll through these. Making sure all the named items kind of have their place and such. Actually, is this correct? Let me double check this one. Is it the Christian's mods? Yeah. And land 58, yeah. Okay. That's what the close it thing. PVE sorter. Yeah, we gave this one a refresh as well. Yeah. Oh, that's good. So everything's ready. Yeah, let's go. And so we did New York. I say we go to Brooklyn next. The shared space there. Also, over there, it'll be quite quiet, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's it's one of those mechanics as well that a lot of people don't know about and isn't, like, you know, easy to spot. But yeah, especially now with a lot of Twitch drops happening, it's kind of worth knowing about. Because the thing was also, in the past, it was always just clan caches, effectively. Which, I mean, you should just get your client caches. Fuck yeah. But yeah, wasn't is there some form of musical instrument kind of emote? I mean, we can just always carol. Caroling. I mean, there's like air guitar. There's that, yeah, that one. But yeah, no, let's not. Should be using this one more as well. Just money shower. There could be boombox and nah, I think we just carol. I don't want a bell. Yeah. Well, let's see actually if we can get a decent looking angle that because that mic is kind of set up for that chair. Also, who sets up a mic like this for that for guitar? Why is it coming over it? Some. Oh, actually, I need to check the apparels and make sure I have all the apparels correct. But let's try this first. So we do this. Nah, that doesn't look correct. That was a. I mean, normally it's a standing mic, isn't it? Or we just do it like this, where I'm just. Yeah, that might be an idea. We just do it like this. Just me reading the riot act to this penguin. We just start there and then just yeah, we do that. Any different world. Cleansing, yeah, just getting those toxins out. Yeah, we do something like that. I feel that works. Just start on this eye and just this penguin hating his life. Kind of like as well the reveal of the 500 there, and no longer gettable patch, just to rub it into for some people because I know a lot of people jealous of that one. Let's see though. So wait, so let's first go to just loadout one. Let's actually have overdogs on as well because like there. Oh yeah, let's check the apparel. Make sure everything's looking in order here. Exactly, just like I left the North Pole for this. Yeah, so we have just his normal outfits, some black desk, a recruiter, Gen Ramen, Odea Cowboy. Because I took the time actually yesterday morning to kind of, actually not, yeah, yesterday morning, yeah, to go through my characters and actually make all the different apparels. One of the things I want to do, because actually I realized, especially character 5, although we'll still have plenty of outfits available there. Character 5, especially all of the kind of like apparel event stuff, I should maybe, so maybe stuff like this, I should maybe put there. Because they'll have access to that, and then here I can put the ones that we buy for money, because that's the ones I have here a lot of. So maybe Gen Ramen might be one to replace. It's time for this rigger one, maybe. Yeah, definitely want a descent one in there. This Jade one, I don't remember if it was paid or not. Yeah, maybe let's replace just that Gen Ramen Because that'll definitely be one that was from an apparel event thing. Because yeah, let's maybe. Oh, let's take because I kind of like that outfit. Just not on male models though, maybe. Yeah, that one. Although maybe we take a different one. Is that right? Kijika on character 1. Maybe we take one of the Parnells. Yeah. Character 4 definitely has drag off, I remember. I remember character 3 having something, but we could also go Conley. And I like this one as well. But yeah, just to save that outfit maybe for over there. Or we go Rogue Kelso. I don't hate this either. Because we'll go Rogue Kelso or even just this Keener. Because I have this other Keener on somebody else. I think even maybe this character, but this one I don't have anywhere. Yeah, Krampus and stuff we'll put over there. Barely remember this existing. Keiko's one. Same for this. This was from the Roosevelt Kelso mission. Totally forgot about those existing. Don't remember that one at all. We could just stick that one in. I kind of like that one too. Yeah. Wasn't there Mempo? Yeah, this one, right? Mempo. Kind of like this one as well. Just pick one, IKEA. Doesn't matter. Just whatever. You know what? Yeah, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Summer Tactical it is. So yeah, we'll save that one here instead of Gen Ramen. Just so we have Gen Ramen available for character 5. Yeah, so options, rename Summer 25. That's what the outfit is called, right? Summer Tactical. I love that. Summer 25 is fine. Okay. Oh. Hey. Can I help you? Oh, let's wait for it to actually become dark and then we'll do it. And then, yeah, not on this outfit. We'll get this outfit later. But one of the things I've been doing with the run through is just when we change, when we go from build to build, we also go from outfit to outfit. So that we show off a bunch of our outfits. Might as well. I need to take this. The video sheet about the different new seasonal modifiers. Of this season, you mean? I did the in-depth look. There isn't an only tips out yet, which is like the shorter version, but the in-depth look for this season's modifiers on my channel already. So, but we didn't per se because this season, we looked kind of at the actives, or like not the actives, the kind of command link stuff and stuff. But this season is not that intensive when it comes to the. Although even that video was like an hour long still, because of course it was. Yeah. Oh, it's kind of dark in this corner, but still kind of works out. Yeah, if you would do it to the penguin, right? Rather than, because we could try to do it with the bear. Maybe we did that as the outro. Just. And I like the framing there anyway. So let's do like this, and then start there, and then Man, it really shows how pixelated that artwork there is. It's actually very realistic because, yeah, so often artwork really is that bad. I kind of like the silliness of this. Just let's maybe put it more like this, so we end like here. And then we'll just do a slow reveal. And then we could even go like... Nah, it's a bit much. That's just... This is silly enough. Yeah, let's try an intro. As it's coming in, I'm gonna be recording some stuff, so we'll be going into recordings and such. But yeah, I'll be checking chat in between and such. So, feel free to ask anything and stuff. I'm saying stuff a lot. That's my word. That's my word I'm caught on, I feel. So. The Lexington, indeed. No, the only way to stop a man with a gun is a foam. It's a foam canister. Yeah. The only way to stop a penguin is to become a penguin. Yeah, so having a build showcase, build collection run through instead of update. So build collection run through. Character 2, 2.01 to 2.16. Everything will be timestamped. And then we go and get started. And then we just do a build collection intro, and then we go from there. Okay. Yeah, let's get going. Yeah. Love how his beak is basically in my brain. Yeah, let's try one. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase as we continue our builds collection. I kind of fumbled there. Let's try again. Take 17. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase as we continue our build build collection run through. It's not build run through. Let's try again. The intro is always the hardest. Once we get going, we get going. It's the intro that always gets me. The button didn't work. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on our it's our build collection. It went full communist. Yeah, on my build collection as we continue our run through. That was the idea, but I was about to say as we continue our build showcase on our build. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to continue our build showcase through the build collection as we run through all of the builds in there. We've already done character 1, that was the previous video in this series, and now we're continuing on to character 2. We'll be going from slot 2.01 all the way to 2.16, and as we go through, I'm going to explain for each build what it is kind of for, what I use it for, and then also how easy it is to put together, and if it's kind of worth doing so. As all of the builds on the build collection are not created equal, some are more useful than others, and of course especially the recommended build list is definitely the place where I make sure that the recommendations are sincere. But in the collection there's a bunch of stuff that is just to try stuff out or to have variation. So I find it is useful to once in a while, as we did last year as well, come through and just go build by build. So here we're going into character 2. Everything will be timestamped down below so we can jump around by using the timestamps. And let's go get started. A little fumbly. Doesn't feel like all together, but I think it's fine. Make sure audio works. The build list is definitely the place where so to everything, and let's go. Yeah, it's fine. I'm good with that. I am good with that. Let's have while it's in the dark. That'll be a thing here as well. In the other one. Drop nearby. In the other one, we were inside, so the time of day doesn't matter. Yeah. So let's first go here, and then let's give the build collection intro. Yeah. Actually, let's put this controller away. I don't need it till the end. Yeah, let's get going. And for that, let's introduce the build collection first, of course, for if you don't know it. But generally, if you know me, most people, if they know me through the build collection, or they know at least of it. The build collection is kind of my I kind of lost the sentence there. let's go again. And let's start by introducing the build collection. For those that may not know it, if you know me though, that's likely the place you know me from, or at least most people will find me through the build collection. As IKEA's build collection definitely has been a thing that now for a while I've been maintaining, and then also, of course, adding to. And this is effectively all of the builds that I have. that went the wrong hole. And a little bit of veggies that just went the wrong way there. That's fine. It's about to cough my lungs out there. But we still it's still fine. And the melon. Yeah, let's try that again. And let's try to actually, beyond just talking coherently, like not die. Yeah. And then they're in indeed. 25 streams indeed. Full calendar week. I mean, yeah, indeed, we have been streaming quite a bit indeed. And I'm glad to have you along. Yeah, let's try again. And let's, of course, explain what the build collection is first. But most people that know me will know IKEA's build collection. That's usually where most people will run into my name the first time. And this is a collection of effectively all of the builds that I have on all of my characters represented as build pictures in a Google folder. This is all shared, so you can access it as long as you have the link, and the link is, of course, down below. Then these build pictures that we have and that I've selected up here is the ones we'll be going through, which is 2.01 all the way to 2.16, which represents all of the loadout slots on character 2. That's actually also how the numbering in there works, as the first number before the dot is effectively what character is on. Let's take 17. Yeah. And let's first start by introducing the build collection, which usually, if people know me, they know me either through the build collection or they very quickly learn of the build collection if they know my streams or my YouTube videos, as the build collection is a Google folder which contains a ton of builds pictures, and these builds pictures each represent a full build and also a loadout slot that I have in the game. It is effectively all of the builds that I have on my first account on the first 4 characters and then 1 character of my second account. And in there, I try to give effectively the whole build picture with all the stats and some recommendations and such for variations. So here in this video, we'll be going from 2.01 all the way to 2.16. And the way that the numbering works is effectively the character first. So the 2 is representing that as character 2. And then 0.01 to 0.01 is loadout slot 1 on them, 0.02 is loadout slot 2, and all the way to 16, of course, as we have 16 loadout slots in total. And yeah, that's a one-to-one representation as well. And that's also why it isn't following really any structure, at least it doesn't seem to, as yeah, there's builds basically from all around, although there is a little bit of a structure to it. As usually what I have is our very first build is kind of the signature build of that character, kind of the personality of that character for me, you know, in my own head, just lore-wise. But it follows a structure of mostly red builds, then we go for some yellow builds, then some red-yellow hybrids, some blue-red hybrids, and ending on some usually tankier builds towards the end. And that structure is here as well. But it doesn't per se, yeah, align too much as well. And sometimes we shift things up if I need to, just if that fits better for me. Here we'll be going over character 2, and yeah, of course, in the future we'll continue on. As well of note is that, yeah, we have a recommended build list in here and a recommended weapons and talents list. And yeah, that's definitely as well the recommended place to start if you're going to the build collection for the first time, as the build collection itself is just a jumble of all builds. It doesn't per se tell you which ones are good or not. That's what this video is kind of for. But in the recommended list, everything in here is definitely recommended. So yeah, let's go and start off with 2.01. I kind of lost it at the end, but it's also fine as long as I said everything I needed to say, which I think I did. Let's go back here for a second. Penguin jump scare, yeah. Just all the penguins, all the time. The penguins took over. Now the forces of mankind are fighting penguins. Yeah. I, for one, welcome our penguin overlords. Yeah. Exactly. Gotta ramble a little bit. Can't make it too clean. Yeah, so Coco, concentrated company. Yeah, let's put my circle somewhere there. This goes over here, and then we go back there, just to make sure that all works. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a 5-piece. Pesty needs to be included. Spec. Yeah. Yeah, cringing away AC. Well, good. Penguins have made, yeah, IKEA cringe. Yeah. Actually, well, no, IKEA has made penguins cringe. Anyway, we're going towards the 600s there, I see. Zerg is insane. It's not too bad. You just have to, like I said, there are some tricks to it. You can either tank him pretty easily with a shield, especially like a tech tank shield, but you can also crossbow him. Crossbow is like the big tool there, because yeah, his armor plates is like humongous. Yeah, let's get going. And here on 2.01, we'll start effectively, yeah, as I said, the signature build of the character. Coco has become that, as it is, this character to me is kind of, well, a little bit of a rifles character, but also just an, you know, kind of more tech-based character as well, quite often. And I like having more builds that require a little bit more thinking than general builds. Coco definitely fits that a little bit, but in general play, Coco has now become... I shouldn't start it like that. I should explain Coco first. Let's try that again. And indeed, here on 2.01, we start with a concentrated company, which I'm going to abbreviate from here onwards to Coco, as concentrated company. Makes it a lot briefer and also, much more easy to say, and also avoids confusion with just calling it CC, because CC we already use for crowd control, of course, and just to not get those two confused. Concentrated company as it came in, definitely going to a signature slot right away should kind of tell you that this build is actually pretty good. As it went to become this character signature build, as I like it quite a lot actually. The biggest downside of Concentrated Company is that it takes a while to get stacked up. If you're trying to do so solo, it can take actually quite a while, especially if you, for instance, aren't per se using your skills or don't want to use the companion. But then in group settings, it becomes a completely different beast. And that was kind of my conclusion as well on the PTS, was that I kind of first felt like this isn't going to work out stacking-wise when I was playing it solo. And then I took it into some group play, and holy hell, it works out so well. And it's well worth trying out, if nothing else, especially if you do play in groups. I wouldn't recommend it per se as a solo player, but especially if you do run in groups, it works out well enough. Especially that buff that they gave it towards the end, where they added some crit damage to it, really helped out. We'll be looking, of course, we'll be having an in-depth look into Concentrated Company Coco in a little bit as we move on forward. That's definitely also one of the spreadsheets that I'm kind of working on in the background. And what I can already tell you, though, that is that a fully stacked Concentrated Company in this setup, basically Equalizer Overdogs, if we kind of compare that to a striker, they kind of land in the same ballpark. It is still behind a little bit of an obliterate striker, but of course it can retain its stacks much more consistently, meaning that overall it will actually do more than a obliterate striker, depending on what content you are doing. So especially in activities and such, it is pretty potent. Now, of course, Concentrated Company, this season's a new gear set. Here we're putting as well with an equalizer in there. Generally as well, we see an obliterate in the build collection. We'll have it be the equalizer. There's effectively two places where we don't. One is because we're using Cheska for its hazard protection, and the other is a DNH chest. The DNH chest with a 20% can beat this out, but in every other place, this equalizer has definitely taken over, for instance, Cheska or Grouper chest that I used to run with Obliterate. Overdogs, as a general run, exotics is of course pretty powerful. That'll be also my go-to for a lot of red builds as we go through here. But definitely it is sometimes an option to go, for instance, Tinkerer or Coyote, or for instance, Centurion Scabbard. Also, of course, Glass always works out pretty well. That's also why in a lot of red builds, you'll see these three in the corner, these three exotics, and especially as well a sacrifice as well. Nowadays, it is also pretty easy to swap between an equalizer and a sacrifice. In the past, you would have a difference in crit chance, of course, going from a sacrifice to a Cheska chest usually. Now, if both of them have the same stats, and that's the way I have it set up for myself, is most of my sacrifices now on characters have crit chance mods on them, and then the equalizers as well have crit chance mods, and that's kind of how we can easily swap them out. Concentrated Company as well has no per se any allegiance to any weapon type. It just has all weapon damage. And my go-to has also become to just run, especially ARs with it, but you could run rifles, LMGs, SMGs, everything can be run with it. And especially because it's feeding into weapon damage, one of my go-tos has become the Pestilence. It works really well with the Pestilence. And the thing, though, you would want is to have a weapon to kind of stack up with. Once we reach into the 25 to the 30 stacks out of the 35 max, then the Pestilence becomes a really good choice. So I basically run this Lexington to kind of charge up, and then once we're charged up, I can either stay on that or go to the Pestilence. And that's definitely the way I would kind of set it up as well. If we take it to the game, this will be also, if you haven't seen the first parter of this, the first one where in this loadout slot we see that it is saved with 5 pieces. And the reason it is done this way, as you saw in the corner there, I'm giving a few other options as well as to what exotics to equip by saving it like this 5 pieces, and then also setting it up that all of the pieces are kind of set up to receive, for instance, either an overdogs in here, so I can stick in the overdogs, or I can stick in a tinkerer, and all of those work out. And I have it set up where just I can stick those in. Of course, if I stick a tinkerer in, I need to swap out the weapons. This needs to become 2 high-end weapons, but I have those at the ready as well. Here are FAMAS and then fall with killer and measure. That would be my go-to generally for that. Or I can stick in a conch and coyote's mask or such, of course. And that gives me some of the options. Because Tinkerer, for instance, is a really good replacement for overdogs for the places that it doesn't work out that well. Or I can even, of course, forego having even an exotic and just by loading up a concentrated company and then going with 2-piece unit, just having a 2nd piece unit, as I believe this character does have available on one of their slots. And that is, of course, also definitely a usable option. Concentrated Company is definitely worth making and a pretty easy one as well to get together, as it is a red core set, so we don't need to recore anything, and we're mostly keeping it red cores here as well, meaning that it is pretty easy to farm. The Equalizer, being a named piece, is a little bit harder. Overdogs is now available just in general loot, so it is in the targeted loot for gloves. You can get it from exotic caches and such. But the recommended way to go for overdogs, if you don't have it yet, it is as a hyena completion reward. The blueprint is as a hyena completion reward from retaliation. By doing a bunch of retaliations against hyenas, what you might get, especially as well in that game mode, you can set your targeted to gloves. It might drop as you go through, but there are now 5 exotic gloves. So even if you see an exotic, don't get too happy too soon because it might be one of the other ones. And then if you go through and then do enough completions, you'll eventually get the blueprint because it is a limited pool. You don't get duplicates, so eventually you'll have all of the blueprints of that pool, and that will include the overdogs. And once you have the blueprint, you can just craft some, of course. Overall, a very highly recommended build, and definitely one I feel is actually competitive against strikers as well. Obliterate strikers, especially chest strikers, of course, is in its own league. And this, actually, with last season's tipping skills, definitely are 2 really good new gear sets that we have gotten that are definitely viable for every content in the game. Also, what is with this? Does that come true actually through the mic? The fireworks? I'm guessing it does. It's super loud. And holy, in this setup, basically Equalizer overdogs. If we comes and indeed here on 2.0, all it's because we're using chat. This is also so super distracting. ARs win that or go to the pestilence, and that's definitely the way I would kind of set it 5 pieces, and then also and all of them. Of course, if I stick a tinkerer in, I need to swap out go to generally for that, or I can stick in a conch maybe it didn't come through the mic. Okay, yeah, no, the people are doing like fireworks and stuff. And it's so annoying. But yeah, that's kind of expected. As always, I kind of live in the city, so that's a common thing. Even you know, they're a day early. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, so let's go to number 2. Yeah, let me catch up here. Boom, didn't the sun rotate already? Or does it rotate today? Let's actually see. Yeah, and rotates in 3 hours, so at the end of today, yeah. Amazing doesn't trigger the mic, and then actually when I'm speaking, it's kind of overpowered by it. Because it's not super loud, man. But also, it's... humans. Goddamn humans.
Supply drop detected.
Why humans are so humany. Yeah, let's load that. Let's get this one. Next loadout, next next thingy as well. Actually, it's This one's shown as Coyote right there. Let's try to remember what it's shown as. Yeah. So let's go to, oh yeah, actually in between as well. Oh, in the description file, just to not make it hell later on. Because that's always super annoying having to just do all of the build pictures all together. I'm just copying the links. I'll just do them one by one as we go through. That'll feel less tedious. Yeah, so this is then on to number 2. Yeah, let me actually fully catch you in chat. I'm your rat. The long run. Yeah, wouldn't mind indeed. Although we had Envy not too long ago, so. But yeah, hopefully it comes around again. Yeah, let's go back here. Okay. Then moving on to, I was about to say 3. It's not. It's right here. And then moving on to 2.02. The O2s on most of my characters are their striker builds. That is the go-to slot for that one for me. Not per se any reason, except of course, yeah, if I want to get going with some tougher content or such, the strikers are my go-to. So I like having them up there, pretty close at hand, at the ready. As yeah, strikers definitely is one of my go-to builds and most people's for if we're trying to do anything of any importance. Mostly that's down to strikers just being very effective. It is effective in most cases. It doesn't have, for instance, the stacking mechanic that we saw a second ago with Concentrated Company, where it needs kills or such. It can just kill an enemy outright. As long as it's shooting, it's actually increasing its damage, and just as long as it's getting some hits. Now, this is the Coyote version that we're showing here. I basically, in the build collection, we're showing it in several different ways, basically with Tinkerers, with Coyotes, with Overdogs, and things like that. And mostly with ARs, and then there's one LMG one there. Now, of course, the thing with Strikers is we can lay it out in many ways, including actually the chest variants. Now, in the Striker recommended folder, as there's also recommended folders in the build collection at the top, where you can find recommended versions of those builds. We have, for instance, as well, build pictures with strikers being chest versions. And especially on those, I'll take a chest and a Cheska piece, but of course here with an obliterate striker, and the difference between them is especially a chest striker needs to stack to 200 to be at its top damage. An obliterate striker only needs to stack to 100. And that is a lot easier to do in most content, and actually in most content, if you try to just run it with an AR, you just won't generally stack that high for the chest striker. So the obliterate striker is the go-to for especially heroic and such. In legendary, in masters, we can see about pushing it up, especially if we're using an ACS to stack there as well. Now, the striker is pretty easy to put together. That's why it's very high on the recommended build list, as it is actually at the very, very top. All of the variants are kind of up there, mostly because it is also just, if you get 4 pieces of it together effectively, and even if you take the chest, maybe, it is a build that then can actually just take you into challenging already, without even being pretty much optimized or such. A new player could just put 4 pieces of any strikers together and could get by on challenging. Of course, setting it up well can take you into heroic and legendary and even beyond. Now here with the Coyote version, we're just setting it up with, of course, crit chances being set up that we can benefit from those Coyote bonuses. And that helps out a little bit here. Although actually then as well, the way that I have it set up to, for instance, swap out to something else is that I'll take the same weapon effectively, and then take 2 crit damage mods to crit chance, and then we can, for instance, go to 61 then. And while we waste one, that is kind of a defined setup. Because of course, again, with this build, if we take it to the character as we have it here, while the loadout is like that, although I have it actually saved with the FAMAS here just to have that extra weapon there for Tinkerer specifically, actually. Because that Lexington is, of course, saved on that other loadout. If we actually go to the loadout, again, a 5-piece save. And that's, again, to give me the options, but even more so than even being the 5-piece save, even though I kind of want the equalizer there just for quickly just sticking an exotic in here, and then it's fine. I even have all 6 pieces always available, and that's true for on all my characters. We already saw that in character 1 as well. Here as well, I have a striker chest there, and that means that, for instance, I can take on, if I remember right, I have a Cheska mask here on this character. It's different on each character, but for instance, I can take a Cheska mask and overdogs. Otherwise as well, I can actually take a Cheska glove that I have as well in here and take, for instance, Tinkerer or Coyote again. And that gives me all of the options. I could even put in a Centurion or even go Exodus or even go, for instance, with Bloody Knuckles for some things. And that is the versatility as well of strikers. It is also basically agnostic to what weapon type you run, so you can run it with ARs, SMGs, LMGs. You could even, if you're stacking up with an AR first, run, for instance, and rifles as the secondary even. But I would definitely recommend, actually, having all 6 pieces, even if you don't, for instance, save it in my way. But here as well, it is again saved up that I can either put in overdogs or such, because even though I have it kind of shown as one way, on most of my characters, I want to have access to most ways that we can run it. And quite often, of course, yeah, for myself, for general play, it will be the overdogs, even though that's just one of the build pictures. That's also kind of a rule that I have for myself, is that in the build collection, I don't want any, per se, just direct duplicates. And this is kind of my way around it. On the characters, it's actually all saved basically in the same way. All characters have it saved with the equalizer and 5 pieces of striker, and then they also have the chest. But then I present it in different ways just to have different build pictures. And then, of course, also for if we want to go like, hey, this is specifically the stats that you would want for the Coyote version, we can link someone to there. Strikers, of course, pretty easy to get together. It is a red core set, so we just find high enough weapon damages on it, put some stats alongside of it, especially taking high weapon damage, and then, for instance, giving yourself the option to flip around with some of these crit chances and crit damages opens up some options. But also don't be afraid to, for instance, take 2 blue cores. That works out perfectly fine for a striker, especially, for instance, solo or starting out. I generally, for solo play, would stick a memento in here. But also for solo play, and we'll see that on character 3 or just with the tech tanks later on this character even, what I would actually do is stick in a memento, stick 3 more blue cores, put in technician, take a shield, take artificer hive, and make a tech tank. That's what I would do for solo play. Taking it much further than just a few blue cores, and actually what I feel is a much more competent build. Generally, these I will run at full red. These are my go-tos for in groups, and yeah, as we've said before as well, basically, when the going gets tough, the tough grab their strikers. Here, of course, Equalizer is also in the general loot pool, so you can farm for it. You'll get one from the season track as well. Coyote as well, for this season, actually, is in the journey caches, so you will get one from there. And yeah, you just can optimize that up as it comes always with the right stats. That is also something that, yeah, definitely for some of the exotics, it is somewhat harder to get. Overdogs, for instance, would be this season much harder to get than, for instance, Coyote, because you can get one from that journey caches that you can just get by completing some of the journeys. You'll get some of the journey build caches. In one of those, there is a Coyote. Tinkerer, of course, does require its own to do its mission, which is the manager mission, the Potomac mission, which is a climax mission. You can have a chance of it dropping on basically any difficulty with 7% on heroic, but then the first clear for a character on master will guarantee getting it. But overall, you want to give yourself all of those options, and then, yeah, we can play around with it in different ways. Definitely one of the top recommended builds, strikers, and yeah, I feel effectively every person should have one, if nothing else, just to have tried it out so you know what the top end builds are. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Yeah.
Supply drop nearby.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll with it. It's just gonna happen. That's also why I wanted to record this today, because I'm expecting tomorrow to be even worse. 7 minutes, but that's kind of fine. It is one of the more important builds. Yeah, let's get that copied over. Those ones were also a lot closer. I think those ones were even in my street. Because that's the thing usually as well. Once one person starts, everybody else goes like, oh, we can get away with it. That's usually how it goes. But hopefully the usually like the cops will be just in the street and just getting ready to put people on cleanup detail. I do always like that punishment whenever they catch people like lighting fireworks and stuff now. The punishment for it is kind of set in my city of just like you have to get up at like 8 in the morning on New Year's Day to go do cleanup. So that's the punishment on it. It's let's see. Yeah, it's well that one likely did. That one was a walking loud one. Yeah, it'll be fine because also, yeah, when I'm not talking, it shouldn't be loud enough to trigger the gate, and and then when I'm talking over it, so it'll be fine. Hopefully as well, yeah, they'll lock down on it. Yeah, that one you heard, yeah, that one I feel everybody heard. Well, mostly bad for just animals and stuff with this. Like it's most animals just hate this stuff. I remember as well in the past. I mean, a bird that would just be like scared shitless when each New Year's and stuff. Yeah. So that was point 2. Let's go to point 3. Also, I'm guessing some of those are getting caught up, catched up. Yeah, we got one loadout further. So I'm gonna go to Spotter. Let's go here to Recruiter.
Supply drop detected.
This is way too cool of an outfit for this build, but yeah, I can imagine the tags hating it as well. One of my colleagues just goes like has to even kind of their dog is just goes like gets like super depressed for a month if they don't. They take them like to a farm. They go like they spend the New Year's like or the day before and stuff as well. They just go to one of their like family members' farms and just kind of hang out there just to be away from all the explosions. Oh yeah. And I'm also not too big of a fan of just fireworks. And I mean, as a kid, I liked it, and I can't begrudge other people, but also just save it for tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. It's passion. Yeah, I'm not that far, but yeah, definitely. I'll forget about it like in a week, but that's why I don't hate them with a passion. Oh, yeah. But also as well, I have like 50 keys again. Those things take way too long as well to open. Oh, they passed away from. That's sad to hear. Yeah, I can imagine then. Having no fondness for it. Yeah, it's even more egregious. Yeah, that really sucks for animals and stuff. They can't be, hell, even babies and stuff. Like I remember friends of mine like just hating this around this time because also like even outside of like today, like yesterday and like the day before and stuff, you would have sometimes just one going off, just like hours of silence, but then one going off at some point. And I can imagine just with baby or something around that would suck too. That, yeah. Balls, yeah. They're coming to get me. The anti-striker people are anti-meta ones. Oh, and hey there, Boy Burger. I like the name. And yeah, thank you for the raid, as always. Much appreciated. Get your shout out there. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had some fun. And yeah, welcome in raiders. Over here, I'm kind of, actually, let's go back here for a second. I'm kind of getting ready to, well, we're recording some footage for, for an upcoming video, as yeah, build collection updates. So we're going through some builds and explaining what they're for, what they do. As I've updated my build collection, and yeah, we're just gonna give a run through basically through it, which has become basically. I think I'm gonna make this just a yearly thing as well. We'll just around the New Year's, last year as well actually. But it was incidental because we had like that was one. It was like 222 when we had like the big changes to Cheska and stuff. So we did then, but yeah, we'll make it a yearly thing at this point. Yeah, we'll go to this spotter high end next. But I hope you had a great stream, and yeah, thanks for sending people this away. And here you ghost. And enjoy your lunch. Oh yeah, and then although I'm guessing yeah, you're way that away, which is west. As yeah, over here we're already far into the evening, as the fireworks also start coming out in the background. Yeah, let's go to this. I changed my outfit. Yeah, let's go. And here we'll go to 2.03, a high-end spotter rifle build. Not a highly recommended one. In general, the high-end builds have been kind of, in most cases, kind of superseded by a lot of the gear sets for a long time already. Now, on Character 1, we saw, for instance, a Pestilence build. That still has, to me, some value in different ways. We'll see a Glass Red later on, a Glass Vigilance Red. That has some values in its own way. This spotter rifle one, definitely not a higher recommended one. But I do like it just to play around with some rifles, even though I feel rifles actually have a much better home on, for instance, Umbra or Ongoing Directive, or even the newly introduced Coco. But I do still like having this build, even though I quite often actually keep running it with the Sacrifice and Vigilance that I have in the corner here, and then swapping out basically these two chests and the backpack that we have here. Because what we have here is 3-piece Via, and that is that 30% weapon handling bonus. And that's definitely, if we're investing 2 pieces into it, and here also taking the Eagle's Grabs, that third piece isn't that expensive. But of course as well, yeah, we could, for instance, have the Sacrifice and the Gift there. Fox's Prayer, of course, making sense. And this is actually one of the, from a stats gaining perspective, one of the better ways to kind of set up a high end. The downside, though, is that rifles aren't very competitive nowadays, especially that second stat being just 17 crit damage really hurts them. Overall, an easy enough build to get together. This is also still using a Cheska chest, because here, of course, we're using Spotter. The reason we're using Spotter is that works out really well. Spotter and Glass work out really well for rifles because they're always on and they don't need to stack up. Because if we wanted to use Obliterate, even though nowadays, for instance, yeah, especially if you go with something like Salvo in there, although you would want Equalizer, and you wouldn't want Equalizer plus Salvo for rifles. But with Equalizer, for instance, having 5% rate of fire, we can kind of, with some of the faster firing rifles, we could get Obliterate going somewhat. But definitely, I like leaning towards more Spotter and towards Glass for rifles because they don't have that fire rate for Obliterate. Now, here as well, we're sticking again a Coyote in there and a rifle here. If we take it actually to the game to see the save, it is actually exactly as is. I have considered actually changing it up as well, where we have a fourth piece of Zvia, and likely I will actually do that in the future. And then we can, instead of the Coyote, also go Overdogs, because here as well is actually set up to go either Coyote or, of course, Tinkerer. That's also why those two weapons are there with the two talents that they have. Because if I do it like this, we can get a Flatline plus Killer going. And that's usually as well the two that I kind of play in between. But of course, having the option to go Overdogs as well would be nice. So I'm considering actually sticking a Zvia piece there, saving it with 4 pieces of Zvia at that point. But then, of course, yeah, we can trade in either, because I do have a gift and a sacrifice in my stash, so I can quickly enough grab them and slap them in here if we don't want to give up that weapon handling. But then as well, we can go Overdogs, because Overdogs, of course, yeah, in most cases, the better pick overall. But I don't mind this this Tinkerer variant at all. And of course, the Coyote is just an old reliable. Overall, I wouldn't per se recommend high-ends nowadays for high-end reds. There are still situations where some high-end reds can work out. So for instance, for Iron Horse, it is still usually the recommendation to go with a high-end there. Usually set up in somewhat different of a way, which is where we take either Sacrifice, but then for Morozova fight, you wouldn't want Sacrifice there, you would want Obliterate instead. But you set it up effectively, usually with Dodge City Holster with the Regulus, just to one-tap some enemies, and then the rest of the build is set up to kind of just deal some damage. And mostly that is done because of the stacking mechanics, especially on Striker. But also, actually, honestly, if we really think about it, nowadays, I think Umbra would outdo those. Even Ongoing Directive can generally outdo some of the red builds in a lot of situations. And that has definitely put high-ends in somewhat of a precarious place nowadays, where they're not per se worth it, but they're also not too horrible. I could do any heroic mission with this build and I would be perfectly fine. I would just be easier for me to do it with a Striker or with a Concentrated Company or with the Tipping Scales or with the Ongoing Directive or with many ahead of it. But I generally still keep a high-end around just to mess around with, and this makes for a just runnable enough high-end, and this is also why I'm setting it up this way without that Sacrifice and a gift, because at least if we're running it with this 3-piece Sevilla, that is a unique enough thing that we have here, where we have a little bit better weapon handling than we would have with some of the high-ends. Except that nowadays as well, Concentrated Company also has 30% weapon handling, so it kind of gets in that way. Overall, an easier enough build to get together, as all of these pieces are basically all red pieces. So yeah, we're not recording anything. We're not per se fiddling with things too much. You would need to get several Zuya pieces, but yeah, those wouldn't be too hard to get. This Cheska piece also not too hard. And then yeah, a red fox is prayer. The hardest part would be the Coyote, but again, Coyote is gettable from those journey caches, but also of course it is in the general loot pool, so you can get it from exotic caches or from targeted loot masks. The blueprint is also in retaliation and making it pretty easy to get through there. I do enjoy this as well with, for instance, yeah, especially with that sacrifice, with, for instance, messing around with the Ravenous and such, because that does make for a good, decent enough build for the places where the Ravenous can be made to work. Not highly recommended, but definitely a stalwart build that I do keep around, and once in a while I pull out. Damned it with faint praise. But yeah, it is what it is. Catch up here. 3 p.m. Yeah. And hit the grind. And yeah, doing pretty good. You're doing well, and also everybody else. As we're enjoying our Tuesday. I'm enjoying actually streaming a lot recently. It's definitely fun. Although I also definitely feel I'm kind of overdoing it quite a bit. But yeah, that'll be for the while that we have it, because next week as well it's gonna get kind of busy-ish again, so we'll just go back to the evenings. But while I can, we'll we'll just stream a lot, record a bunch of videos, get a lot of shit done. I need a dog. No. I mean, even now, I'm still like doing some hours of work and stuff. That never ends because, you know, just have to answer mail, set things up and stuff like that. Holidays? No, I mean, we just don't program at all for the holiday season, basically. We just take a break. It's too hard to get like people going and like booking and stuff. Also, all of those bands and stuff want to just play, you know, Christmas stuff. So nobody's that interested in just doing normal concerts. So we always have a winter break, basically. Although just for a few weeks. So it's nice and quiet, actually. But this video. So today, the first one of these went out, which was the Character Ones build collection run through. And this one will be likely, so in 2 days. So the first, yeah. Yeah, so basically I want to, do it there. And then this opens up a few days for me to do the Coco spreadsheet. And then maybe get the Coco spreadsheet, Coco video out on the 3rd. And then likely after that, we'll do a short. And then we'll go with the rest of the characters.
Supply drop.
Because I also want to do a short at some point again. So yeah. But yeah, the first one is up today already. That's character 1. But yeah, each of them, of course, has their own builds. Yeah. I hate that that is broken. Can we fix that? There we go. The magazine disappearing there is always annoying. So like how silly this summer one looks. Yeah, did I add 0.3 there? No, I didn't. I added 0.4. As we go through as well, each time I'm changing loadouts, we're also changing apparel loadout. Which I like always doing with just having a little bit of extra in there. Yeah, let me catch up here. But yeah, so now it's basically quiet for me work-wise, but I'm still like, doing an hour or two of just work stuff. And then next week it'll pick up again just to get like the pre-stuff done for like January and such. Because of course everybody's now kind of on break, and then everybody kind of comes back next Monday, and it's just a billion emails. I always, that is always how it goes. Suddenly everybody's back at work and wants to get shit done. So, so this week it'll still be I'll be streaming quite a bit, but then likely it'll become a little less next week. Well, like, I'll take that as the compliment as I feel that's intended. But yeah, I feel eventually I'll get sick of me even. But yeah, but I'm enjoying it for now. Just streaming quite a lot. Different characters for again. So this, for instance, each of them has 16 loadouts. So seeing as we have, even more than 16 gear sets nowadays, just for the loadouts and stuff. But even for somebody like me that plays a lot, that gives me multiple weeklies to do, multiple dailies to do, even if I want to. And then also for some things, so for instance, when we had those content creator projects, those are, for instance, were also per character, so you can do them multiple times if you have multiple characters. But for me especially, it's extra loadouts, extra, also extra things to do. And thanks for the kind words as well, Carbon. Oh, where's some time done about every video you published today? With content. Yeah, that's gonna be hopefully the result here. But yeah, don't worry. It's just gonna be for a little bit, and then we'll go back to normal cadence. But yeah, I want to kind of actually get all of the build collection updates up and stuff. So we'll actually have a high cadence with videos and streaming. So we'll stream way too much and then we can tone it back down next week. Rifle build. What rifle do you use? So most of the time I use a Mark 17. That's my go-to rifle build. Or rifle. So there I was running it with this spotter setup, which is in the build collection. Actually, well, I'll link just to the build collection. If you're maybe not familiar with it, this is the as well what we're kind of going over here. Which is the main bulk of the build collection. 2.03 is this rifle build. I wouldn't per se recommend this because honestly, as a rifle build, as I was saying there as well, Umbra is a better choice. OD is a better choice, honestly, as a rifle build. If you really want to run rifles. But the thing is also rifles are not in the greatest place. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Spoon, for the generosity there. As always, much appreciated. And yeah, glad you like my silliness enough to waste some currency my way. But yeah, thank you. Anyway, we'll be sure to waste it on some apparel when we get some, because actually, yeah, today we only got the Eagle Bearer skin. We didn't get any apparel. But yeah, I did already get the apparel. Wait, I'm not sure. No. But rifle-wise, actually, yeah, in that build collection as well, there's a recommended weapons list. So mostly rifles-wise, I like the Mark 17. I like the SIG CQB, which I don't have equipped here, but it's on a different build. But and congrats, Open World. I know, indeed, the Regulus is quite common from the caches. So is the Eagle Bearer and the Ouroboros. So yeah, if you're interested in those, I mean, we'll likely see them again and with the same like drop rate, but yeah, for now you're at least kind of guaranteed. Well, you're not guaranteed it, but you'll likely see one if you get enough Krampus in. Silly apparel. Yeah, definitely. This is the best SMG build. Kind of depends on solo or group. I see PVE there, which I kind of assumed already. I'm not much of a PvPer, so I'm not one to speak of there. It would be, so for instance, if you're using it more in groups, Striker with SMG can be really strong. Especially solo, Hunter's Fury is really strong. So actually, in that link to the build collection, there are several of both. Striker is just a general good damage dealer, but yeah, Hunter's Fury deals a lot less damage, but especially solo has a disorient and armor on kill, which makes it a lot more comfortable to use. So you'll be crowd controlling stuff and such. Taking a comment. Oh, did they put classing in? Oh, oh yeah, that might be. Yeah, that's better TTV. Some words are like people's like emotes, so it does that sometimes. Oh, okay, so classic is okay. Oh wait, just as an extra one, I'm guessing. Because I already own that one, but oh, okay, so this is also available. Yeah, because yeah, this definitely. They should have put it in bundles as well. This is actually a well, I have this one as well, and we'll see it later. But yeah, they should have put it as well as a bundle actually. But yeah, good catch actually. I didn't cut that one yet. You have all the barrels on any of your characters? I mean, the barrels is account wide, so here I have basically most apparel. I'm definitely missing some stuff here and there. So for instance, the friend referral stuff I never got per se. Although that's actually just Black Dust redeemed, right? But then recolored. And maybe some minor stuff here or there. But yeah, I end up buying everything, so I have basically effectively most apparel. I'm a silly Billy. We have way too many outfits now as well nowadays. But yeah, we also often joke with. But here, yeah, I've set up each of the characters with like, because most of the time as well, I had multiple that are like similar because I had Recruiter and like Odeya. This Odeya Cowboy had multiple characters. So now I've made it that it's basically one, each outfit is just on one character. And that's just for this as well. As we go through, we can have some different ones. I don't know. Let me catch up fully and then let's go record the next one. Oh, doesn't Lexington. I mean, yeah, the event is very generous. I think they also kind of overestimated how farmable it was, maybe. But also, it's Christmas. Let it rain. One year and not the other. Yep. Yeah, best wishes there, Funky. Oh, do you mean the winter barrel caches? Yeah, you get that done pretty quickly. I've already definitely got all of that. Yeah. Anything from like doing stuff. Yeah, I play this game way too much. So, and that one as well is just 25 keys, which is in effect nothing. It's just a few hours of grinding was enough already to get that done. He's embezzle as well. Yeah. Yeah, the Regulus, the Ouroboros, and the Eagle Bearer is in the caches. This one. And pretty, like, if you farm enough keys and such, it's pretty easy to get some. You can matchmake bounties. You'll likely land a bounty. You'll likely land in a bounty with people doing it. Otherwise, as well, you can kind of farm the keys pretty easily. You can do it just on normal. Just set your world to normal, so the Krampus Laufs are normal. You get normal bounties from that. You just go and do the normal bounties. And that's much easier, but you get basically the same chances at keys. This event is very farmable, and yeah, I would definitely recommend like farming enough to get exiting it with at least like an Eagle Bearer, a Regulus, and Ouroboros if you don't have them. The Eagle Bearer and the Ouroboros are not per se worth it. The Regulus definitely is. The Regulus gets used in a bunch of places. The other two, not so much, but yeah. We'll see if they are this generous in the future. If you get enough of them, yeah, I definitely have seen. Well, we know what's in them, first of all. And I've definitely seen several Reguluses come by when opening some caches. Rose and I chatterboxes, 3 ounces and 2 with the sweets. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, you didn't get any Reguluses? I mean, yeah, that's within normal distributions. You can likely open up a shit ton and not see item. Because there's also a lot of items in them, so. But yeah, if you're opening at 300 total, you'll likely see our Regulus come by. It's the same rarity as the Eagle Bearer and the Ouroboros. So you've just gotten unlucky with, you've gotten lucky in getting those, but then unlucky in it triggering the Regulus. Because I definitely also heard of other people of getting like 7 Reguluses, but not getting the Eagle yet until like way later. It goes like that sometimes. So many others. Well, just keep at it. And yeah, if you have another 150 keys, very likely you'll see a Regulus come by. That's well within. 97. Oh yeah, this event is one of the more generous things. We'll have to see actually if they'll be this generous with future events as well. Oh yeah, let's go back to recording. Let's see, okay, now just chatting basically. Yeah, so this one's done. On to this one. Full FI. Does this character actually have other backpacks? At the ready, no, but I can go and grab him. Actually, he doesn't. Where did those backpacks go? That's fine. Don't know where they are. They're likely on a character somewhere, but we're not gonna go and find them. Yeah. Let's get this one. So 2.04. And we'll continue on to 2.04. Here we have an FI set up to be a full healer. And in the general setup that we would see it in either incursion or raids. And this would be definitely the raid or incursion healer to go for in most cases. And what FI of course has is that it does have a damage bonus for the team as long as they are at full health. And just to be clear on that, yeah, it is when others, every person that is at full health, they'll see the buff appear on them. It's not the player themselves being at full, as I've seen some confusion recently about that. But yeah, FI is one of our two go-to full healers, the other being measured assembly. But FI is usually as well considered the better option, especially for good teams. What measured assembly has is effectiveness for some fights to make it a little bit more consistent and easier. But FI with its damage bonuses makes everything faster. And the way we have this set up is, of course, yeah, with 4 pieces of FI here with the chest that increases our bonuses for the total weapon damage that goes around when people are at full armor. And then a BTSU data glove that helps out the hive, of course, a little bit, but also gives that overcharge. But that overcharge is also group wide. So when we deconstruct our hive, we trigger what I usually call a supercharge, overcharging everybody in the team, and that includes both subgroups. And that is one of the most powerful things if used in coordinated teams. Because suddenly you can have allies with a 6-tier smart, or well, even an overcharged smart cover that they can deploy, and an overcharged pulse that they can trigger, which will ifted all the pulsed enemies for the duration of that pulse, and the overcharge. Well, for the duration of the overcharge, not the pulse only, they'll take a 15% debuff. And of course, then we're adding to all of that with our own debuff here with opportunistic. The reason we don't, for instance, go with safeguard and such as some people want to go with, the healing on this is more than enough to heal any red build. And even the tanks, well, they'll take a little bit longer to heal, but they also generally, nowadays, especially in raids and incursions and such, well, especially Iron Horse, that's where we use tanks. In incursion, you wouldn't want to use a tank anyway. They're set up usually for regen, and they kind of take care of themselves. We don't need that much healing. What we especially want is buffs for days, and debuffs in the case of opportunistic. It is much more valuable for us to heal just enough and then give buffs through FI and give debuffs on the enemy through opportunistic here. Of course, as well, with the Scorpio, if we hit the enemy enough times, we apply its debuff. And while we're doing that as well, we're crowd controlling them, shocking them, disorienting them, and such, so that our enemies can't hit our allies. Now, here as well, definitely Sledge is alongside of there in that same idea with it can also be used just to apply that opportunistic because we need to hit enemies with shotguns or MMRs. Here we're using shotguns for that. And Sledge, another debuff on top. So we're just stacking those. Also, I have a philosophy for how I set it up, especially with the repair skills and the skill haste. As we just talked, you just need enough healing. You don't need too much healing. One thing that I feel people do, it's not per se wrong, because if you have the role as a healer, you might as well. It is understandable to just go, I'll put everything repair skill. I generally don't. I take this amount of repair skills that we have here, and the thing that I'm targeting, and it's somewhat esoteric, but I'm trying to get that the healing on the hive makes it so that in 2 charges, because here as well, where if we're running it with survivalist, now actually here I'm showing it with demolitionist. Demolitionist is actually pretty useful. Demolitionists and technicians are in situations kind of useful. Demolitionists especially for use in the incursion. Survivalist, if we have that on here, and that's actually, well, also as we'll show here, is actually how the build is saved with survivalist, because that's the general all-round one. That way, that has outgoing healing. That means that with this hive, the thing that I'm targeting is, especially nowadays as well, with graded allies. That's why it actually has 1 repair skill roll more than it used to have in the past. For people that have 30 grading, 2 charges of the hive heal a person all the way up to full, instead of 2 charges getting them most of the way there, and then you having to kind of waste a 3rd charge. That's kind of the theory that I apply to this, but that's also that's min-maxing to a degree that isn't per se needed. If nothing else, though, I would recommend having some skill haste here, while the hive through the BTSU glove, because the BTSU glove gives 15% skill haste per skill tier, so this is already a total of 6 times 15, making for 90 skill haste for the hive. The hive is taken care of, but the chem, that still has a 15-second cooldown. And yeah, that helps a lot. The skill haste here helps quite a lot. So yeah, I try to kind of make it so that we're kind of feeding into both skill haste and repair skills. We don't just go all in on the repair skill. And then yeah, I'm trying to get that hive to be able to heal up red in 2 charges and not 3. That's kind of the thing that I'm targeting. But yeah, again, it's kind of min-maxing to a degree that isn't per se healthy or needed. But I like, of course, doing that. That's kind of the point of the build collection, and yeah, the point of me somewhat. Definitely, yeah, and full FI as we have here, a full healer for things like raid, for things like incursions, they're invaluable, and you definitely want to have one if you want to fulfill those roles in there, or if others don't have it, so you have to fulfill them. And outside of that, though, they're not that useful. So later on, we'll see several builds that are that I classify as combat medics. For general heroic play and such, I find those much more useful because this itself doesn't have much of damage. While it can buff others, and especially an 8-man team in raids and such, this is very powerful because it's buffing 7 other people, and then, applying those debuffs, so those 7 other people are also doing more damage. In heroic, especially for instance for just 3 other people, you lose more than you gain if you just put in an FI into there. But of course, the healing and such makes it much more comfortable for the people around it. Now, there's nothing wrong with running a full healer in heroic, but generally I lean more towards the combat medics where I myself can also do some damage, because the downside of playing a full healer is also it's a little bit boring. In general, you don't have too much to do. You try to just apply your opportunistic onto enemies and maybe hit them with the Scorpio a few times, but you don't end up doing too much yourself. And that can feel a little bit tedious, and also you're at the mercy of your allies. That's fine if you're in a coordinated team and then they're strong, but especially if we're just random matchmaking or such, yeah, at the mercy of randoms. It can go either way. Quite often you do see plenty of competent and good players, but also sometimes you don't. So this is definitely a situational build, but well worth having if you want to be able to fulfill this role. And yeah, we'll play around with this with the specialization quite often, depending on what we're taking it into. Of note as well is that, yeah, nowadays as well, with the Bittersweet, it is actually a decent tool for getting some bonus armor on some allies, and that can help them survive some big hits. And of course as well, when we're healing, one of the biggest downsides of playing healing builds is that the health gate mechanic doesn't get reset through healing. That health gate is actually the true powerful healer, and actually overall as well, in general, like heroic gameplay and such, there is no better healer. This isn't the best healer. The best healer is out of combat. The second you hit out of combat, everybody gets their armor bars back filled up, except of course if there is no regen active. But this Bittersweet can kind of keep things alive that would otherwise die, because if someone pops up, gets hit by a sniper, and you heal them back to up to full, if their health gate is down, if they don't understand that mechanic, pop back out again, get hit by that sniper again, they just get downed. You can't prevent that. The Bittersweet can help with that though, because you can give them some bonus armor. Then also the Hermano should definitely be considered. It is a really powerful tool. It can give skill haste and that reload speed that it can give. In situations where opportunistic doesn't per se work out, that Hermano can make beautiful things happen. Then also we can take Technician, if nothing else as well, where we can take a setup, because here actually one of the harder pieces to get on this. Everything else is pretty easy. The BTSU is in the general pool. These pieces we're just getting with skill tiers, and we're just putting repair skill on them and are very easy to just farm up. That BTSU is also decently easy. That setup though, that is a little bit harder. Because it is a blue core item, it will mostly drop with blue stats underneath it, and we need to recore it if we want to run it with Demolition or Survivalist. If we run it with Technician, that makes up for one of those skill tiers, and then we can run it with a blue core. So we just need basically either repair skill or skill haste there to put the other stat next to it. So that is definitely a reason to run it with Technician, but also Technician can be used for its Faraday effect, where we can prevent allies from being disrupted or shocked. So in itself, it also has some abilities that the other ones don't. The reason also we go for Demolition is just to explain that. The Survivalist, of course, has outgoing healing. That helps quite a lot. The Flame Grenades are really great for getting Sledge going. And yeah, CCing through that. That Survivalist bonuses. Demolitionist, that 5% detalk on allies, is very powerful. Running it on the healer means that everybody else can run, for instance, things like Firewall and such for the Striker Shield, and then things like other bonuses like that, or Gunner for themselves. And the Demolitionist is being applied to everybody doing damage. So that is the value there. As well, you'll get the immunity from damage explosions once in a while, making sure that you don't die as easily. Overall, a well worth build for having, and actually one of the next build showcases that I'm kind of planning is likely going to be on full healers, and will include this and the measured assembly. A highly recommended build if you're going into incursions or raids. Outside of that, if you're, for instance, going for heroic, it's worth trying out this as a full healer, but yeah, I quite lean towards combat medics for that. I got rambly. It's fine. That went a little bit too long, but that's fine. We explained a build showcase worth of game. Why you do this to me? Server restarting in. I didn't even notice it there. Yeah, let's go back here. Let's yeah. You know what? No, let's do that. I'm just gonna quit game and load back in just to get this message to go away, because otherwise it'll bother me the entire video. So, because even if we go to New York, come back, or go to DC and back, that will make it so that we're not on a server that's restarting, because that's not all the servers restarting. That's just the specific server we're on. But even if we do, that timer stays, which is super annoying. And I wish they would fix that. Also, for a while, it wasn't happening as much as it is nowadays. Well, the game's loading up. Let me already actually copy this over for the next build. Let's actually go over here. Let me catch up actually. Well, at least they're worth, worth keeping one of them, and then the rest can become exotic components. Equalizers over there. It's just one legendary. Yeah. And then definitely, for instance, legendary and stuff, it can work out. Although the thing is, like, if the rest is running Chest Striker, they should be able to output more. So it's also always down to player as well, of course. Player skill is definitely an important We're already gonna add this one in as well to the description file. Part of it. Especially if you know, like, the spawns and stuff, and can kind of set up for that.
Entering safe
That
area.
can make all the difference. Yeah. Oh, nice. We loaded in the exact same spot because we're in the shared space. Yeah, let's go here and let's go to the next one. Oh, yeah. So 25 and window 5. 5 and 5 as we become that guy. Oh dear, cowboy. Yeah. No, so 5. There we go. Let me get you here. Oh, perfect bell ringer. One that stays in the stash. Bell ringer sucks. Don't ever use it. Just like the bad VFX. Just hide it away. Don't touch it ever. Crit chance one. Crit chance on LMGs is the kind of go-to if you're trying to use it on. The only place you use something else is on tipping scales, where rate of fire or DTH or DTA is kind of picks as well. But for most other builds, it's going to be crit chance, but also, yeah, bell ringer is just the worst thing ever. Not from a damage perspective or such, but from the sound that it makes. And talents, yeah, you would want it to be free talentable. So yeah, that's why you would want crit chance mostly. And then so you can put whatever talent, because especially on LMGs as well, you want to, there's a bunch of different good talents that you could slap on there, because either killer or measured or stuff like that. So I mostly keep crit chance ones. And then just for tipping skills, I have a few rate of fire and DTH and DTA ones. But yeah, the crit chance one is the one to keep on. Because bell ringer as well wouldn't be a great fit for tipping skills anyway. So just keep a crit chance one. So if you want to run it with striker and hate yourself while you hear bells, then you can. No one is going to stop you. Sadly. Someone should. Yeah. No. Yeah, let's get to this. So 1.05, yeah. As we come to 1 point, no, not 1 point. Wait, actually, let me make sure I put that other one away. Yeah, so that's 4 of them. That makes sense. Yeah. 2.05. And here we come to 2.05, which is an Eclipse setup specifically actually for Countdown. This one is hazard protected, although actually other places it fits in well as well. And this one is set up to be 80% hazard protected with 100% on disrupt through 2 mods. Now, this one is actually one of those points where, because of the build collection, I kind of set up builds a little bit differently, and I'm likely actually going to change this build picture in the future to set it up for people that just want to make this one build. So one of the things we have here is we have 2 disrupt resistance mods, and then we have actually not a hazard protection on this backpack. The reason for that is that I use this backpack in several builds, and actually the next door build to this one also uses this courier. And there I needed to be skill haste status effect, so we're setting it up to be multi-usable. For this specific build, if we're setting it up, what we would want is actually that hazard, instead of that skill haste being here, we take a hazard protection there. And then instead of that skill haste being there, we can put that as a mod slot. Effectively, what we're trading is that a disrupt resistance becomes a general hazard protection. And that's much more useful, because then we would be at 90% and then one mod would take us to 100. But then against the other hazards, we would be much better off. Here, of course, yeah, 4 pieces of Eclipse set up to foam enemies and such. And then, of course, upon death, the thing that Eclipse does is any status effect applied by this player, any of those, if the enemy dies with them, it gets spread around to enemies around them. And that's kind of what this one is set up for, is especially in Countdown, where there's a lot of disrupt going on, especially during extraction. This build doesn't get disrupted. it can foam enemies, especially, of course, the hunters and such, keep them in place, keep them by people a few seconds to deal with them. Then as well, here we're taking it with either Booster Hive or the Healing Hive. The Healing is actually, of course, much more useful in general play. But here as well, because of that, we're taking the BTS2, also giving us that supercharge ability again. And that supercharge ability, especially in the incursions and such, or in countdowns and such, is pretty useful because it can also be used to reset everybody's hives. When that supercharge happens, every skill on everybody gets reset. So it can reset everybody's hives just before we, for instance, go into the extraction fight. Because of that, it will be much more likely for allies to survive because they'll have their own hives. And the reason actually we can pick between the Healing Hive and the Booster Hive can, of course, provide some hazard protection for our allies. Now, it doesn't give full hazard protection, but yeah, it gives quite a bit and, of course, helps them with their weapon handling. Nowadays, of course, the Healing Hive, if it heals allies, also provides it. But the reason that we use the Booster Hive over the Healing Hive for that is, yeah, the Healing Hive only does its hazard protection bonuses only if it heals allies. And of course, it will only heal allies if they get hit. So the Booster Hive can just provide that for everybody. And here as well, we're setting it up with a Survivalist, but we could also go Technician to provide Faraday for our allies. But I like having the Survivalist for those flame grenades. And again, here we're kind of going for some of those debuffs upon the enemy, with Sledge, for instance, being available with that flame grenade. That's really potent, of course. Same is true, for instance, with the Scorpio. We can just basically stun lock an enemy quite easily, especially those hunters, of course. And we have the foam to deal with that as well. We're taking the Courier for that Creeping Death. That Creeping Death will help it spread around. But, and that's also the reason, again, why this is set up with a skill haste and status effect here, and we're not taking it in kind of what would be better for this build, but because I'm sharing pieces with others, we can also take a setup, of course, for debuffs. For instance, on those initial hunters in Countdown, Creeping Death doesn't do anything because there's nothing to spread it to. There's just one hunter. If we foam them, we foam them. So I can swap, for instance, in those initial parts to a setup that I have for a different build and, yeah, bring in that debuff on them to, yeah, make it much easier. As a build, of course, this is something that really is a support build. It relies on its allies to do its damage. It doesn't do much damage itself, even less so than, for instance, Fire Eclipse. But yeah, it can be pretty powerful. This also actually for instance, floor 100, because it is disrupt resistant, and then also, for instance, for some of the master missions where we've had hunters that can disrupt us, can be very powerful because we are disrupt resistance, of course. As pieces, these are pretty easy to get together. We are keeping the yellow core, so we are taking it with just hazard protection alongside of that skill tier, making it pretty easy to get mostly. The BTSU is just the exotic we'll have to get. And then that Courier is then kind of the harder piece to get together with that setup. If we take it actually into the game, what I can show there as well is that, yeah, we have it saved as listed there. And then actually, if we look at it here, we have it saved with the setup. That's actually usually the build I load first, of course, because I'll take it into the countdown with that setup and then later on swap it to Creeping Death for the later fights. Especially on the later fights, Creeping Death is really powerful because, yeah, we just foam one enemy and everybody gets foamed, and that's really strong during the extraction. But then what we see is actually the next door build we'll see in a minute. Yeah, that has that Hermano, or well, actually not the Courier, and then we even have a Hermano actually in our inventory. Because I want to have all three of those options. We even have Galvanize here, Lavoisier, just as even an extra option. Likely I'll put this one away, but yeah, the bonus armor of this, not a lot because it is based on our bonus, or our main armor, of course, and that's not a lot. So this Lavoisier is not that strong. But I even have that in this character's inventory just to play around with. But yeah, definitely that backpack slot we can play around with. I usually go in with the perfect opportunistic. I have the option to go Hermano with its perfect overclock, which, yeah, gives some skill haste, which is also nice for our chem, because, yeah, we don't have any haste. And yeah, we're giving up a lot of status effect stats, of course, but yeah, we're doing so to be able to actually use our status effect at all. Because if we can't use our status effect, if we're disrupted, yeah, it doesn't matter how much status effect you have on the build. It's useless anyway. So we are giving up a lot of that. And then, yeah, this cooldown reduction that the Hermano has, which isn't skill haste. It is actually just reducing every cooldown that you have every second that is active. It's just reducing it by 0.6 seconds, giving you effectively, a 60% cooldown reduction, which is pretty powerful. Then as well, yeah, we have that perfect creeping that is the other option. And yeah, this also, of course, for foam Eclipse, especially very strong. I wouldn't, for instance, use this as in legendary or such. There is actually, well, for instance, in capital, there is a jammer there, but usually what you can do is just destroy the jammer, for instance, there. For those, we use different eclipses, and there you really do need the status effect, because yeah, those enemies have high resistances, and being able to keep them in place for at least a second or two instead of just half of a second that this can do makes a little bit of a difference. If you're planning on putting it together and aren't planning on, for instance, having a build alongside of it that uses the same backpacks, then yeah, you can just, again, take that hazard protection here. That works out actually to be the better setup. Overall, I definitely can recommend this, especially if you run a bunch of countdowns and then as a support build. That means, though, that maybe it is more for if you're running it with some teammates often that are competent, because you're completely reliant on your allies. But in certain situations, like floor 100, like for instance the hunters in the Kelso Roosevelt version, yeah, this was a very potent tool to use in those as well. Definitely recommended and not too hard to put together, so yeah, worth considering. Ramble, 8 minutes. We need to get those going a little faster, but yeah, these ones have a lot of explanation to get through. Some of them are easier later on. They're just random builds. Yeah, let me get up here. Summer. Oh, what? Oh, the bell ring. I mean, yeah. Like way. Yeah. Yeah, but it's just annoying. I feel still I want to record just the most annoying thing ever of just going and doing the celebration hotel, running the bell ringer, having the bat out, even having some other, and then just ending, like clearing it out and then grabbing the bell and just, the bell emote just to round it out. Just fuck it all. Why not? I mean, all of these have, for instance, actually, yeah, most of these builds have their own build showcases as well. And yeah, some of them are shorts and stuff. But yeah, this is kind of a run through. So we're giving them each, like, well, preferably not more than like 7 minutes each, but some of those take a little bit longer, and that's fine, because these are also the builds that need a little bit more explanation. Some of the ones we have later on are just a little bit more straightforward. Let's go to load at 6. Let's go to load at 6. Sorry. Oh yeah, I've played these builds quite a bit, so it's easy to ramble about them. It's the fastest way for the event. Starting out, definitely, as long as you have the items that work there. And then, of course, yeah, run some of the exotics and DZ items and stuff while you're doing it. And also, yeah, run some skills while doing it. Because our countdown is pretty decent also just from the XP that you get from kills, because that's what the proficiency is based on. And yeah, starting out, as long as you still have, like, things like if you don't have all of the ARs that just normally drop proficient, you can just, set to ARs, just loot up everything, donate, and then decon the rest. But then there is, yeah, some cheese stuff you could do for once you run out of those items. Because, yeah, some items don't drop, or, exotics and stuff, they don't drop enough to donate, and you wouldn't want to donate them anyway. You would want to keep them for their exotic components. Keep on with damage to cover. Yeah, if you just want to keep one just for having one, yeah. with everything else, with basically every other weapon, not being LMGs effectively, because LMGs, the only reason on LMGs it's different is just LMGs already have detoc there. Everything else is detoc third stats, as you can kind of see here. Like everything else just detoc third stat. It's too good. And yeah, preferably, you would keep one with detox so you can reroll the talents. Exactly. What's the shoot that take longer? Wait, let me catch her. Shotguns in the Eclipse build. Oh yeah, I kind of saved them for that other build after. But even then, like, yeah, I don't want to go like to that degree as well, because there's even more like that. The detoc of the shotguns and stuff like that, or the DTA of the shotguns and stuff for playing and stuff like that. The thing is, yeah, I want the video to be under 2 hours. 2 hours is kind of the limit of this. And all of these as well have their build showcases and stuff as well for, well, not all of these, but for instance, this refactor we have here in a second. This already has been featured in a build showcase where we went way more in depth into it. This is more meant to be kind of like just a catalog, just, you know, explaining what the build is for. And I'm going to find going long, but yeah, I don't want it also to be like 3 hours long per character, because partially as well just for me to record it. Because after this, for people to watch it, I also have to talk about it. But yeah, for instance, the last two were a little bit too long. I could definitely cut out some slop. Well, that is not slop. I could cut out some stuff that is less important. Yeah, I'm not going to do that in post as well, because I could edit it down a little bit, but that's also not. That's going to be on my willingness to do. Yeah, let's go refactor. Yeah. And we'll come to 2.06 afterwards, which is the refactor. Rolls off the tongue. I love the name of it for it, as this is effectively trying to be a fire eclipse without being a fire eclipse, and mostly set up kind of in the layout of what would be the foam eclipse. Because what we refactor, what we can do, and what the gear set is for, is that we can heal while doing damage. Now, mostly we'll do that with a turret and drone, or for instance, other skills. But what it also works with is actually status effects. But it is a little bit weird in some of those ways. We'll explain in a second. And this was my idea of just like, okay, if we want to go with status effects for it, what do we set it up as? And this was the outcome of it. First of all, I'll say that if you want to just have a pretty competent and easy to use refactor, this isn't the one for it. There is a third drone one we'll see on character 3 later on. That is a much more competent and just all-round build. This one is more of a messing about, but still very effective. So we're taking those 4 pieces of refactor here with the chest as well, which increases the healing. The reason we're taking that actually, because most of the time I do actually recommend not going with the chest. You can definitely take the chest for a little bit more healing, but you can also take a chest talent to add more damage or more effectiveness. Here though we're taking it because I want that BTSU glove. Again, here we're kind of using it as the supercharge. Here, even more so than most places, because it gives us a little bit of skill haste for that hive, but then I can deconstruct that hive and give my teammates a supercharge, resetting their skills, giving them bonuses, and especially as well in a coordinated team or such, if a smart cover goes out from a red build, that 0 tier smart cover, that isn't that potent, an overcharged smart cover will actually increase the team's damage by quite a lot. Here's well then actually is the reason why we have some of those backpacks set up with skill haste status effect. For this build, of course, the hazard protection wouldn't make sense. And I kind of have this thing again here that we're using the backpacks for this build and then also the build next door. And that is quite handy as well if you're kind of setting it up sometimes to think about, okay, especially if you have multiple characters, like, oh, if I move this build over to this character, I can reuse the same backpack, for instance, between two builds on that character. Saving on some loadout slots, and of course, yeah, that kind of helps out here. Here then, yeah, we're taking it with a fire cam. That's the main tool of this. And then actually the creeping death is there to spread the fire a little bit. That is also then the kind of caveat here. Refactors healing. The initial fire and basically the initial enemies that get caught in that explosion, it'll heal for that explosion. That is skill damage. The enemies set on fire, those enemies will be healing your allies. But anything spread by the creeping death, the refactor doesn't heal for those, because basically behind the scenes, those aren't your skills damages. That is a talents damage getting applied. And then here as well, we're using the stinger to also do some damage, and then through that healing, of course. Overall, though, I've quite enjoyed this, and we have actually, yeah, as most builds actually here, we have showcased them as well as, for instance, even the foam Eclipse, of course, has been showcased in the foam, well, the last hazard protected foam Eclipse was in the foam Eclipse build showcase. This one was in the refactor build showcase, and we kind of ran it as a variant, and I quite have enjoyed this over time. Again, taking Sledge for, and together with Survivalist for, of course, flame grenades, and Survivalist, of course, for that group buff to status-affected enemies. It isn't for yourself, but my subgroup, the other 3 people in my subgroup, they deal 10% more to status-affected enemies. And of course, my goal is to status-affect some enemies, so that helps them with that. And of course, yeah, the flame grenade also a really potent tool to kind of get them in place. And also actually what you can do is the flame grenade, you can kind of toss it at a door. It is, of course, it lingers for a while. And then you can try to catch them with a fire grenade or with a fire chem after. And the fire chem will overwrite the fire, because the way that status effects work is a stronger damage fire will, for instance, overwrite a weaker fire. Same for bleed and such. That doesn't hold true for any of the status effects that don't do damage, like foam and such. If an enemy is foamed, you can't per se overwrite it in really any way. If we take this actually into the game for a second, you see actually that it's saved with 5 pieces. I don't end up using it much in this way, but the idea was to, for instance, maybe try around and play around with, for instance, Val. As you saw in the build picture, actually, Val doesn't even show up there. Mostly because I found that actually, yeah, that BTSU is just too good, and that's the way I would definitely run it and just set it up. But by saving it this way, I had the piece anyway. Yeah, by saving it this way, I give myself those options, and even as well running maybe, for instance, even other exotics, and maybe if we get other exotics based on skills in the future. But yeah, definitely not per se needed, as yeah, most of the time I do run it with that BTSU data glove. And again, as with the last build, as we saw, I do have the other options for the backpack basically here to either go Hermano instead of that grouping that, because of course this can be a group buff if I don't per se need that grouping that, which for instance, I've taken to using this build quite often for those familiar with my content for bounty cheesing, because yeah, they all spawn from one door. I don't need actually that grouping that, and then as well, we can heal the team. So for instance, in seasons with no regen, actually works out pretty well, as yeah, my team can take quite some hits. I can CC for them while I'm also healing them, doing 2 rolls basically just by myself. But then we don't need that creeping death. They're all spawning from one door. That Hermano is actually much more useful there. But also I can take, of course, that setup that I have here as well with actually this one with skill haste status effect. As yeah, this one is from the healer, of course. And by having those options, I open it up to yeah, do different things as I need them. And that's kind of, I would recommend actually having that, and just so also having them in your inventory so you can play around with it. Because I find myself, if they're in the stash, I don't grab them that readily. Overall, this is an easy enough build to put together. In the case of Refactor, it is kind of weird. It is one of the few gear sets that is kind of set up this way, the other being System Corruption, which, yeah, for some pieces has blue cores and for some pieces has red cores. In the case of Refactor, it's actually between yellow and blue cores. The left side has yellow cores, the right side has blue cores, so we just need to find one piece to recore. As you may see here, yeah, we have basically just taking the skill tier, we're just putting that status effect alongside of it for the left side pieces, so those are easy enough. BTSU is in the general loot pool, so pretty easy to get. That leaves just those backpacks. Most of those backpacks are blue cores, so in the case of the Hermano, in the case of the setup, and in the case of the career, they are all with blue cores. So you need to find them with the right stats, and that can take quite a bit. They are also in the reconstructed caches as the blueprint for them. And yeah, that one you can get through descent and through retaliation nowadays. So in a long enough timeline, you can kind of get them through there. But of course, yeah, you don't also need it per se to be all the right stats, because even if you have like one right stat here, if you change the core, and you could run this also with technician and then not change the core as well as an option. But I like having survivalist quite a lot, so especially for the bonus to the team. So you would want to record them, but even if you have just one of the two stats and you record it, that'll work out well enough. Missing out on a status effect or a skill haste isn't the end of the world. This does take, especially for that piece, a little bit of optimization, but a pretty cheap build you could put together. But for just general play, or especially non-coordinated play, this works out really well in coordinated play because, yeah, and actually as well, having a lot of game knowledge, because you need to, more so than, for instance, a Fire Eclipse, you need to know exactly where everything's spawning because you don't have the potential spread and easiness of the Fire Eclipse, for instance. Making it so that it is less recommended than a Fire Eclipse. That one can, for instance, especially on Heroic and such, be very potent and just easier to use than this. But if you are an experienced Eclipser, this is definitely an option, and I've quite enjoyed running it here and there, and its healing is very much appreciated by teammates quite often. Well worth considering and not too hard to put together, especially if you're already sharing some of those pieces between builds. And we'll cut it there. 8:47. Still too long. It's fine. Because I'm also not going to redo them or anything. Because a part of this as well, I want to hit a bunch of just extra stuff. We're just hitting stuff like, yeah. Killer Clown. Nah, 1.7. Yeah, let me add 1.06 there. Actually, 1.07 or 2.07. Keep being stuck on 1 for some reason. Already do these two already. The description file. Oh yeah, let's go here. Something here. As we come to, and we've already used that as we come to quite a bit. I've used it already, I think, the last 2 times. Yeah, let's use something else. Next up, 2.07 here. The last remaining full turret drone build. So in the build collection, I have some builds that I define as Turdro. We shorten it to basically the first 3 letters of each. And those are mostly set up as being hybrids. This one is somewhat of a hybrid as well, or trying to be a little bit, but not as much as some of those, of course, where we take the brand bonuses especially as well, or a gear set to be towards the weapon output. For drone builds, mostly the thing is we don't use them that much anymore. And honestly, I was joking before before the stream here as I'm recording all of this live on stream, that I haven't ran this build, I think, all year, this year. It doesn't come highly recommended, but there are still some uses where turret and drone can be useful. I know some players that enjoy running this type of build, either as somewhat AFK builds, and they just are doing some work stuff, while in the background they just leave this to do a control point or such. Although if you're doing it for that, you would set it up a little bit differently. The way I have mine set up is, as you can see, we have the skill damage on all pieces. We're going with 1-piece Wyvern, 2-piece Hanayu, and 3-piece Empress for all of their bonuses towards the skill damage end as well. And alongside of it, some skill haste, skill efficiency, and things like that, of course. But we're also taking a ton of crit chance and crit damage for the capacitor to main the capacitor, Because the capacitor can do some decent damage, even here, with these yellow cores here, of course, because it recoups some of that. It can add some skill damage to the turret and drone. And we use that, of course, in a lot of other builds where we're kind of hybridizing it. The third rows with Negotiator, with Coco, with Strikers, where that is kind of a hybrid. Here, though, yeah, it is much more leaning towards the skills, and the skills actually definitely hit quite a bit harder than those hybrids, but then the gun, of course, hits a lot less than those hybrids. Here, though, the way that I have it set up, at least, it's not per se as a passive build, as a walk-away build, because we want to be shooting to hit those capacitor stacks to get, for instance, this combined arms going, and of course, we're running glass as well. The reason we're running glass here is it applies both to the gun and then also to the skills. One thing you can have is, especially if you want to set it up more AFK-ish, let's say, you would take skill haste, you would take skill durations even, because you might as well. There's not much else stat-wise that would help out. Kinetic momentum would make a lot more sense than the glass, and tech support would make a lot more sense than this combined arms. Now, in those cases, yeah, I wouldn't per se recommend playing like that, but I kind of also understand it, especially if you're, just doing it kind of in the background while you're, doing the dishes or whatever. Although I would definitely say nowadays, as a lot of people still have that notion, especially even with turret drone hybrids, of like them being AFK builds. Honestly, ever since the capacitor came in, I would say that is not the way, if you're actually actively playing them, the way you should be playing them. What it ends up being is, on a build like this, if I'm at least running it, especially as well more so with the turret drone hybrids, I end up shooting just as much as I would on a red build, and then I'm still babysitting a turret and a drone and trying to get them onto target and keep them busy as much as possible. And of course, what we have here is that turret and drone can deal some damage, can take enemies away from you. That's also why it's kind of fine to run glass and doesn't feel that painful to do so. Other options we would also have is, for instance, to go Overwatch, especially if we use this in a group setting, maybe more, because Overwatch would apply to the group, but I wouldn't per se, for myself, run it that way. I know some people as well like running these kind of builds if they are not as good at aiming. So, for instance, I know of a friend of mine that actually has trembling hands effectively, so they can't really actually aim that well. This still allows them to do heroic content and such. And of course, if that is the case, this can help with those kind of things. Now here on the build collection, and actually in the recommended build list, these are still in there because they are still easy enough to put together. And yeah, they have their places like we discussed there. The thing to do, though, is that there is also an option to go for a lot of skill haste, and that's usually how you'll see these set up. But I like kind of hybridizing them right away to also have a little bit of damage on that gun. If we take the skill haste, what that especially buys you is the option to use other skills as well. The turret and drone, even without any of that skill haste here, just with the brand bonuses and the watch that we have and such, 18 seconds on the turret and then 19.5 seconds on the drone. That works out perfectly fine. We can wait those out. Because if we put it all into haste, we're kind of pulling this down to like 11 seconds for the drone, around 10 and a bit seconds for the turret. That doesn't make that much of a difference. It does cut them in half, but the amount we lose on that weapon is, of course, a lot. We are running here, of course, with Technician, so we can take one red core here, and that's what I'm choosing to do. Another option you can go with as well is actually trying to go towards the regen side with these kind of builds. And yeah, I could see that if you're AFKing it, maybe. But I tend to run these in a way where I try to do as much damage as I can myself as well alongside of my skills. These kind of builds, one of the things that turret drones especially kind of have fallen behind with is that they've stayed kind of in this power level of high ends. Now here we're running it with a high end, of course. We'll see as well some other builds, but they are kind of balanced against some of those old, let's say, high-end glass, high-end obliterate kind of builds. Strikers, Negotiators, Umbra, Coco, and tipping skills are way higher than those, and these don't keep up and aren't that competitive ever since those kind of got changed and got added in. Because of that, we don't end up running much turret drones, at least not as full-blooded ones, just full-on turret drones. Mostly because, yeah, they don't per se keep up. And honestly, you're much better off. I would likely be able to clear, for instance, with a tech tank even much faster than this build could, and much more comfortably, especially solo and such. There is still a place for them, and especially as well, a place to kind of play around with it. And yeah, they aren't the highest recommendation, but especially for some people, they do work out, as we kind of discussed with disabilities and such. But that's, of course, off cases. You can also, yeah, definitely set it up with skill haste and such to play around with other skills. That would be then the thing, if you want to run around with some of the other skills and at least try them out. Most of the time, for instance, for explosive builds, we have dedicated builds for those. For Oxy, we have dedicated builds for those. But at least if you want to just mix and match and just have some try stuff out, you could, yeah, set up the skill haste version. Not one that is highly recommended, but it still makes it onto the recommended list. And yeah, a stalwart build that has been there for forever, even though I myself don't find myself using it that often. Yeah. Also, is just the build background just offset? Is that what's happening here? I see there's like a little white edge underneath. Oh yeah, it was offset. Yeah. It's fine. I mean, oh, there it is. Next 150, yeah. There you go. Yeah, you're about to have a bunch of them. And hey there, Mrs. Grand. Yeah, doing pretty good. Hope you're enjoying your day as well. That's it, reset day. We get to play around. We get to clown around, as we see there. They always love this silly clown. Yeah, let's go to 8. And then let's go to 8 here as well. Love how I took rigor as the... I didn't mean to, actually, but we just... It's the rigor outfit, and we're running hardwired. Just works out that way. Yeah. So that's this one. Onto this one. Where did I did this one right? Yeah. Yeah. And then coming to 2.08, we have hardwired seeker spam. And this is definitely a build set up to spam those seekers. As we have hardwired here, which is a gear set set up to reset cooldowns quite often. And what it can do is, yeah, get your seekers out quite consistently. Here with the backpack, we're getting it down to 5-second resets, and that can be actually pretty powerful. As actually, I feel Hardwired is kind of forgotten about, but these builds are definitely, since they got changed as well to be 5 seconds on the backpack, really potent, because even before that, they were potent. Now, layout-wise, I'm going here again with hardwired 4 pieces, we're going without the chest, because the chest does apply a little bit of damage bonus, but a glass chest applies so much more. We are taking the backpack, which takes it from 10 seconds for the reset, every 10 seconds being able to reset some of the skills. Although it doesn't do an actual reset, it reduces the cooldown by 30 seconds, but seeing as our cooldown on the Seekers is below 30 seconds, it just resets them outright. Here again, I'm taking the BTSU Data Glove. Now, of course, that is mostly a healing tool, actually. Here, we're still, again, then using it offensively, kind of with the Refighter, we had that in the same way. Because mostly that hive can be very strong, and then with that BTSU, and then we can, again, do that supercharge. Meaning that actually with this, we can do a rotation. Now, in a lot of other video games, it is for some builds and such, for instance, in WoW and such, you have rotations for different builds, and it's trying to min-max, using some of the talents and skills as they come up. Here, what we especially want to do is toss out the Seeker. That will, of course, go after some enemies. Once the Seeker has dissipated and just hit the enemies, we can toss out the Hive. At that point, that will reset the Seeker, and of course the Hive, this being a Stinger Hive, can do its own damage against enemies. We can toss out a second seeker. Once that hits all of the enemies, we can even actually deconstruct our hive, supercharge, and then we can send out an overcharged seekers, of course, because that supercharge will actually just reset that other skill as well. Then we can toss out the hive again. That will reset the skill again. We can toss out another overcharged one. Most of the time, we can get 2 overcharged seekers out. And then we can toss out the hive again to just get a normal one. And then we're on a 5 seconds rotation of just sending out this and then deconstructing or sending out the hive. It can actually be very potent, especially as well. It can provide the group buff, of course, again, with that BTSU overcharge. The thing is, though, a lot of enemies will jump out of the Seekers quite consistently, but that's kind of fine because you still got them out of cover. And if you have teammates, and this is the build as well, this build definitely one to use alongside of strong teammates. And it can kind of do the Eclipse thing as well. Thing is, actually, even in some missions, if you have an Eclipse alongside of this, well, enemies are on fire. They're a little less worried about the Seekers coming their way. They're a little bit more worried about the flames, burning their face off. So they kind of get hit by these a little bit more consistently. This build is actually very strong, and actually I've been meaning to, because we've done a build showcase on it, I want to revisit that, because yeah, ever since that, the timings on it have changed, and yeah, this is actually a really strong build, and definitely one I would kind of recommend, and I want to highlight it here again of like, hey, consider this one, and just, yeah, try it out. It is definitely easy enough to put together. We're using just skill tier gear set, so we can just put a skill damage alongside of it. You can just get that farmed up pretty quick. A BDSU glove is well worth having for a lot of builds anyway, so that one fitting in here pretty easily. And yeah, we just have maybe some optimization needed for it. It is, of course, again, targeted loot, can give it exotic caches. You can also get the blueprint through the retaliation system as well. The only remaining piece would be that is kind of dedicated just to this build is this China Light chest. But even that we're keeping the skill tier. This is a yellow course gear brand set. So yeah, we just wouldn't be too hard to find at least either the skill haste or the skill damage there. And then we'll put the other stat alongside of it. Here as well, we are going to use shotguns and the capacitor. Here as well, the explosive skills do benefit actually from DTA. And of course, the capacitor and shotguns both have 12% DTA as their stat. Especially holding them while they hit the enemy is well worth it, because yeah, you get that bonus 12% if they have armor for them to hit. You can also play around actually with different skills. Now, what some people do is put a shield here. I would generally just never recommend that. That's just kind of like, to me, it's gimping yourself. While it can make it more consistent to get those seekers out, yeah, this hive can do a lot of damage as well. Of note is that the hive doesn't actually benefit from explosive damage, even though you would think it would, because it also does yellow damage, but it does benefit from all of the skill damage. And then, yeah, of course, it can provide us the way of triggering the hit for Hardwired to trigger the Seekers to come back. And of course, we can use it for that supercharge, which is really strong. Also, even here, because it doesn't, this is a build that, yeah, doesn't have, of course, too much skill haste. We can mostly use one skill to kind of reset the other. You can't kind of use both skills to reset each other. But for instance, an explosive sticky works out pretty well here as well. I would recommend just having a damaging skill more so than just trying to make a shield work in there. I kind of understand the thinking, but it's also really eating into the potential of the build, I feel. We are, of course, going with demo. Because of that, yeah, we need everything to be skill tiered, but actually all of these pieces, of course, come with skill tiers already. An easy enough build to put together, and actually one, yeah, that's definitely in the recommended, and one that I would actually kind of recommend as well. I should be running these as well a little bit more than I do, alongside of a strong team of reds, for instance. Yeah, this at least as well can get them out of cover, can get enemies, if nothing else, can get them out of cover, but actually it can do some decent damage if used correctly. Well worth considering, pretty easy to put together. You know, maybe try it out. There we go. 634 is a little bit more on the time scale. Oh, I shouldn't then go at all to the character, did I? Am I fine with that? I'm fine with that. We just don't show the apparel if we don't. Because there's also nothing about this build on the character that matters. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, so onto the next loadout there, onto the next loadout here. Oh, yeah, combat medic, UI combat medic. Yeah, let's set this up. Let's already copy this. Oh, oh, delta. Oh wow. Oh shit. Audio is broken. When did that happen? Might just be in the output. Or is the audio broken here, Arnie? And then coming to 2.08, and then we'll put that as I can use eating. I should be running these as well a little bit more than I do. Shotguns and the capacitor. Here as well, the explosive skills do benefit actually from DTA. And of course, the capacitor and shotguns both have 12% DTA. Here as well, we are going to use shotguns and the capacitor. Here as well, the explosive skills do. No, that is in there. Oh shit. When did that start? Build collection. And actually in the recommended build list, these are still in there because they are still easy enough to put together. And yeah, they have their regen side with these, let's say, high-end glass, high-end obliterate kind of builds. Strikers, negotiators. Yeah, because this is in the recording, isn't it? Those old, let's say, high-end glass, when we restarted the game. Kind of builds. Some of those old, let's say, high-end glass, high-end obliterate kind of builds. Yeah, that's in the recording. Yeah. And again, as with the last build, as we saw, and again, as with the last build, as when was that? As a build, of course, this is Eclipse, of course, so that's skill hate cooldown that you have every second. That is anyway, so we are giving up a lot of that, and then yeah, on the build, it's useless anyway, so we are giving up a lot of that, and then yeah, this otherwise die because if someone and we need to recall the survivalist or gun runs out easily. Overall, but spot that earlier because yeah, it's all the way back to the full healer because yeah, that's also the time we reset for the. I should have checked because yeah, we reset the game so that broke out. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that to people. We'll just redo that. Wait, what? It's giving me an Echo 01 now as well. Wait, did the server... Oh, we were in the same session, right? It must have been because also... The game being a dick today. Because also, yeah, my save is now locked out, isn't it? Because we actually, what was happening there, the timer was still going. We were actually on the same server session still, even though I quit the game and came back in. It didn't put me actually on a different session. That's also why we were in the same spot. I should have actually realized that. Yeah. You're not making me like you, game, today. Gonna put those in a maybe folder, but yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna redo all the way from 1.04 again, which kind of sucks because we did a lot of work there. Because that's not fixable either. The crackling in there is not something I can easily get out. Let's go back here for a second. You know what? Well, this is solving itself. Although this might take like 10 minutes before it actually fixes itself. It always takes quite a while. Always way longer than you would think. You know what? Let's at least already copy all of these over. That. But it basically means we need to redo like 4 of those segments, which I'm not looking forward to. Especially because the game fucking caused them with its fucking server message. Although yeah, once I restarted the game, I should have checked that. Yeah, that one's a little bit on me. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just grit our teeth. And actually, yeah, I can kind of maybe try to keep them a little shorter as well. We could just go play on second account, maybe. Because what happened there was that actually that server shutdown still happened and took my characters with it. And their save, especially, is kind of locked into there. And that doesn't get released, I'm pretty sure, until a 10-minute or 15-minute timer. Which is very annoying. And yeah, we do need the game. So we have to redo from here. So the FI is fine, right? This is fine. Yeah. Ah, well, technical difficulties. Shit happens. One thing I'm quickly gonna do, because I already copied. Oh, there we go. Oh, is that like 5 minutes more or something? Yay. Indeed, that is quite annoying. Definitely frustrated, but I've had worse issues. I ran into.
Safe area detected.
Oh, that one feels like more annoying, but yeah, it was due to the game. And yeah, I should have realized that actually. Because yeah, when we loaded back in and we were on the exact same spot, we couldn't have been in a different session. That should have been very obvious. It's fine. Yeah, so back to 1.05. Or not 2.05. Not 1.05, that would be back to character 1. Yeah. There. Yeah. And I reset audio, so that should be fine. Yeah. It's fine. Let's just get her down. That's also why I should just thinking of doing that sometimes, of just because we've had sometimes as well with recording and audio issues. I could just take the monitor output of the mic, which doesn't go through the computer, and just stick that in a like I have like a dozen recorders. Because though I like recording through, that's also one of the reasons I should record through OBS, is like I kind of like my audio settings here. So then that's all applied already. Because this mic otherwise sounds like super boomy and stuff. It still does. Yeah, but yeah, let's just get her done. It'll be fine. Let's go. Wait, let me actually check what I said on 2.04 as the intro for it. Continue on to 2.0. Yeah, just so we say different things. And here we go to 2.05. And this is, yeah, kind of as we saw using the backpacks of that 2.04 that we saw a second ago. And this one then, though, is an Eclipse, but not a fire Eclipse or a regular foam Eclipse. This is a hazard protected foam Eclipse. This one is especially set up for countdown. That is its main use, but actually it comes into play in other places as well, where we use it, for instance, in floor 100, where this can, of course, not get disrupted by the hunters and then foam them in place for other people to mow down. Same is true, for instance, actually, with that Kelso, that second Kelso manhunt, because we've had two in Roosevelt, where, yeah, you had to fight some hunters in the master variant, and you would get disrupted at the start of it. And also just actually, yeah, doing open world hunters and such, yeah, when they spawn in, they disrupt. So this wouldn't get disrupted, can foam them in place, can keep them busy, and then others can deal with them. This is definitely a support build, of course, so you need your teammates to be there and definitely be on point, because, yeah, you're giving up a lot of damage. But then we can give some buffs and debuffs and such, and then, for instance, as well, through the lefty, again, we can do sledging. That's also why we have survivalist, and also when we're status affecting an enemy, we're giving to our subgroup 10% damage against that enemy and such. Here we're setting it up actually with the booster hive. I would say definitely the booster hive or the healing hive in the same way as the normal foam Eclipse, kind of where we quite often use that as well, is definitely the way to go. And we're using that again with the BTSU gloves here to give us the option to do a supercharge. Of course, in certain situations like the floor 100 hunters, when we do that supercharge and then people afterwards put out, for instance, instead of a 0-tier smart cover on a red build, they put out an overcharged smart cover, that improves their damage, of course, substantially. One thing of note here is, for instance, if we're running it in countdown, and this is again why I have those multiple backpacks, is that if creeping death, for instance, as a general use, of course, really powerful, it spreads the foam around when it hits the first enemy, making it so that a lot more is foamed even before people start killing our enemies, and then, of course, the effects of Eclipse come in and spread it around even more. But on those first hunters in countdown, there is just, of course, the one enemy. Creeping that doesn't do much. There's nothing to spread to. So in there, of course, it might be better off just having, for instance, the setup, and then having this perfect opportunistic, applying a 15% debuff on that enemy while we're foaming them in place, giving them another 10% onto that. Definitely as well, actually, we'll take the moment here to say that when we add, or well, when we have multiple bonuses like that, don't add them together, because I quite often hear people go like, oh, we have 15% from opportunistic, and then we have 10% from this damage to status affected enemies. So we're giving our team a 25% buff, effectively. No, you just took two separate multipliers and added them together, instead of, you know, the thing that most people would say of like them being multiplicative. And definitely they are multiplicative to each other. Yeah, you just added them together. You made a big mistake doing that. They, of course, multiply against each other, so it's a much bigger bonus as well. So you're kind of actually underselling it even. But yeah, that tangent aside, we'll go actually into the game here, where we see that I actually have it saved with the setup. And again, as I said, I use this quite often in countdown. I like it quite a lot for that. It can be very powerful, especially during extraction and such. And that's also, we can, for instance, even with that overcharge, reset everybody's hives just before extraction, giving them a chance again. Now, at the start of it, yeah, I want to have setup, and then, yeah, I have the other backpacks in here. We have a Hermano. We even have a Lavoisier for perfect galvanize, which is bonus armor. Now, in the case of this build, it doesn't have much armor, so we're not giving that much bonus armor to allies, but just for messing around, it's still in their inventory. we have creeping that, and then also we have, of course, a setup that is equipped. Having the options here is really potent because also, for instance, this Hermano is actually really strong. That perfect overclock is, with its 30% reload speed, really strong. And also that cooldown helps quite a lot. Because, of course, we don't have that much in the form of skill haste or, for instance, in the cases of here, of status effect. Now, that is kind of fine because, yeah, we are giving up a lot of that status effect, but then we can at least apply our statuses. A disrupted Eclipse with all of that status effect and skill haste that can't use its skills is a lot less useful than this one that can use its skills, even though they are weaker then, of course. Of note as well, actually, if you are making this build, yeah, it is definitely worth it to, for instance, take hazard protection here instead on the backpack if you're just using it for this very one build. Because, of course, that would actually work out to be better. If we go back to the build picture, it is, of course, 80% general hazard protection and then 100% disrupt. And that is done by 2 disrupt mods. What we could, of course, do is basically move that skill haste over to the mod slot here, and then instead of this disrupt resistance, having hazard protection there, making it 90% general hazard protection, which is, of course, much better, and then just that 10% disrupt mod for that full disrupt protection. That would make every other status effect apply a lot shorter to us, but I have it set up this way because, yeah, we use these backpacks between multiple builds, as we use it next door as well. This way, yeah, we can use them for multiple places, and that's the reason why it is set up this way. But if you're just making this one, yeah, you can definitely just take a hazard protection there and actually be a little bit better off. This is just some of those quirks that sometimes, because of the build collection, works out this way. But I would also always recommend kind of thinking about those things and going like, hey, if I move this build to this character, I can reuse this backpack because they're both using, you know, the setup backpack, for instance, or a courier. And that can save on, yeah, quite a bit of loadout slots, or even, yeah, give you the option to, for instance, pack them up with a bunch of backpacks so they can try different things. As definitely in some places, the Hermano is a better pick. In some places, that setup is a much more powerful pick. But in general use, yeah, that courier is with that creeping death, its ability to spread that foam a little bit more around is definitely useful. A somewhat situational build, but one that is pretty easy to put together. This is, of course, all yellow core pieces on the Eclipse pieces, and we just put hazard protections there. We do want some disrupt mods, but you don't even need max disrupt, because disrupt, generally, especially even for countdown, even anything above 95% will make you hazard. Will make you kind of immune to most disrupts, and even going even below, for instance, if you just have that 90 general, you could actually forgo even those disrupt mods, and you'll just get disrupted for like half of a second when the hunters spawn. The only hard piece here would be this backpack, the courier, and of course, for instance, setup and Hermano. All of those are blue core pieces. You could, of course, forgo one stat or such, and actually, if you go for the hazard protection one, that's much more likely to drop because the hazard protection is a blue stat, so much more likely to drop on these. But you can also go technician, but you give up, yeah, those bonuses, those damage bonuses from status affecting enemies. But yeah, if you go technician, you can take one blue core, and that could be, of course, on those pieces. The BTSU is, of course, available from retaliation, and yeah, just in the general blueprint, or well, the blueprint is from retaliation, and then it is just in the general pool, so pretty easy to get overall. It is somewhat of a specialized build, but one that I pull out quite often when going into countdown. It is, of course, reliant on the team. I don't pull this one out if my team is weak, but generally, if I'm going in with, especially if we kind of coordinate up front and put a team together, this can make it so easy for them to get through it. And yeah, if we have the firepower already, this is much more worthwhile than just one more striker on the field. This can make it so that we have a much easier time as long as the firepower is already there. There we go. 830. I realized halfway through that actually the build before this doesn't use these backpacks, of course, the way I was talking about it. Just kind of got out of sequence because, yeah, that was of course this. Yeah. Or that was the, not this. That was the FI. Oh, 6 and 6, yeah. Sexy 6. Right side. Indeed, it's at least. Although, yeah, we'll see if that actually happens, because one of the things is, well, as I get more tired and tired, it becomes a little bit less likely to actually be better. One thing we might do as well if we kind of gets too late, because, yeah, having to redo those parts, we might just kind of say, fuck it, we'll do the rest tomorrow, because also I'm not per se in a hurry with this video. I wouldn't mind playing around as well, actually. So we'll go and we'll see how I feel as we go. I might at some point just go like, fuck it, we'll do the rest tomorrow after. Yeah. Now the annoying thing is as well, like in my head, I had like going through some of the builds, it's just like, okay, I haven't said this yet because I haven't said it. It hasn't come out of my mouth. Now with some of these is like, have I said it? But did I say it like back then? Am I remembering that sentence from back then? Or that's also one of the annoying things with having to redo it. It's 2.06, yeah. We changed outfit, yeah. And then coming to 2.06 as we have it here, we have a refactor. It rolls off the tongue, definitely. Refactor set up to do some fire and basically kind of be a similar playstyle to a fire Eclipse, actually. Now, refactor is, of course, a very potent gear set where we can have it as long as we do skill damage and also actually status effect damage from skills. We can, that will in effect heal our allies and ourselves. Now, because of that, the general way to go for it is actually turret and drone, because they can do consistent damage and are pretty potent by themselves as well. And we'll see that actually in the future in on character 3 when we reach there. But what I definitely wanted to do with it as well, as it also even has status effect on there, and also from the status effects and such does actually heal, I wanted to try out making effectively an status effect variant of it. And yeah, we kind of landed up on this layout. Layout-wise, this actually lands as kind of similar to a foam Eclipse as we have it, and also then again, yeah, is reusing some of those backpacks, and actually even the BTSU as we saw a second ago with that hazard-protected foam Eclipse. In here, yeah, we have 4 pieces of refactor with the chest, and the main reason I am taking the chest, because actually in the turret drone version, I generally go with a high-end chest and a high-end backpack, as I feel that works out to be a little bit more potent of a build, because of course the talent helps with the healing, but also more damage is kind of nice through a talent. Here though, I'm kind of fine with it because we want to take that BTSU glove as we have here, and I don't want to take the backpack at all from refactor. So we've kind of landed here with the BTSU, especially as well for, again, a hive, and we're using it again in the same way for a supercharge, just so we can overcharge our allies. That by itself is a very potent tool, and yeah, that's if I can have that option, especially on a 6 skill tier build in a reasonable way, yeah, it goes in quite often, as we see here. And of course, yeah, we're pairing it with the capacitor. We're still, again, pairing it with survivalist for that bonus to our subgroup for status affected enemies, because on this one, of course, I'm trying to status effect again. It can do some decent damage with its fire. Not as good as a fire Eclipse, of course, but pretty decent. Of course, what it doesn't have is the spread of Eclipse. With Eclipse, if we set an enemy on fire, if they die to the fire or from any source, they spread that fire all around. Here they don't, of course. That's also why we are taking this creeping death for places for general use. It's kind of been my go-to for it, where we can have it spread a little bit more through that creeping death. But of course, again, the reason we kind of had it or have those other backpacks and then also have the backpack saved with that other build without that hazard protection there is so we can intermix these backpacks. If we actually take it into the game, we see, first of all, that it is saved as a 5-piece, as I have it here in the loadout slot. Now, in the end, I end up just always using the BTSU, but this was the original idea of like, let's see maybe with the Vial, or maybe some of the other exotics as well. In the end, I kind of decided that actually only really the BTSU really works out here, because the Vial, it doesn't add enough for it to be worth it. But then, yeah, we have the backpack options again in that same way as we had next door, because yeah, I can take that creeping death, that can help the fire spread. One important note is that actually if any fire spread through this talent doesn't count for the healing of refactor, because it is spread through a talent. So the initial explosion of the fire cam, that will do its damage, that will heal allies. and myself, the fire, that initial explosion, or anybody caught in that set on fire, all of that will heal my allies and myself. But if it spreads through creeping death, from that point, it is a talent that it spread them, and that does not heal our allies. But that's still fine, because that still spreads it, and as long as I've hit an enemy, I'll actually usually heal up my allies to full anyway. But that does open up some options. So for instance, here as well, we can go with Perfect Overclock again. We wouldn't take Lavoisier at all, but we could again as well take Perfectly Opportunistic for that extra damage debuff on the allies, for the allies. Now, quite often I do end up running it actually with this Perfectly Opportunistic, as I find myself using this build quite often actually for bounty cheesing, because we have a lot of options here that we can basically do two roles. We can both keep the enemy kind of in place, set them on fire, and then also, for instance, yeah, with the Stinger Hive, do some damage if they come out a little bit, but also, yeah, kind of keeping them in place. And then also do some healing alongside of it, kind of filling two roles in one go, especially in seasons with no regen, a pretty decent usage for it. It is, of course, not as good as either of those things separately by themselves, but just being able to combine that in one person, so we don't have to give up basically two players to do those roles, does work out. And I've actually quite enjoyed this setup. From the perspective of putting it together, it isn't too hard. Again, that backpack is actually the harder part to get. We could also, again, go Technician just to get that, have that blue core still be there on all of these pieces, because again, all of these backpacks normally come with a blue core. We have to record them. That means that we need to find them with the right stats on them. These aren't per se super unicorns or such, because they come with a fixed talent anyway. In the case of the career as well, it drops quite a lot, and it is actually incorrectly tagged or not tagged as a named item, so it drops quite a lot. The setup, less so. That one can be a little bit harder to get. You can, of course, always get the blueprints as well through the reconstructed caches. They are in that pool, but that can take quite some time in Descent or through Retaliation. Getting the blueprint, though, makes it a little bit easier to get them. The BDSU glove, overall, a decently easy piece to get. It is in the Retaliation blueprint pool, and then, of course, it is in targeted loot and can come from exotic caches and such. The pieces we're just keeping on the left side, actually, Refactor is with yellow cores, and yeah, we are actually keeping them just with the yellow cores and putting status effects alongside of them. The right side of Refactor actually comes with blue cores. So actually just this one piece here that we're using, although I had the glove as well, of course, both of those would come with blue cores, and then we have to record. And that's also actually why I've kept that glove, just in case we want to mess around, and maybe even future exotics or such, of course. Overall, a build worth considering, especially if you've played around with Eclipse quite a bit. This one can't be as easy to use actually as Eclipse itself. You definitely need to catch the enemies as they spawn, because if you let them kind of get out, that spread of Eclipse isn't there to, for instance, just set one enemy on fire and, you know, your allies will shoot them and it spreads. You don't have that much here. You do have one creeping death every 10 seconds, but that doesn't spread it as far as Eclipse normally does, especially with the chest. So for especially experienced Eclipse players, one worth considering, because yeah, definitely the healing is very much appreciated by your teammates, and yeah, you do give up, of course, the spread and such of Eclipse, but then what you gain here is the healing, and that can be actually pretty potent. I do like this one, and I found myself quite often just grabbing it just to yeah, have a different playstyle, similar to Eclipse, but not being Eclipse. But then again, as well, it isn't the highest recommended. I wouldn't, for instance, take this one into Legendary or such, but for some places, especially with its strong team, because as well, we don't have as much fire damage as Eclipse, or damage in general as Eclipse. We really do need our team to be there. Where with the Fire Eclipse, we can kind of rely on our own damage. Worth considering, especially for the experienced Eclipse players. $7.56. We did cut off a minute there or so from this one, but oh yeah, it's a Killer Clown. And oh yeah, third drone. Gonna make this one a lot briefer because this build doesn't deserve much. So there's 7, right? Yeah. Just trying to make sure as well that I got the right amount out. Yeah. Could you recommend the build to use with it, please? Birdie isn't that great. You can just use it in any of the healers. You can use it in measured assembly. You can use it in FI. But honestly, I find myself just never using it. You can play around with it though if you just want to mess around with it. I feel the BTSU is a much more powerful tool than it, especially on healers, for what it's worth. Because yeah, you kind of have to have people go down, which honestly you don't want to generally. Because even when that happens, for instance, with the BTSU, you can reset their hives and stuff. Here, you just can revive them and get an overcharge, which, in the grand scheme of things, isn't that potent. But yeah, you can just stick it on basically, yeah, if you take the if we go here, if you take the BTSU glove out and you basically put it as the backpack, and then you just take whatever piece there, Alps or Hanayu. Yeah, this thing again. That's right now. Thing is, though, it will happen that you revive someone, but it's, yeah. It depends also on the teammates and stuff. But I feel that BTSU is much more powerful. And also, yeah, for instance, there as well, we have the setup, which that debuff on enemies will make it so that they die so much faster. Legendary. Oh yeah, can. Although yeah, I wouldn't per se take. Especially, I would think in legendary you wouldn't be that packed together. Range on beacon is always the issue for it for me. Waveform was a nerf at some point? No, it's just not great. So for instance, here for a drone thing, especially the thing to consider is that half of the time it's on the turret, and the turret is a bigger hitter. Like a turret hits basically, close to a third hard, well, more than a third harder than a drone. But quite often what you end up having is also, yeah, if it's up on a skill that's down, like the drone, or a skill that's not shooting, because sometimes with the turret that happens, you're much better off just having the consistent damage and having that be there. That's why I generally just don't consider waveform at all. The waveform is only really useful if you're kind of doing like, that used to be a thing, like for instance, going yellow core gear sets and stuff, and then you can take sacrifice waveform just because you have two pieces that then feed into skill damage quite a lot and stuff, or like wyvern with glass and waveform. But yeah, those aren't that's not normal anyway. Oh, this is no nerf. They never nerfed. Waveform has never been touched since its release. Which it maybe should have been at some point. Actually, some stuff around it got, for instance, Wyvern used to be 10% skill damage, now it's 8. So actually other stuff got, but then even then, like I would just never use waveform. I would much rather rely on the consistency here instead of trying to like, because you don't also gain, effectively it's averaging out to 15 skill damage, which is not per se significantly more, and then the moments that it's cost you, it's cost you. Also as well, for me, like yeah, 15 skill damage on the turret is much more worthwhile on a build like this. Like I'll try to get my turret to really sing. The drone is just the harasser. The drone is a skirmisher. This is the infantry line, basically, right? So the turret having some bonuses kind of works out more. And yeah, then when it goes to the drone, that being weaker doesn't. Blacklister, yeah, Blacklister can be okay for skills. But yeah, also, yeah, I don't consider that one worth using with most things. It's just, it gets you killed too much. Yeah, let's go into this. I don't even have the game up. And let's take it to 2.07, the last remaining full turret drone build, high-end variant that we have here. Still somewhat of a hybrid, as this is generally the way I tend to set up my turret drone builds, even in the past with high-ends. If we're going full turret drone, yeah, having some crit chance and crit damages there works out quite well with the capacitor, I feel. Skill haste, of course, is the obvious thing to kind of try to put there, but honestly, with the turret and drone, that doesn't help out too much, because actually the full skill haste version of this just takes us 18 seconds on the turret, for instance, down to like a 12 or 11 second cooldown. Meaning that we're investing quite a lot and not really getting that much out of it. Instead, I feel putting it, for instance, towards some crit chance or crit damage, or as some do, for instance, towards some regenning, yeah, I could see that being much more worthwhile. I don't find myself using turret drone builds or full-on turret drone builds much anymore. I do like some of the hybrids, and yeah, we'll see several of those actually coming up on this character as well. And I end up enjoying those quite more than a full-blooded one. And actually, before the stream, as I'm recording this on stream, I was kind of joking that I don't think I've ran this build the entirety of this year. I think maybe I will have had just when for some of the challenges of just get some skill kills, because yeah, the skills here are a little bit more strong and can get those done, but also I could do the same with, for instance, a turret drone hybrid, or even just full taking a mortar, for instance, or some of the builds we'll see in a second for Seeker Spam and such. These aren't per se highly recommended anymore. In the past, it would be worth enough to, for instance, go with a skill build first, mostly because it was easier actually to get together. Nowadays, with the gear sets being very powerful, yeah, that kind of falls apart. In the long past, back when high-ends were the king, back when a high-end obliterate or high-end glass build was the meta, and strikers and such was not what it is nowadays, these could be competitive against them. And honestly as well, these were easier to put together for a new player. That's why they would get recommended back in the day, because yeah, you had one stat less. The skill tier was always maxed out, effectively. You didn't need a full weapon damage there. And in comparison, you could get a build together that would be close enough to kind of the meta turret drone build. We're trying to get the meta high-end red, would usually take a little bit longer. But nowadays, with how powerful a lot of the gear sets have become, things like Coco, tipping skills of recent years, and of course strikers in general, yeah, they definitely can blow these out of the water, and these have definitely also no longer held up against them. I feel at some point it would be nice actually if the base damage of a turret and drone actually got increased to be kind of, they are still kind of in line with, if we're kind of looking at high-end builds, but yeah, not with strikers, and definitely not with chest strikers, or even, let's say, even on the par with OD, ongoing directive, which is trying to be a buff build. Overall, though, this is an easy enough build to put together and worth it for some people. So, for instance, I do know of someone that, for instance, has hand tremors. That means that their hands shake. They can't, for instance, yeah, play well with a mouse. They play, for instance, as well with a controller and such. And even then, they have a hard time keeping a good aim. A build like this, of course, can then rely on a certain drone and will get through content slower, but still, you know, for them, more consistently than trying to do so by them shooting or just relying on their shooting. But what we could do then is that, yeah, for instance, this one is very much set up as kind of a hybrid where we're taking some crit chances and crit damage that's feeding into the capacitor. We're taking glass as well. Glass will apply both to the capacitor and to our turret and drone. We're also taking combined arms, which does require us to hit enemies for it to trigger. So we need to be continuously shooting. We could make some other choices. So for instance, here, instead of the glass, we could take kinetic momentum. Instead of the combined arms, we would take a different backpack and then go with God damn it. I'm kind of caught on the coughing. Yeah, I'm not gonna redo that, but what I'm gonna do is we could make some other choices. So for instance, here, instead of, I'm completely blanking as well because of that on tech support. I was stuck on like test subject. I'm like, the glass, we could take kinetic momentum instead of the, yeah, I can cut it there. So where is this? 422. And at 422. Yeah, I just cut it up into two. Oh, yeah. And then, for instance, instead of this combined arms, we could, of course, take test subject. We could also go, for instance, yeah, not having all of this chance crit damage if we're not maining the gun, and for instance, having skill haste there, and then skill duration maybe even, so our skills stay out longer, or having some forms of regen going, as some people do prefer. Overall, though, yeah, I don't find myself using these kind of builds too often, and yeah, actually haven't pulled this one out on this character in quite a while, as I find myself using things like turret-drone hybrids much more consistently than this. Loadout save-wise, it is actually set up like this. Now, one of the choices we could often make here as well, and gets recommended quite often, is the waveform. I generally don't prefer the waveform, and that's because, to me, the turret is actually the much more potent piece here. And I don't want the bonus to kind of go to the drone, which will quite often be dead. The drone is kind of more of a distraction. It does deal a decent amount of damage, but it's basically doing 2/3 the damage that the turret does, and the turret can hit more consistently, especially if well placed. A drone is kind of more like a cat. You kind of trying to hurt it is not really going to work out with you. It has a mind of its own. The turret is more like a dog. It is somewhat loyal, but sometimes also doesn't listen as well. Now, in these cases, yeah, setting up the way that I am here, it is definitely a pretty active build, and that's also why, you know, when some people discuss these kind of builds and still talk about them as AFK builds, you can definitely set them up in that way, but they aren't inherently. In the end of the day, I'm trying to shoot just as much with this gun as any red build would, and then the turret and drone are extra things I have to deal with on top of that. And especially, they do benefit a little bit from micromanaging, as the drone will, after it's done with its target, come all the way back to you, and then maybe if something's shooting at you, go back out again if you just leave it be. If you catch it, that it killed the enemy, and then send it to the next target right away, yeah, that saves a lot of time in between and makes it much more effective. So actually actively playing definitely makes quite a difference, especially with these turret drone builds. Thing is, though, that nowadays, yeah, they aren't competitive anymore. We don't really have, outside of Eclipse, which is more a status effect side of things, especially turret and drones aren't that competitive against red builds. And even, for instance, on just solo play, for instance, I quite often find myself going to a tech tank much more than a turret drone hybrid. Mostly because, yeah, their damage output against gear sets isn't there, and there isn't a really powerful gear set, at least for the turret and drone. There are some for other things. That makes it so that, yeah, it isn't highly recommended, but it has its positions and situations that it can be useful, as we discussed, for instance, for players that, yeah, just don't have the aim. And, well, for instance, in the case of that friend with tremors, not due to not getting good, they just don't have the hand coordination, or, well, they don't have the hand stability to actually aim well. So that this still allows them for themselves to go around, get some levels, do some control points, play around, and still have some fun. So there is a place for them still, but less and less so nowadays. Situationally, you can get them. They are very easy to put together, of course. Now, in the case that we're going here with some red stats underneath it, now we will need to find them, especially, for instance, with skill damage pieces. They come with the skill tier anyway. All of these have been stayed like that. We are actually, because we're taking technician, we can flip one of the cores either to blue or to red. And that's kind of recommended. And then in this case, of course, I'm going red. And you can play around with it a little bit, but definitely don't expect too much. But they're also not horrendous. These can still go through missions, basically 20% maybe slower than just a red build would. Yeah. So that made it kind of likely 8 minutes combined. Which still makes it way too long, but it's fine. Yeah. On to the next 8. And now we're basically back to where we were. That was annoying with the... Actually, let me check as well. Although we didn't... It should be fine. After it's done with its target, come all out again if it killed the enemy, and a lot of time in between, and makes it much more effective with these sort of things. But I quite often find myself... That's fine. Actually, turning into sweaty boy. Be less shiny. Get some of that shine off me. Let's go over to this. So back to this. Let me catch up here for a second. Let's over 2 Brazos. With 2 Brazos, what you especially get is more cores. So if you want to go blue or more red cores, that's what it buys you, especially. Because you lose some skill damage in comparison. Is the thing. So that one's kind of more set up to just be full on with the turret and the drone. But honestly, as I was kind of saying there, I don't per se recommend that build really anymore. I would just go with one of the hybrids for myself, especially one of the turret hybrids, so that we bring in a gear set. Let's go into this 2.08. Oh, we didn't change apparel. And we go to 2.08, which is a Seeker spam build. Here we're using Hardwired 4 pieces for the gear set bonuses of it, which is that it can reset a skill. Now, actually, it reduces the cooldown by 30 seconds technically, but in our case, especially for the Seekers, the cooldown is below 30 seconds, so it just resets the skill. Here in this loadout, we're going with 4 pieces on the top, on the bottom, and then in the middle, we're sticking. We aren't going with a chest of Hardwired. We're going with a China Light here for explosive damage with glass, and then pairing it as well again with a BTSU Data Glove. As I was talking about the BTSU Data Glove in previous ones as well, we talked about the supercharge of it. Here again, we're using that for that same way, because of course this isn't per se a skill damage part. This is more of a healing part with its skill, haste, and repair skills here. But that overcharge for the team and for ourselves, that is very strong and kind of hard to beat, especially if we can kind of get it in there in a reasonable way, which we can here. Because what we're doing here, especially with the backpack, we have a 5-second timer on that 30-second reduction, meaning that when we toss out our Seekers, the first one goes out, it basically goes and hits enemies. Once it starts dissipating, we can, after that it's hit enemies, we toss out our Hive. That resets our Seeker again. Our Hive will start doing damage, of course. This is a Stinger Hive doing a decent amount of damage just by itself. we send out a second seeker. What we could do at that point as well, once this seeker, that second seeker hits, we can even overcharge and supercharge effectively with our Stinger Hive, helping our entire team as well, but also for ourselves, resetting this even without without the hardwired up, but giving it an overcharge as well, sending out an overcharged one. Within that time as well, we can send out, likely a few seconds later, after this one has hit enemies, we can send out our hive again, and even within that 15-second overcharge, we can likely get another seeker out, 2 overcharged seeker sets going out, and those can definitely hit the enemy pretty hard because they have pretty large radiuses. And after that, we're kind of on a rotation in the way that a lot of MMOs and such have, where, yeah, you have that damage rotation that you try to hit your talents in. It's basically, yeah, Seeker goes out, we wait a little bit, we either throw out our hive or deconstruct it. Once we're on cooldown for the BTSU, of course, it won't trigger another overcharge, but what it will do is actually trigger that reset on that Seeker. Meaning that we can spam the Seeker, that's where the name, of course, comes from. The big downside of Seekers is, of course, they don't have a large radius nowadays anymore. They used to be the big meta, actually, in year 1, way in the past. They aren't anymore, mostly because they don't track as well as they used to, and also the radiuses on them are quite reduced. Meaning that enemies generally jump out of them, but even when they do, so for instance, if I'm running this, I wouldn't run this solo. This is, again, one of those group support builds, kind of. Because of the BTSU as well, we can overcharge our allies and such, and then the Seeker can get enemies just out of cover. That's all by itself already valuable, because once they jump out of cover, they're in the floodlights for our allies to just burn them down. That by itself has value, and if they don't, then they get hit by this. Now, one way we can set this one up as well is actually, as I showed in the build showcase as we went over it, and one that I want to maybe revisit in the future, because definitely since then it has been changed, and yeah, that backpack especially went from 10 seconds to 5 seconds, but that has been a while ago, and this build has been the same for a long while. But yeah, we can also go, for instance, with repair skill here instead of skill haste, because we don't per se need that skill haste. It does help out a little bit to be more consistent, so we can get that under 30 seconds. But even without that, we can actually make it work pretty well. And then take repair skills and take a repair hive. And then, of course, we are healing and then dealing some damage with our seekers. That way as well, actually, it can be, for instance, a kind of healing damage hybrid that works out decently well. If we take it into the game, these are definitely easy pieces to get because, yeah, they come with a yellow core. We just put the skill damage next to them. Some of these mods, and then we have, of course, the BTSU gloves. The BTSU gloves, as we explained several times already, are in the general loot pool. So yeah, you can target loot for gloves. There are 5 gloves nowadays, so when you see an exotic, well, at least 2 of them are pretty good, the Overdogs and the BTSU. Some of the others, Bloody is okay. The other, well, Exodus is also okay. Only Rugged is really actually, yeah, not a prize, but... But yeah, you might not see the right one. The blueprint is, of course, also in the retaliation pool, so you can get it from there. This China Light chest, yeah, definitely not hard to get because it comes with a yellow core, so we just need one of the right stats, or preferably as well. You want to get both stats so we can have it be that we can set this talent to what we want, so we can retalent it as needed. But finding one with skill haste, skill damage wouldn't be too hard, and if you find one with glass cannon, you can just put the right stat there. Other talents we could take here is Overwatch if we don't want to be glass. Overwatch is, of course, also a group support, and as yeah, that'll apply to everybody as well. And with this build as well, we can be in cover pretty consistently because we're just going to go focus on tossing our skills out and stuff. We just take cover at the start of it and we can stay there. Shotguns here as well being used for that damage to armor again, and same is true for the capacitor, that they of course both have damage to armor. The explosive skills here do benefit from that damage to armor. They don't benefit from the damage to targets out of cover, but they do benefit from the damage to armor. So also once we toss these out, we want to actually be holding our guns so this damage to armor does apply to them when they hit the enemy. We are, of course, here not taking, for instance, Technician, even though we're not using the mortar, so we don't per se need Demolitionist, but Demolitionist, of course, has that extra explosive damage on it. And actually here as well, we can use it itself as well as a tool, of course, the multi-grenade launcher as a powerful tool that we're feeding a little bit of extra explosive damage into as well. In sync is one of my go-tos just because we can pop up and just hit it once on an enemy, trigger in sync before these hit. But of course, Capacitor has much more damage available to it with 60 skill damage. Overall, this is definitely one of those sleeper builds that I often as well forget about. One that I once in a while pull out and go like, oh yeah, this is actually pretty effective. But the thing is, of course, we kind of need our teammates to be there. And yeah, if we do have our teammates there, I find myself, I lean way more towards running an Eclipse, but sometimes just for variety, I do run this, and I never do badly. It never goes too bad, because we still have very powerful tools, especially for some of the DC missions that are a little bit more compact and stuff. This can do actually a lot of damage. And I definitely also want to revisit it maybe in the future with even just another build showcase on it, as we did one on it a long time ago, but stuff has changed, and also I feel definitely this is worthy of one that gets forgotten quite often, but actually quite recommended. All right, 727. Yeah. Nine. You know what, let's go be over here with the big bear in the background. I'll catch up on chat as it kind of in my own world there. I know, for those maybe coming in and such, I'm recording for a video, so that is what is happening here. Because I am certain wheels off. Yeah, oh, that as well, actually. I should have actually included that there. And hey there, hey there, Jack. Oh, yeah, doing pretty good. Hope everybody's enjoying their Tuesdays so far. Gonna run into some technical issues earlier on, so we're kind of re-recording and stuff, so definitely kind of going like, why did that have to happen? But it's fine. We're making strong headway. We're halfway there. Ooh, living on a prayer. Take my builds, you'll make it, I swear. But yeah, let's just keep chipping away. Want something? Yeah, maybe another energy drink. I take one. But yeah. Yeah, let's take it to Umbra. Beer? Oh no, that's just energy drink. It's just bullets. I actually don't drink alcohol really anymore. Not even for a real reason or something. I just kind of stopped drinking any alcohol like 2 years ago, and still kind of keeping it up. I don't think I've drunk like anything like in a year and a half once. Alcoholic wise, or alcohol containing. Yeah, let's go to Umbra 2.09. Yeah. And with 2.09, we come to a new addition to the build collection. One that I've been meaning to try out, and yeah, one of the ones that some of the PvP builds in the build collection, as some may have noticed, they had to make some space, and yeah, they had to go. They are in my stash still, and they are actually still shown on the build collection as stash builds, as starting with an S. And partially because I wanted to try out some builds. Of course, now several Cocos came in, several concentrated companies, but also one build that I wanted to have tried for quite a while is a combat medic centered around Umbra. Now, especially as well, Coco makes sense, of course, for combat medic style of build, but we have that one as well, and that will come up at character 4, where that one exists. But here, actually, I have taken, Umbra, we're taking it with yellow cores, so that we have here on the build itself 5 yellow cores. With Technician, we have 6, making it so that our Restorer Hive and, in this case, especially our Reinforcer Chem Launcher are both at skill tier 6, meaning that they can decently heal. because you don't need too much repair skill behind them for them to heal decently well, especially if you're teamed up with some red builds. And as we were kind of talking about when we were discussing the FI much earlier, in general play of heroics and such, while the full healer is definitely needed for things like raid and even incursion and such, this wouldn't have enough healing. For just general heroic play, they are a little bit too much healing and they don't actually have enough damage. Here I'm trying to do my own damage just so we can hit hard enough, especially with the capacitor that can do decent damage here. And yeah, alongside of that, we're doing a little bit of decent healing. It isn't as minimal as, for instance, the red FI or some of the red style builds like a red MA would have. But we still have the option, for instance, to mostly heal up on red build pretty easily with a chem or two, and yeah, a few charges would be enough to heal them back up from the hive. And again, here we have the BTSU available to us, so we can supercharge with that, resetting everybody's revive hives. If nothing else, for instance, that can be one of the stronger healing tools, actually. And then, of course, overcharging their other skills. And if they're running a pulse, for instance, yeah, that's overcharged now and applying a damage debuff. But even if they have a shield, for instance, that shield is invulnerable for the duration of the overcharge. And that can be really strong here. Of note here that we're going with a Fenris backpack now. Quite often we're used to, of course, seeing Cheska backpacks and such. Here we are using actually Fenris, and Fenris kind of comes up ahead on to Cheska, especially when Umbra is fully stacked. Because yeah, Umbra feeds into the crit chance, crit damage already, and because that is already heavily diluted because of Umbra, the Fenris actually works out to be mostly better, especially once we're in the higher stacks. But even at 0 stacks is a little bit ahead, even with grade 30. Because here as well, of course, we're giving up a lot of red cores, and then yeah, even though we're recouping a little bit onto with the capacitor, because the capacitor, of course, every yellow core is still 7.5 weapon damage for it. That's still quite a bit less weapon damage than, of course, one of those builds, or a full red build, where, yeah, Cheska can be competitive with the Fenris, but here the Fenris is definitely ahead, especially as well against Unit, because here as well, Unit would be competing against the 40% rate of fire we get at full stacks here as well. This Umbra Combat Medic is actually pretty competitive with, for instance, the Striker Combat Medic. The Striker Combat Medic works out to be a little bit more on its damage, especially for running Obliterate, but what I end up running on that one quite often is Overwatch, and that option kind of opens up with that one. The biggest difference actually with this one and other combat medics, as later on we'll see a Striker and we'll see a Concentrated Company, a Coco one, is that with the Umbra, we definitely want to take the chest. So our backpack actually becomes our optional talent. Here we can take Vigilance, but we can also take Safeguard. And especially with Safeguard, this can heal decently well, of course. We can keep ourselves at full health. I'll just be sitting in my hive most of the time. By keeping myself at full health, actually we can have 130 nowadays on Safeguard extra repair skill. And of course, a 6th tier plus that 130 means that actually this is, at that point, healing closer to basically a full healer than it is here. But of course, 25% total weapon damage, especially when it's not competing against anything else and is basically at that 25%. That's tasty too, of course, but definitely that option, we want to have it there. That's also why if we take it into the game, yeah, it is a free talentable backpack. I can change this between talents as I want to, and even, for instance, unlike here as well with Vigilance, yeah, we can take other talents like Safeguard there. And then, yeah, we do want to charge up our Umbra, of course, and when we do, we gain all of those bonuses there. And the idea with this one was always that, oh, if my allies get hit, I'll just get into cover, charge up my Umbra again, basically just get some stacks for that. While I'm doing that, I'll heal my ally, pull back out again, and I'll be at full damage again. Especially I find myself with the Striker one, for instance, quite often not being able to get to high stacks because I'm kind of focusing on trying to, send some chems everywhere, trying to keep my hive going and maybe even overcharging or supercharging and then getting a fresh hive out after and such. So you're doing a bunch of extra stuff, and that makes it kind of harder to get to 100 stacks, especially for maining the capacitor, because that's what we're doing, of course. I found actually Coco is really good for combat medics, as of course it aligns really well there. We can just mark some enemies, if they die to us or to our allies, we get some stacks out of them. And especially in group setting, we can get Coco kind of stacked up and we can kind of stay at stacks. And that's actually, honestly, the best combat medic, I would say now. But this Umbra, definitely a playstyle difference with them. And because of that, I enjoy it quite a lot, actually. And I enjoy combat medics in general. They work a little bit better in seasons with no regen, because especially offsetting no regen with some form of healing, which these can be, without giving up too much damage, because I can still deal a decent amount of damage on this, or the striker, or the combat, or the Coco combat medic. And we don't give up the full abilities of doing damage just to heal. We just heal enough to kind of offset no regen. Now, of course, from putting it together, all of these combat medics, and actually all of the hybrids with the gear sets, especially that are based on a red cord gear set, yeah, we need to find pieces that have already crit chance or crit damage on them so we can record them to that skill tier. That can be very expensive, making them not per se that friendly for newer players, because it'll always, for instance, here I have one piece that I did find with max crit damage, but the rest has some optimizations going and such, making it harder to farm and then also a little bit costly to get going. A Furnace backpack is, of course, not too hard to get, and the BTSU, again, available from targeted loot. Of note as well, actually, we should say the capacitor is also pretty easy to get, because the capacitor is available from the summit. Your very first one from the summit, you can get it for just doing 5 challenges, which could be just 10 minutes of work, effectively. That is actually not per character, as some other things are. It is once per account. So yeah, once you get one from there, yeah, be mindful of keeping it favorited and keeping it around, because yeah, it is a well worth using tool. One of the things as well that the combat medics have gained in recent times is actually going, for instance, just with the hive, I can also take smart cover alongside of it. And of course here, this is a 6-tier smart cover that we can even overcharge as well. That is actually a really strong tool and has made it so that I've been, leaning towards going combat medics quite often, much more often than in the past, especially for a season like this season where we have fragile armor instead of no regen, where, the healing doesn't help that much if people are still getting armor broken and getting those fragile armors on them. That, we can't do anything about that with this build. No regen is much more the modifier that we would want to go for, but I still find myself actually leaning quite a lot towards playing these builds. Mostly because as well, I enjoy playing them, and my teammates do enjoy it as well, as I can keep them healed, and they don't have to be, met packing themselves effectively. That, of course, will eat into their damage. Instead, we'll be healing them up and trying to keep them upright. And of course, overcharging here and there. These are actually very potent builds, and definitely as well, one that, not in the distant future, I want to revisit combat medics as a build showcase. This Umbra one isn't the highest recommended one. Yeah, as I said, I like the Coco one recently a lot, but definitely for its different playstyle, one that I've enjoyed, and I'm very happy to have added into the build collection. And there we go. 927. Actually, we're getting ramblier. Oh, that's fine. We're hitting all the points. We're hitting all the points. That I want to hit. Wait, let me, so let's go to this. Let's go to, let me catch up here for a second. I need a darkest, and thank you for the kind words. Needs more rambling. The item of the season, simply not selecting a modifier. The double active modifier. Oh, you mean the doubling? You just, if you have this active, you just go to this guy and unequip it. So you just do this. So that's empty. Let's go. should totally just go like, hey, don't make this. Bye. It's a bad build. Yeah. Last one you said. No, so yeah, it's everything. Everything always at once with that one. It's all of them. As long as you've recruited enough people. But yeah, you just need to recruit 10 of each. But yeah, you get all 3 bonuses always. So you get 15% with any of the guys out and 30% weapon damage and skill efficiency if the guy isn't dead. And also the hazard protection. Yeah, so I think we're, yeah. As we move to somewhat of a less recommended build, we'll start right away by kind of knocking it down. Red Patriot, as we have it here, with the backpack, and then Tinker and Equalizer. And I wouldn't recommend this build per se. It is actually in the recommended build list still, though, but it is as one of the buff builds. Of the 3 buff builds, there are really 3 good buff builds, and that is, one is Ongoing Directive. That is a very potent one. One is Redify, also a decently potent one. Then there is True Patriot in general, but Red Patriot if you were trying to make it do damage as well. And this one, it doesn't have that power. Now, I'm kind of fine with that, keeping some of those kind of builds in the collection. Mostly, well, things change. Umbra didn't used to be actually very competitive until, for instance, Project Resolve came along. Same is true for some other pieces. Some, especially weapons and such, have been going from, being from barely useful to the meta, and the other way around as well, for instance, with the MPXs and such, over a long enough timeline. So things do change, and yeah, definitely the devs at some point have said, we might look at True Patriot, but also, yeah, they might have already looked at True Patriot and gone like, yep, that's a True Patriot. And yeah, they have met the requirements. In this case, yeah, the True Patriot, especially, just its buffs, its debuffs and such are not strong enough. It isn't per se worth it to run this build. But if we're going to run it, actually, I would set it up like this, where we do take it as reds. Now, in the cases of this is a blue core gear set normally, and that means that, yeah, it is kind of harder to get with the red stats underneath it, making this actually a harder build to put together, and it's not per se worth it for the time investment. An Ongoing Directive, which is also a red core set, will be a much easier setup to get going, and of course, yeah, the ones that we have in the build collection are much more recommended. But if we're making one, and if we want to make one just for the pretty explosions, as yeah, definitely around the new year, I'll actually run this build around midnight on going into the new year. We'll just run this build just to make some explosions happen. Is that worthy of a whole build? Not per se, but Red Patriot has been in the build collection for always, effectively, because I've always had one just to mess around with and just to, know as well. Because a build, good or bad, you don't know until you've ran it, and I've done that with basically any gear set, and some of the ones you won't see actually in the collection, which would actually be more potent than this, like Virtuoso or Breaking Point. I found that, yeah, I didn't find any use per se for them, so we got rid of them at some point. Red Patriot has remained. Don't ask me why. I could not give you an honest answer. But mostly as well, in the same way as, for instance, that I have purple builds, yeah, I'm kind of okay with keeping this just for the pretty explosions. One thing that I definitely enjoy having on this is an LMG. We get, of course, that mag size increases, and then especially as well, here what I'm doing is taking Tinkerer and then a Killer plus Frenzy. Of course, we're kind of feeding at least into a talent that will be buffed a little bit by being that extra mag size. And that's kind of how I have ran this. I definitely wouldn't per se recommend it. It isn't enough of a good buffer, especially if compared to OD in just general play, but a little bit enjoyable for its usages. Now, yeah, again, it is a blue core set, so yeah, it is somewhat harder to farm up here as well. We are using the Tinkerer. The Tinkerer comes from the Master mission, or well, from the Climax mission, the Manager, which is the Potomac mission that you have to toggle to. On difficulties below Master, it has a chance to drop, and even at Master it has a chance to drop. But your first time clear on a character will guarantee getting the Tinkerer, and that's generally the way to get the Tinkerer. A little bit harder of a piece to get, but of course, yeah, we can go with other exotics as well. For putting the equalizer, we definitely don't want to use the chest at all for True Patriot. That time reduction is not worth a damage talent on the chest. It doesn't hit really hard, and yeah, if we kind of take it into the game, I haven't actually saved, as you see here, I haven't, this one could be saved maybe as a 5-piece, just so we can stick in overdogs. I haven't taken the time to farm that up. I am running it here actually, yeah, with a group of mask as well. That is just to carry this group of mask around in case I need it for other builds, and I do use it for some of the other builds. But yeah, we can either stick in a Coyote or a Tinkerer, and definitely the Tinkerer, yeah, kind of the go-to for it. Especially taking Frenzy might be the one redeeming factor here, especially with an M249 or a Mark 46. It does actually, as well for the MG5, make it so that we have a decent Frenzy, but there, of course, we could have Sleipnir, but for the M249, we do actually get a decently long Frenzy and a much more powerful Frenzy out of it, of course. Is that worth the investment? No, not at all. This isn't the build that is here to be highly recommended, and that's also not everything in the build collection. That's why the recommended build list exists. Those are definitely the higher recommendations. This one, though, just for the pretty explosions and just to play around with a different build, kind of, yeah, that's why it's here. And maybe in the future, it might become a little bit more competent. But yeah, I am not holding my breath. I'm, yeah, definitely just, we'll wait and see. It is basically, yeah, a build in the build collection. Don't per se make it, but also I'm not going to per se come and stop you from becoming a true patriot. Yeah. What comes next? Oh, yeah, actually, another lesser build, 2 in a row. Marshall. We go over here. Let me get you up here. Spreadsheet getting buffed. Who knows? They said so. At some point they would, but yeah. As I was kind of joking there, yeah. They said they would look at it. So maybe they did look at it and just go like, fuck this shit. I'm out. That's a valid thing after looking at it. It would not surprise me per se. But yeah, they haven't yet. But yeah, there's a lot of builds in the collection. So. The expansion. I mean, yes, but also fun is maybe not the right word for it. I'd rather be capable. Indeed. Well, basically, this is like no stars out of 10, out of 5. It's kind of one of the things. That's coming for Tinker OD. It depends, especially in a group setting. If you set it up with low crit and you still get the kills, the Vindictive, and then of course as well Frenzy. But Pressure Point is just a consistent one. So. I mean, yeah, it works out. Like you can get through heroic content with it, but yeah, it's compared to ongoing directive, it's like I could not think of a situation where I would, without just wanting to just have like explosions happen, choose OD or choose True Patriot over OD. And then if there's already an OD, I'd much rather benefit from them by just being on a much more powerful build. Yeah, no, but some implies that there was like a few. I want to imply that there are no stars. Stars are lost. Yeah. And then so we're going to join OD build. Where did? Well, no, that's I mean, it's still with the dual talents, because I would say dual talent, like even pressure point, just from a consistency standpoint, works out. You know, overdogs will be a little bit ahead in a lot of content, but also, yeah, especially as well on OD, it hurts so much already on Warhounds and stuff. To lose some of those bonuses, at least you can have a chance with that to, for instance, like sticky them with the EMP sticky or something and still have a bonus. Oh, Cities plus Killer. I would definitely go pressure point over Killer. Killer is like 19-20% on that. Pressure point isn't always on 15%, if nothing else. But yeah, Vindictive, especially if you kind of leave some crit chance for it, can be like 20% as well. I would definitely go with that over it. And then, yeah, Frenzy is, of course, always an option. Like, Frenzy is truly powerful. As well as strength indeed. Except they're named, so haha, you can't. Yeah, let's go to this thing. And yeah, we'll go on to 2.11, where there is another build here following up that last true patriot, that red patriot that we saw a second ago, that we kind of basically, yeah, gave the faintest of praise, basically killed it with faint praise. Here's another build that's gonna get somewhat the same treatment. Aces is not powerful enough to be really recommended. Now, they made it so that it could apply to rifles, and actually I did swap it first out to some rifle builds and play around with that, but actually in kind of doing my due diligence and pushing some of the numbers, quickly realized that, yeah, if we're looking at rifles, which already aren't per se that potent, yeah, things like Umbra, things like ongoing directive, or even just sticking them on a high end. High end is kind of competitive with this, and ongoing directive is a little bit ahead. And then, for instance, especially with Sadist, and then pushing it forward to an Umbra, that's way ahead. Now as well, we have a concentrated company nowadays, which can be a rifle build if you want to run rifles. Thing is, rifles are not competitive at all with the other weapons. Mostly that comes down to that 17% that they have as their secondary stat. When we have SMGs with 21 crit chance versus 17 crit damage on the rifles, yeah, that doesn't work out. Because actually on the burst and such, the burst and the sustain, they are pretty balanced in between. And it seems to just be an oversight of just that second stat really not being potent enough. So what I did with that Aces actually after a while is take it back to a focus variant. And then especially once the hand basket came in, run it with the hand basket as a focus weapon. And I've been a few times considering actually getting rid of this build to make a spot. As we discussed, we got, for instance, rid of some PvP builds. Why didn't I get rid of this instead if I'm, killing it with faint praise effectively? Because I kind of enjoy it in the same way that, yeah, that Wraith Patriot has survived for quite a while, mostly because, yeah, pretty explosions, kabooms. I enjoy those. I enjoy the playstyle of this, and especially since the handbasket came in, trying to play basically trying to hit heads, but not per se running a headhunter variant, because that's of course the thing. We could run something headhuntery that would be a lot more effective, especially with determined and such. But what I enjoy here is actually, yeah, we can, for instance, run it with determined, but what we especially run it with is actually running it with things like a ranger instead. And I should definitely augment this build picture to include that in. Actually, you know what? How did I leave determined there? Because we grabbed the grade 30 one from the stash, which has determined. Let's augment this because, yeah, the whole point of this is that I'm not running determined. Or of this build for me. I know we just need to swap out talents. The big scope. Oh yeah, we don't. Yeah, we just swap this out and this out. That's what I get for not paying attention. God damn it. Might as well get the other. Oh shit, that's on character 2 still, or character 1, isn't it? Or is it here? Nope. I blind. No, it will be down here. But wait, where's the... Although I think I got rid of that one, right? We need to go to character 1 for a second. So I should go back here and catch up. Oh, missing, but enter the matchmaker call for backup. Yeah, it's the thing is, especially those master missions and stuff, like they're a little bit harder. I'm looking forward to like starting in the new year. We might do some community runs and stuff. Again, but yeah, you could try LFGing for some, because sometimes, yeah, similar-minded people, you'll run into them. So for instance, in the official Discord or in the community or in the Reddit Discord, you can LFG and go like, hey, who wants to do the Tinker mission with me? You can also just do it on heroic several times and try to get lucky. Is also an option. The heroic one on that one is a little bit more doable. And also on that one, you can matchmake and you'll likely get some people, because, yeah, on the other one, you need people matchmaking on legendary. On that one, not. Yeah. I just need that weapon, because if we're doing that build picture of it, we might as well. Some as well, actually, we because we definitely on that build picture, we do have the range thing of it, and we definitely had the ranger on it, but likely we changed it to ranger and then back to determined for other build pictures. But then I didn't make the build picture with ranger. It's kind of them. 11. Let's just get her done. Kind of like, do I maybe just do the rest tomorrow, but let's just get her done. And also tomorrow I can edit it together and stuff. All that for a weapon and all that for a talent. Yeah, I do need this to be a ranger, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Determined doesn't make sense there anyway, because this doesn't hit the term, like, unless it's reanimated, this doesn't hit determined numbers enough. But also the whole point of this build is continuous fire, not per se trying to get headhunter going. That's actually the thing I enjoy about it. The headhunting, or it's a build where we headshot, but it's not about, you know, it's a shooby build. Definitely. It goes back in the stash before we run into the same exact issue. Why do I have it saved this way? What? Such a weird. That was weird. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go back here. Let me get you one more time. No, this will be up in a few days, though. Because today the part 1 went up, the one we did yesterday. This one I'm recording already, but this will go up like in 2 days or something. Or, well, actually, so it's not tomorrow, but the day after, most likely. Oh, or after that. So, yeah, Thursday. And then, yeah, another 3 to go afterwards, even. So, there will be plenty. And yeah, let me catch up. Oh, is a weak instead of the second honey. High-end refractored build. No, not really. The bonus is just like, unless it's a coordinated team, it just doesn't have the uptime. Because if you're doing it with your skills, it's not enough. But then, yeah, if you're with teammates near you, but trying to stay near teammates is kind of painful. I'd much rather just have kinetic momentum or glass or Overwatch, for instance. Overwatch can be a decent damage bonus. Especially on that build, because the regen is also kind of the good part of Beacon, I would say. But with Refactor, you already have the healing from that. And thank you so much for the kind words there, Fishy. Plus 2 headshot with aces. That's not what we're going on for here at all. And also, yeah, nowadays, setup wise, if you even want to go Ninja Bike, which I don't, Vigilance is way too powerful for headhunters. You go 1 piece hotshot, 1 piece aces, 1 piece breaking point, and then Habsburg and Raleigh. That's the good. Oh, right, chain killer actually usually. You can go either way. Kind of depends which one you want. But yeah, Ninja Bike isn't worth using the second you kind of want to hit hard, which is what these builds are trying to do. They're trying to hit hard. At least as hard as they can. Because Ace is not great for hitting hard, actually. But this still hits harder than trying to Ninja Bike it just because of Vigilance. That means that 25% total weapon damage is a lot, even if it's an next to focus. Yeah, I got rid of that part, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, so all that was just to get that fixed up. Yeah, let's go. 211. And we'll go to 211, which is another build which will kind of, yeah, we'll put some faint praise on it, and yeah, we'll damn it with some faint praise. Kind of like the Red Patriot. In the case of the Red Patriot, I kind of like the explosions, so that's why it's in the collection, and yeah, it has survived quite a lot over time of just, yeah, choosing other builds to be deleted. Same holds true actually for this one, which is Aces. Now, of course, a while back, a long while back at least, they changed it so that Aces did apply to rifles, and yeah, I definitely at that point did make a rifle build out of this Aces one. Going more the crit chance, crit damage route, going with, for instance, glass and sacrifice. But actually doing my due diligence and kind of looking at the numbers just don't make sense. Aces by itself is still way too weak overall, as it has a lot of competition. So, for instance, Umbra can make a much better rifle build than Aces can, really. Same is true for Breaking Point being basically pretty bad. It turns out that, for instance, also the newly introduced Coco is a much better build for if you really want to run rifles. That would be much more the way to go. And a lot of that comes down to that second stat on rifles being 17% crit damage when we have 21% on SMGs. Yeah, when usually crit damage is double the crit chance value. Now, in the case of rifles and such, they are actually balanced somewhat around their burst DPS and their sustained DPS with some of the other classes, especially considering that they have a much higher optimal range. But yeah, that second stat really does hold them back. And yeah, if that was 42 to be equivalent to crit damage, but yeah, that would be quite a big buff to it, or just something else that would help out at least a little bit. So what I then decided is, yeah, we're not going that rifle route. I was actually thinking about getting rid of it, but then actually I tried it out here the way I have it set up here with focus, vigilance, and then actually especially the hand basket. So the hand basket is a slower firing SVD, of course. It is one of the seasonal items, so gettable from there. And especially here, trying to do focus things. So we're not trying to do headhunter things the way that we normally do, for instance, with hotshot or such. We're just trying to get continuous fire out and basically try to fire this thing at its RPM and try to keep focus up and try to hit as many headshots, especially as we can. As yeah, the build is definitely set up with all headshots all around with some weapon handling stats here and there. Here, of course, as well, with the gift, which is a DZ/PvP item, it is sometimes available. So, for instance, actually, recently we saw one that would work for this build on the countdown vendors and such. And of course, with the amount of named caches we get nowadays, I would actually take to maybe start naming those kind of items named cache items, as yeah, they are just in a more limited pool. They don't drop just in general loot pool. That's actually more the issue there. So they can drop, for instance, yeah, in DZ or in conflict, but yeah, the named caches are usually where people get them. That is a somewhat harder piece to get, but of course this could just be a provenance piece, or the second piece, Araldi, which would be the same bonus of headshot damage as well. The pristine example is, of course, yeah, if we're going to run focus, and this is actually what this build is set up around, we are trying to get focus going, and focus kind of makes up for a lot of damage, the damaging discrepancies that we have here. Aces actually doesn't fill in that much here. And actually, if I were to consider maybe even making this, yeah, with even, for instance, Umbra, and I've actually toyed with that idea, taking Umbra, but then the thing is with Umbra, we especially do want the chest, and yeah, that wouldn't work with this focus one. But from a damage numbers perspective, that kind of lines up actually with this. And then, yeah, we could play around with a much more faster firing hand basket, and that could be interesting as well. And I do want to try that. But this Aces, I do enjoy enough to keep around, even though I don't think it's a good build. This is definitely a C-lister, and yeah, one that I do enjoy a little bit just for its different playstyle. Because yeah, we are trying to hit headshots, but we're not trying to do the headhunter thing of just trying to hit headshots, for instance, just one by one and aiming too long and such. We're just continuously firing out and trying to hit as many headshots as we can. That's also why we're going here with a Ranger, and then also we have Dread Edict as a secondary weapon. Dread Edict actually works decently well here if you can get some decent headshots going. And it is a skill unto itself, and I quite enjoy actually this build. That's why it has survived several times. If we take it into the game, it is actually saved as listed there, of course. Now, again, here, I'll point out that most of the time on the characters themselves, I actually don't have graded weapons. The graded weapons, mostly for me, live in my stash. I'll go and grab them if we really need them, or if the going gets stuff, or if we're doing some harder content or such. If I'm going to a raid, yeah, I'll go and grab my Lexington, my graded Lexington. But for general play, I find myself, it's fine without. Here as well, as a gear set, this is of course all red pieces, so it is pretty easy to get together. We just find the pieces, put some headshot there, put some headshot mods in. The pristine example is pretty easy to get. A gift, a little bit harder, but this could be replaced with, yeah, a second piece Araldi, which would be, of course, the very same headshot bonus. You could also try to, if you really like this build, maybe try to go for 2-piece Habsburg, but actually that wouldn't gain too much over this one, especially here where the weapon damage is not feeding into Headhunter. Of course, we could make a Headhunter version of this, but I kind of like this as a shooty build. This is kind of a headhunty shooty build, and that makes it, or well, we're not headhunting, we're just, you know, we're still trying to hit heads, but we're just trying to do so at a decent fire rate. Definitely not one that I would just outright recommend. This one also is not making it onto the recommended build list at all, but one that I've enjoyed through time. And yeah, if you're kind of looking for something different, but yeah, you definitely should have much more competent builds first. Don't make this like your first red or something. But if you're looking for something different, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, let me catch up here. Oh, it'll be kind of different. Yeah. What's enough for every character. The only one that's once per account is capacitor. All of the climax items and stuff are all per character. No Trumbo, Armor Agent, they seem to, yeah. They, at least the shock and the foam and stuff seems to apply to us, so I'm gonna guess the damage will as well. They do seem to actually be able to, yeah, if they shoot and they're kind of shooting through you, they seem to be able to damage you. The companions, which, not great. Not a great choice. Yeah, let's shift apparel. So actually I did all of the builds ones, right? Yeah. At least there are links, yeah. So 212. So we go to City Red. Why did this go black? Oh, because we went to apparel. Oh, yeah. Well, let's keep going with this one. Should receive it. Yeah, that was weird in your case. You were eligible, right? You had done it on heroic and stuff, or like below difficulty before that. Because that was the only thing I was kind of unsure of. That might have caused it in some way. But yeah, the first clear on Master should have given it. But also eligibility would matter, but then... Actually, yeah, you said you did, right? Actually, so unsure what happened there, but... Yeah, unsure what happened in your case. Because I definitely, on other characters and stuff, because I've done that, for instance, yeah, this season with, like, some of the, like, third account characters and stuff. We did them off after the season. And in those cases, it worked. Yeah. So, yeah. Let's go into this. One thing you can do as well, you can do it on heroic. And just do it several times and hope for the best. It's also always an option. But even that heroic boss fight, you want to do in a group. It's so much easier in a group because it's one sniper, so she can really only shoot one person at a time. If you're the only one, it's very easy to shoot you. I should get you fully here. Nipat's Terminal, I will never use Terminal with Headhunter. I will refuse. I'm okay putting overdogs in the corner here even, but Terminal is completely like, I understand, yes. I wouldn't do it with this build, actually. You would want you would want a little bit more than this. Because yeah, you would want marksman rifle, but yeah, I'm never gonna put a Terminal there. I consider that completely a broken thing. And something that, like, as far as determined as I'm kind of fine with, but thermal is way too far. All overdogs is actually too far, I feel, man. But yeah, they don't seem to want to fix it. Yeah, let's go. 212. And coming to 212, we have a rifle headhunter. Here we're going with 3 pieces of breaking point. We're not using the actual gear set of breaking point. Now, normally, quite often, we don't recommend going below the 4 pieces because for most gear sets, yeah, you want to get the full bonus, and it isn't generally worth it to do it like this. In this case, breaking points 4-piece isn't worth it at all, per se, for the headhunting. It does have enough bonuses that we do want to use it, in this case, for instance, with its 3-piece bonus, where we get the rifle damage, and then also, for instance, some of the headshot on that 3-piece, actually. Yeah, they're right. Yeah. My brain there went like the 3 pieces, the rifle, but it isn't. The 2 pieces, the rifle. It's also why we can't stick in the overnights. Okay, let's make sure. Let's try again. And moving on to 2.12, we have a rifle headhunter here with the 1886 with 3-piece breaking point, 2-piece via, 1-piece fox's prayer. And this is set up then with, 3 pieces of breaking point. We're not taking the full set. We're just taking it for the bonuses that it has. Generally, we would, especially on, for instance, non-headhunting builds, you would effectively never make this choice. On several headhunters, you can. Mostly because the weapon damage is well worth it. Now, in this case, the weapon damage is on the 2 pieces of breaking point, so that 3rd piece giving us headshot, that is still more than we can really get out of any other piece, so we'll take it there. Thing is, especially with headhunting, is that we mostly take headshot stats. The other one going into weapon handling isn't adding to our damage. It does help out, of course, for our reload, for our handling of our weapon, but especially just seeing as we need 1 stat, some of the gear sets we can kind of use in these 3 pieces. Same is true, for instance, with hotshot. We can actually 3-piece the hotshot, for instance, again, as well. There, bring in the fox's prayer. One thing we can do as well, although I'm not a big fan of it, and I think I still consider it actually kind of broken, but Overdogs has been here for a whole season and has been broken for a whole season with it. It feeds into the headhunter stack. It seems to, it definitely, if you're shooting the right type of target, it double dips into it and makes it so that you can hit a lot harder. And especially against that 3rd piece, definitely it's a lot higher than it, because especially the 2 piece of the breakpoint is where we get the rifle damage. So we definitely want that, but the 3rd piece is kind of more optional. I don't per se consider it kosher, and I haven't taken it to here. I'm kind of fine with the 2 piece that we have here, or with the damage as we have here with the 3 pieces. And then, we have, of course, Headhunter, Vigilance. That's what we're going for. And that makes it a standard style of headhunting, except we're doing it with a rifle. The real benefit of the 1886 and using this rifle, this is much more handleable than some of the MMRs. The MMRs take some time when you're, for instance, running around and such to get accurate and such. They are a little bit more clunky, of course. The 1886 feels a lot more like a pistol and gives you much more the vibe of a pistol headhunter with a little bit more range, actually. We don't have a ton of optimal range on it because actually, the full range on the rifle is actually not that long on the 1886, but it still works out. And on the first shot, it can't, for instance, start on an with that 1886, it can't start on a purple. It needs to start on a red, but the second shot onward, it can, of course, go to an elite here even. Now, this is a full red build, so we're going all the red cores, of course. We can take a rifle as well. That's one of the nice things with, we can, man, I'm fumbling so many words. Let's try that again. You can't take a rifle. No, you can take a shield with it. What else? I fumbled 1,000 words before that. Let's just take a sip of an energy drink and go again. Oh, and thank you so much there, Ed, for keeping that sub going. As always, much appreciated. And 9 months already. Yeah, thank you again. Let's jump in right again. It's still fresh in our head. Let's get it done. We're on 12. We have a few to go. Let's get her done. And moving on here to 2.12, where we have ourselves a rifle headhunter, a determined style here, or at least we can go with determined. We can, of course, go with different talents here as well. 1886 as the main weapon here, especially for me, but we can also go Diamondback. 3 pieces of breaking point, so we aren't taking the full breaking point set. We're just taking it for that weapon damage that it has, and then also the 3rd piece then can be some of the headshot. 2 pieces via, pieces of fox's prayer. Of course, the thing is, with headhunting builds, we're mostly going for especially stacking weapon damage. That is, of course, what scales up the headhunting by a lot. Total weapon damage as well. That's why we do have, for instance, the backpack here. Detox can help us a lot as well with the first shot. In this case, of course, we are taking a lot of headshot, and because of that, we can actually make do with the 1 stat that we get from gear sets. Now, in the case here, this provides us more stats than any other choices we can make with when it comes to for the rifle with this, especially the 2-piece of this breaking point. Now, for the longest time, well, since its introduction last season, Overdogs, yeah, does work with Headhunter, actually increases it by a little bit too much. I consider it effectively broken. But I've included it here as an option because, yeah, we can swap out that glove, and the Overdogs, especially for hitting the right kind of target, can make it so we can even start on a purple, which normally, as it is set up now, this build cannot do, at least not with Determined there. And of course, once we headshot, in this case, a red to start off with, or we two-shot a purple, we can move on to an elite, because yeah, here, at least for solo scaling, an elite is around 10 million, a little bit below. So from there on, we can actually, yeah, hit basically elites and above. And because of that, we can just body shot continuously and then just, yeah, do the determined thing. One of the nice things with rifles is that rifles, unlike MMRs, are a lot more handleable, making it so that, you know, when you're running and you come to a stop, an MMR will take quite a long time to become accurate, a rifle much less so. They are a lot more snappy in play, and especially as well, if you're moving a little bit and such, they don't lose accuracy as much as MMRs do. Another thing is as well, we can use shields with them, Crusader shields, and that'll come into play actually with the next build a lot more than here. But here, just having that little buffer of a shield is actually one of the better choices we can make here. If we take it into the game, it is actually exactly saved as that. I do, of course, have an Overdogs we can stick into here. The Overdogs, even though it doesn't come with headshot and such, of course, if we're hitting the right target, those bonuses we get to that is a lot, and also it seems to be double dipping into the Headhunter. And of course, yeah, Fox's Prayer for that rifle damage, and then the detox that we get, we can put headshots alongside of it. We take a little bit of weapon handling that does help us out just with the handling of the weapon and also the reload. And yeah, Vigilance and Headhunter here together, of course. The 2 pieces via getting us some magazine size and that rifle damage, making it so that, yeah, we actually have a 9-shot 1886. The optimal range on these is definitely a lot lower than, for instance, MMRs, but nowadays it is 35 meters, and that works out to be more than enough, especially because we can't even have a scope on here, of course. Now, I do enjoy this build. I'm not per se much for headhunting, but this definitely gives a playstyle that is kind of in between going full MMR and definitely in between that and the pistol headhunters in, for instance, Headhunter's Fury or the high end. Making for a little bit more damage, still pretty snappy, not as snappy as, for instance, the pistols. The pistol ones as well can take, for instance, the Bulwark, which is a much more powerful shield even at 0 tiers. But the rifles as well actually can, for instance, get ammo from a sharpshooter. And that's, of course, one of the things with headhunting builds. They are especially good for dealing with the ammo directives because they don't use up that much ammo. And also, of course, with rifles and MMRs, we can generate some ammo through sharpshooter. Making this, for instance, a build that, yeah, you can consider for a 5 directive work. And that's generally when I will pull this out. It, of course, with Determined can just be an easy way to deal through activities. I wouldn't per se take this against control points there. I prefer hotshots a lot more, MMRs and such. We can have a little bit more distance and such, and that can be our safety. This can be much more for activities, and I do enjoy the snappiness of its play. Overall, a build that is pretty easy to put together because also all of these pieces come with red cores, and yeah, we just find, especially on the gear sets, of course, we just want, yeah, high enough weapon damage. We'll put the headshot there. The pieces for the chest and the backpack, I would consider making them free talentable, but you don't per se need to. So if you get one, for instance, that has one of the 2 stats here and Headhunter, you could put the other stat there. They will, of course, need a little bit of loving, usually with optimization, but not a too expensive or too hard of a build to put together. This one, especially if you do enjoy headhunting, is definitely one worth considering if you haven't yet. It can work out pretty well to be in that middle ground between MMRs and between pistol headhunters. Worth considering, definitely. 530, which, yeah, for just a simple headhunter is perfectly fine. Because, yeah, we're about to have a much more complex headhunter. We move our apparel one up. We move our build one up. This is 13. I forgot I had this on this. Get down there, dumbass. So there we have that. We have the big green guy. Yeah, let me catch up here for a little bit. Wait. That can't be. I don't know. Oh, even just, yeah, it's, well, I mean, well, for it to be New Year's Eve, I feel you need to reach the eve though, right? Because it is the last day of the year now, but yeah, I feel it's a little bit early to, because yeah, we're in the same time zone actually. It's amazing. Easy 30. Oh yeah, that's kind of the point of it, to help out with that. Although, well, easy is still, unless you've farmed up a bajillion watch points, it'll still be a grand limit. It's just 3 times as fast. Fast for the 4-piece PVE, give more damage? No, because the breaking point, you wouldn't even be able to really use it there with the headhunting. Breaking points works completely off in its own world, because also, what is even the bonus on breaking point? Is it weapon damage? Yeah, because you get some weapon damage there, but yeah, you would never want to do that, because up to the point where you actually hit that reload and you get hits, you might get, the point of that build is you get, like, you know, if it's 10 enemies there, you're trying to get 10 hits. That's about it. So, especially with that, I don't think you want consistency and upfront damage. And also, just breaking point by itself is not worth running at all as a set, just because of the way that it works. You have to charge up for way too long, and then your bonus is way too short. And yeah, with another build like that, by the time you even have a few stacks, especially with the 1886 as well, it's stacks per shot, basically, so that has way too small of a magazine for that. But also, by the time you get some stacks going, you already should have cleared out whatever the hell you're clearing at. So, on that one. Yeah. This thing. Yeah, let's just get going. 30. And we come to 2.13, another rifle headhunter, but somewhat different, quite different. As yeah, on the last one, we saw one that was set up for all-out damage effectively. This one is actually a headhunter tech tank hybrid. And what this is trying to do is, for those familiar with the tech tanks, where we try to get a 6-tier shield and we try to have it be healed by an artificer, here a 3-tier artificer, even one more than generally. That's kind of the idea behind the tech tanks, and that's usually done through technician, memento, several blue cores, or in this case, some skill tiers through brazos as well. An artificer hive healing that shield, and the artificer hive will heal the shield every 10 seconds, regardless of if it has charges or if you deploy it or such. And then the rest of the build, as with most of the tech tanks, is kind of set up towards damage, but we're trying to do headhunting here. Now, what that means is actually, with the 1886, with the memento charged up as the numbers that we have here, we can basically, we're a little bit above a red, even without the memento charged up. We're a little bit above a purple on the second shot, even with the memento charged up there. And our third shot and onward, those can be elites. So what this means with this build, we have to start on a red, or we 2-shot a purple. The second shot can be a red or a purple. And from there on, we can actually headshot elites. Now, you might consider with that other one, we could, of course, just start on a red. The second shot onwards could be a elite and such. So why would we make this choice? Yeah, the choice is, of course, in that tech tank part. We can have a shield that is pretty powerful, so we can just hide behind that. We don't need to go and hide or just be, behind cover or such. We're just out in the open with our shield out and just letting that take the hits. And we have more than enough time to especially also get really close to the enemy, making it much more easy to hit some headshots if we weren't going, for instance, with Determined. Of course, here we are going with Determined, but actually I like running this build quite a lot as well with this Diamondback. Mostly because, yeah, we do have the survivability to get close to enemies, and then it's pretty easy to, the bigger you make their head, basically, the easier it is to hit. An enemy that is really far away, yeah, it's even hard to hit them in the body. But if you're just basically making the barrel touch their head, yeah, it's kind of hard to miss. Now, overall, this was kind of an idea, and this was made possible, and this came in ages ago into the build collection. And I've done a build showcase on this build as well. And its a sister build, which we'll see much later in the build collection, which is one with a ninja bike and a slightly different setup. But yeah, the headhunter tech tanks have actually been definitely one that I've enjoyed quite often, and especially just for doing activities, because yeah, we wouldn't want to take this up against a control point or such, because we never also get enough damage to, for instance, deal with a named. It just, that's a 20 million, even on solo scaling, and we don't reach up there, at least not with our 1886. The Diamondback can reach that point. But what we of course have is, yeah, the tech tank side of things coming in as well. And this was made possible when Zvia came in, Zviadovska, and that made it so that we had another really good bonus for rifles, and that made this possible. And of course, yeah, we're taking in Picaros and another piece of Brazos. That's for the skill tier that we get out of that. That actually is because especially as well, with the Picaros, we can get some weapon damage there. And this opens up, of course, another core for us. Because, yeah, we do want to keep it that we are tanky enough that we have that 6-tier shield. Because, of course, yeah, we could give up some of these blue cores as well if we wanted to. But, yeah, I really like having that very potent shield. This, especially with reanimated, is, yeah, more than enough. And actually, with we don't even need an 1886 when reanimated stuff. I quite often run this with a Mark 17 when reanimated stuff. And I have the tankiness of a tech tank, mostly. And then even, yeah, the killing power of Headhunter and Determined going around with the Mark 17 that can basically start on a red as well. That is, of course, yeah, when reanimated is up, and reanimated, yeah, you could run anything basically for that. If we take it into the game, we have it, yeah, saved as is there. I'm actually here using this second slot to carry around a different weapon, an M16, just for playing around with some of the other builds with some of those weapons. The Diamondback is definitely in my inventory, of course, and it's even saved with that other headhunting build that we saw a second ago. One of the things that I have, which is the other version of this similar build, is that we can go Ninja Bike, and this is one of the few Ninja Bikes that are in the collection. I really have 2 Ninja Bike builds in the collection, at least from PVE end of things. We do have a few PvP ones. And that's also why I have this headshot one in here, and then actually I have the Overlord piece to match up the other build in the collection, which is on character 5, which is laid out like this. So we're taking there 2 pieces of Overlord, 2 pieces of Zvia, and then together with that Brazos single piece, which now of course becomes basically a 3-piece Overlord, 3-piece Zvia, 2-piece Brazos. We lose a little bit of tankiness on our shield, of course, because yeah, we don't have that memento skill efficiency going in when we charge it up, but this one doesn't need to charge up. And then also we can actually fast travel to safe houses and such. And especially what this version, the Ninja Bike version, has, and the reason I do keep that one, and I do like the Ninja Bike version, with some of the headhunting things, we can go that route. This by itself always has 121% reload speed. So we basically have the old fast stands, because actually new fast stands is nowadays 90%, even if you have full stacks. We have old fast stands on our weapon at all time, because yeah, we get both of the 3-piece bonuses of Zvia and the Overlord, which is both 30% weapon handling. So yeah, we're feeding a lot of weapon handling in here, and that does make the weapon feel really good, because we can even when moving and running around, we can really snapshot it. And yeah, this makes it that the reload as well is of course a lot easier to deal with. I do like both versions, and yeah, and I do like giving myself the option to go to this version, especially as well, the Ninja Bike version. On this character, we're presenting it as the Memento version, but yeah, that other one being on a different account, of course, yeah, I kind of want to have that option here. And it's just basically swapping out those 2 pieces, of course. Overall, it is one that I enjoy quite a lot. It is a little bit harder of a one to get together, although actually the way that we're setting up this one, it's not that hard. If we go back to the build picture here, yeah, we're actually keeping Brazos pieces with the blue core. They come with the blue core, of course, meaning that, yeah, we don't have to really record them or anything, even though that in this case I actually do have a record piece, but I've just chosen to do so. It wouldn't need to be that piece being record. That comes with a blue core already. We would just need either headshot or weapon handling there and getting the rest of it. The Sevilla pieces and the Eagle's Grass that we have here, we can just, farm up together with the Fox's Prayer. Nothing too hard. The Memento wouldn't be too hard to get either. That one, again, as well, is in the Retaliation blueprint pool, and also, just in backpack targeted loot. The 1886, actually quite often trying to find a specific weapon sometimes can take a while. We would want it to be with Detox so we can free talent it, because I do want to play around with this talent quite often. Especially, I've tried as well running around with, for instance, with the Ninja Bike version where we don't have the regen, running, for instance, it with Preservation instead of Determined, and then just trying to hit the heads by myself. Overall, a build that I quite enjoy, and when we kind of invested the time to get these up and going, when Sevilla got introduced many seasons ago, we did the build showcase on it, and definitely still I find myself grabbing these, especially when Reanimated comes in. This is one of my go-tos for it, as it has a lot of survivability and a lot of comfort, and we don't need really hard-hitting firepower, but you could get by with a lot of builds during Reanimated. But I still enjoyed as well, just for running around and getting, for instance, 5 directives. With this rifle, we can, even though we don't have, for instance, sharpshooter here, I just go and get a few pistol kills in, or just weaken enemies and then hit them with a pistol. With rifles, with that first pickup, I pick up around 100 rounds. That's going to last me for several events or several activities and such. So that will be enough for me to kind of do my thing. And we can always also go for special ammo and pick that up. One that I definitely can recommend if you find yourself in need for the style of build that this is. I do enjoy it just for its comfort. And then, we do have to kind of be concerning ourselves that we do hit the right target, starting on a red. The second shot can be a red or purple, and then you can move up from there. That is its biggest downsides, but then we trade that damage side in for some survivability. And because of that, I do enjoy these quite a lot. Off we go. 926, which, this is a build with multiple variants and stuff, so. It's gonna be over there. Oh, 12, 14. Okay, negotiator tech tank. Loaded apparel 14. Carrots. Should I just stand there? Stand there. So that's that one in the bag. 3 more. Let's get her then. Let me get you up here for a second.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Why have we received an agent? Indeed. Let's finish these up. That way I'll feel a lot better when... Was that just somebody in here? Or was that someone from my friends list? Let me catch up here. Proficiency during the event. It kind of depends where you're at in the proficiency farm. Especially if you are pretty low on it still, it's especially countdowns and retaliations with targeted set to, like, if most of your SMGs or most of your ARs aren't proficient, you just go and do like a countdown, loot up all of those things, donate them all. Until most of your rifles are, proficient, you move on to ARs and then do the same and then donate. If you're a little bit deeper, and then while you're running, especially do some of the items that are harder to get, some of the exotics, some of the skills and such, some of maybe if you have DZ item gears and such, you can run those during countdown. Blacklist is on the skill build thoughts. Not worth the the juice is not worth the squeeze. Because the blacklister is not transitive to your skills, but what ends up happening is quite often as well with the timing and stuff, if your skills kill the enemy, or if you're just fighting something, you'll just shoot something that is then like, you know, the mark has gone or just timed out, or your skills have killed it. You'll shoot something, you'll put the mark on them, they'll fire on you, and you'll be health gated at that point, which can be dangerous, but also, yeah, you have no revive. And that's just not worth it per se, just for 20%. Like, I'm okay with glass, much more so than with blacklisters. But also, if you're running glass, maybe glass blacklisters on top. But I think the amount of times that you'll die to it is going to be much more annoying than the 20% that they can give. So from a like numbers perspective, that makes sense. Just from a practical perspective, I wouldn't. Especially as well when with skill builds, well, depends also on the kind of skill build, but I tend to, for instance, short-term hybrids and stuff, I'm going to stick a memento in there, and that's going to give me a lot on both ends, for instance. Not 20% worth, but yeah. But also it doesn't, well, it actually gives me regeneration instead of killing me accidentally. Yeah. 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 214. As we go and come in one word, gum. I'm definitely getting tired. Yeah, let's go. As we come to 2.14, the Negotiator tech tank. This one is a full-on tech tank style, as yeah, for those maybe unfamiliar, this is a layout of a build, and generally we run it with a lot of different gear sets and such. But what it is at its core, we take Technician, that's the tech in the tech tank. We take a Shield, that's tank in the tech tank. We take the Artificer, that's actually the thing that will make this much more powerful than it would seem, because the Artificer can heal the shield even if you don't deploy it just on your back. Every 10 seconds, it will heal it once the mementos charge up with its skill efficiency side by having those pickups in there, 42%. And the shield, of course, becomes pretty powerful as well once we have the memento charged up, as the skill efficiency also feeds into the skill health of it, making it around 6 million, getting healed for around 42%. We basically get around 2 million back per 10 seconds, making it an over 200k regen. Now, of course, that is just on our shield, and of course, our shield also can get destroyed pretty easily by explosions and stuff. But in general play, that has been my go-to to, for instance, be a somewhat more tanky, be a bruiser, and that's what these builds used to be called as well, bruisers. And that was just because I didn't want to call them outright tech tanks, but actually recently I kind of rescinded that, that as I feel nowadays, plenty of people have heard the term tech tank, so I'm kind of more confident in putting that on there, because some people see the word tank and just kind of just think a certain thing in some certain ways. And then basically we just have a 6-year shield. That's what we're going for with those blue cores. And then, yeah, the rest of the stats, as for instance here as well, we're going for some red stats underneath. The rest of it is all going into damage. Here with Negotiator, trying to do the Negotiator thing. Now, of course, with Negotiator, we don't want to use the chest. That chest increases the amount of targets we can mark from 3 to 5. And that's not really worth it in comparison to, for instance, here putting Obliterate and taking this Equalizer there. Now, of course, as with most Obliterates, we are taking Equalizer there. A lot of Cheska chests. This used to be, for instance, a Cheska chest. Those have gone out, and yeah, Equalizer comes in to fill in most of those Obliterate slots. Then yeah, we're trying to mark up to 3 targets, spread the damage around. That's what Negotiator will do with these pieces. Now, of course, Negotiator likes having its backpack to a degree that, yeah, it is very powerful. And even, for instance, in the Turdro hybrid, I do actually use the backpack. But the memento especially is much more powerful than that even, because here it's feeding into everything. And the idea behind the tech tanks as well is we're kind of eating all parts of the memento, because of course it feeds into our weapon damage, it feeds into our regeneration and just our bonus armor that we get from it. And also it feeds into the skill efficiency, which helps out the skills that we're using here as well. So we're kind of making use of all parts of that memento, and that makes this actually pretty strong. This kind of style of build is my go-to solo builds, and that's actually why on basically every character, I do have some form of a tech tank. And this is this character's one. Now, on character 1, we already saw an Umbra setup, which is one that I also don't per se, isn't the higher recommended ones. Definitely the Striker and Heartbreaker we'll see later on character 3, 4, and then also later on 5, we get both Strikers and Heartbreakers. All of those I would consider more general use, but the Negotiator one definitely I kind of enjoy. This one, when it comes to control points and such, because we can mark multiple enemies, and especially with control points where they kind of can spawn from a door, especially if we're kind of spawn camping them, this can actually output a lot of damage very quickly without even needing to stack up or such. It's the place that I use this the most, and actually I've taken to using this, for instance, for Krampus. Especially if we have somewhat, higher health and armor enemies, it can benefit. Negotiator in general benefits from that. Because if we can mark multiple enemies and just keep shooting for quite a while, that helps out. Now, of course, here, we are recording several pieces where we're taking, because these all Negotiator pieces, of course, come with that red core. So, we are taking at least 3 pieces here and recording them. And that does make it a little bit harder to find these pieces, but also not too hard, because they will mostly come with red, because the core is red, so they will mostly come with red stats underneath them. The equalizer is also plenty easy to get nowadays and worth getting, and this is of course also the same equalizer I'm using in all my other builds in the same way as well with that crit chance mod. Memento, that one can be a little bit harder to get, and that's also why the tech tanks aren't per se the initial recommended in the recommended build list, and that's mostly due to the Memento and Technician. Technician needs to be unlocked for newer players starting out, and that means that you need to do the field recon for them, or the field research to be correct, and that can take a little bit to unlock it and then to level it up, of course. Memento as well, you do need to farm for it or to go through retaliation to get the blueprints. That can take a little bit while. But also what all of these tech tanks kind of do want is that because they are kind of relying on both red, blue, and yellow stats, and even, of course, the handling stats, you do want to get a little bit higher up in the watch points, and especially at least have the crit chance, have as well here, especially the armor and such. But even from a skill perspective, for instance, having it be, we don't have skill health for any of these, but at least having, for instance, the stats for the yellows as well, just to have the skill haste and the skill repair especially as well, feeds into, of course, the artificer. So it does move. This is a build that, especially all hybrids benefit a little bit more once you're a little bit deeper into the watch. But even when I, for instance, started my third account, very quickly I made myself a Striker tech tank. Not the Negotiator, but the Striker. Because I would definitely say the Negotiator requires a little bit more attention. The Striker and the Heartbreaker are much easier to use. And definitely the place I would start if you want to go into this style of build. But definitely for those that enjoy tech tanks already, definitely one of the picks to go for. I've noted as well here again, of course, I was showing it, for instance, on the build picture with the Lexington. Here I'm using this build again as well, just to store some of the weapons for some of the other builds. So for instance, for having Tinkerer on some of the builds, I do like having, well, I need to have 2 high-end weapons. So I'm storing one of them here, and I always can go to this Lexington that is here. We would want to change out the mods then to fit, of course, and then here as well. While I'm showing it on the build picture there with the Scorpio, here we have an ACR SS, just to carry that weapon around. Now, the Negotiator here doesn't need a secondary in the Heartbreaker and the Striker. We definitely want to have an ACS there, but here actually, for instance, its ability to take a Scorpio, actually, I like that quite a lot. Scorpio can be used, when when the shit hits the fan, this can basically stun lock the fan. And that way you can actually get by a lot of enemies and such. When you get yourself into trouble, you can at least stun lock, usually a dangerous enemy, and fight your way out. And of course, if we can mark some other enemies and then shoot the dangerous enemy, of course, the Scorpio hits also gets well, not the effects of it, but just the damage of it, we can, yeah, negotiate onto other enemies. Not the highest recommended of the tech tanks, but definitely one if you do enjoy the tech tank style to consider, especially also if you do enjoy the negotiator build play style, which I definitely do. The negotiator, you kind of need to get into the mindset of marking enemies and stuff. But if you run it for a little bit, and I quite enjoy doing that from time to time, just running around with negotiator for a little bit, and then I'll get into the mindset. And actually, you'll quite often notice afterwards for an hour or two of like, wait, why am I shooting other targets before? As we keep doing the negotiator thing, even though we've long swapped off. All tech tanks are well worth considering, and this one definitely is one that has been in the collection for a long time and for good reason, because I enjoy it quite a lot. Yeah. Two more. Dos more. Let's go to Rudy. Let's go over here as well again. Oh, yeah, Rudy, and the OD tech tank. Does character 3 have multiple tech tanks? Do all characters now have multiple tech tanks, actually? Just for my own sanity. Oh, yeah. Go tech tank, of course. Yeah. Although, yeah, no, character 4 still only has Heartbreaker tech tank. Okay. That can work. Oh, yeah. Back to here. OD up next. Let me get you up. Indeed. Windows NT tech. Tech. Yeah. Tech tank ranking video when? Right now. Basically, as we're going through, we're kind of ranking them definitely. Although, I mean, the ranking is pretty simple. It's at least for me, Heartbreaker, Striker, Negotiator, OD, Umbra. At least for like AR-based ones, and then Striker for Tempest as first, and then the high end as second. For me, I would definitely put Heartbreaker first. Some fun there, I see. Yeah, back to here. Yeah, let's get going. Well, sometimes it takes me like 20 minutes to even read the chat. So. It depends. Your mileage may vary. Your mileage may become kilometers. Yeah. And we continue on with another tech tank on this character. And a different one and a different playstyle as well. As, yeah, I have multiple tech tanks. All of them do it a little bit differently. I definitely have my preferences. I definitely lean more towards the Striker and the Heartbreaker one as just general uses. And they can be much more potent. And if I want to, for instance, do a solo master or something, well, not solo master, but solo heroic of a new climax mission or such, the Heartbreaker one would likely be the one I go with first for its survivability and its damage output. The Striker one might be an option as well. So things like the Negotiator and stuff are a little bit more specialized, but they also just give us a different play style to play around with. And same is true here for the OD tech tank. Now then, what the OD tech tank has is that it has OD, of course. We are taking the OD chest. The OD chest is pretty good, so we can take that. We're taking a sadist weapon here as well. Putting that again with a memento, that again, same, trying to hit the 6-tier shield, which we're getting through 2 tiers, one from technician, well, 2 skill tiers, one from technician, one from memento, and then 4 blue cores, as the blue cores do feed into shield. So yeah, we got the 6-tier shield being healed again by 2-tier artificer. The exact same as we saw with the negotiator a second ago. So the shield part, the defense part, is the exact same. Then what we have is here ongoing directive. And while ongoing directive, as I talked about most of the tech tanks, I kind of use them mostly solo. Ongoing directive, especially, we've talked about it several, although we'll see several versions of it in the future that are more the group ones, but we've already seen the shotgun one, for instance, and we discussed it being definitely really good as a group support. And yeah, so those two things aren't in line, of course. The tech tanks are more my solo build. The OD is more of a group support. So why do I have this? 5 directives is the answer. OD is one of the ways to deal with the ammo directives. Now, especially with ammo hoarders, it's a little bit easier to deal with, but especially even with Pistolero, we don't need to even get a pistol kill. What I would do is just go and get some special ammo, try to get the ongoing directive ammo going real quick with it. So shooting a rat, trying to get them killed first, triggering the OD ammo. From that point onwards, we're kind of fine on ammo most of the time, because we'll generate more and more ammo as we go along just through the OD kills. Because of that, we can use this with the ammo directives, and then of course the other directives are generally fine. We can kind of deal with them. But especially in seasons, for instance, last season we had cool skills. Cool skills doesn't affect tech tanks really at all. It's basically a free directives as far as that can go, because we can use the shield even if the hive then basically loses all its charges, but even if it's on your back, even if it has no charges, it still sends a charge out. It only uses up charges when it is deployed, so it still heals your shield. Meaning that we can deal with that directive pretty well. Any of the, for instance, health directives, so for instance, hard to earn, fragile armor, or no regen, we can pretty well deal with as well. No regen, that is only the out of combat regen. In combat, we would regen through the memento once we charge that up. And things like fragile armor and Hardwired, generally, we don't want to take too many hits on ourselves anyway. The memento will keep us kind of healed up as we go through fights. And yeah, we are pretty tanky, and our tankiness is especially the shield. That should be taking the hits, not us. Because of that, we can deal with those directives pretty easily, and the rest of the directives are all just fine. Special ammo and such, most of the time, well, you wouldn't want to fight Black Dusk with special ammo because, yeah, they will disrupt you and your shield will go. But things like flame rounds and bleed rounds, when they hit shields, they do nothing. Disorient rounds from hyenas will actually, if they even hit the shield, disorient you, but that's just an annoyance. That's not death. So this can deal with 5 directives, and this is a way of dealing with 5 directives. Is it the best way to deal with 5 directives? I nowadays, especially that we have the Tempest tech tanks, I would lean much more towards that because they have also a lot more damage. But especially, I found myself using this sometimes as well in group settings, for instance, in the open world and such, just to give OD to the team as well. And then, yeah, I can be a little bit aggressive and tanky with it. One of the bigger downsides, and I might want to change this as we take it into the game already, you can see that I don't have it saved actually with that Lexington as we have it there. I have it saved with the 716 CQB because the rifles actually have a little bit more damage per mag, and that is a very important metric when it comes to OD. We really care about that because if we run out of our special ammo, especially if we're fighting some of the names and such, yeah, if we run out of that special ammo, we drop a lot of damage. We're, of course, running the chest, so we drop basically 50% amp. And also, once the bleed that we have applied runs out, that sadist also goes. So we really don't want to run out of that much. That's also why I'm not the biggest fan of the Lexington there. That's why I've actually already here kind of changed to be with the 716. But actually the thing I want to try out, and I've tried already out a little bit, is going with the AUG. While the AUG is not a great AR, it is definitely handling-wise pretty bad. It is low RPM, and it is uniquely one of the larger weapons. And of course, while, yeah, Elma and such has bigger damage per mag, yeah, they can't take sadist. So that's also why in the build picture, and we might change this in the future, the thing is the Lexington is perfectly fine, especially if we're just doing activities and such, but especially if we kind of more try to go and do bounties. Those named enemies sometimes eat up a little bit more than we have. That is also, yeah, why in the corner we do have an AUG already. I do want to actually find an AUG for this build separately. I do have, of course, one in my stash. I've played around with it. I do like it enough, mostly because we got close enough that the AUG's horrendous handling is not as big of an issue. It's basically in the same way that the Kingbreaker used to be on the Heartbreaker tech tank. We get so close, we basically use it as a shotgun. But the extra damage per mag that has really helps out a little bit. So that might be the one consideration to change here. But especially in group settings as well, when you're giving your bonus ammo to allies, they'll bleed things, and that'll be the way to kind of trigger continuous use of ongoing directive. Overall, definitely one that I would consider putting together, especially if you do like the tech tank style. It isn't the highest recommended one, but definitely one as well that basically can deal with 5 directives pretty consistently because it can deal with that ammo directive, which all ODs can. Yeah. 647. Huh. Felt fine. Man, I'm talking fast. just want to get through it. Just go. Yeah, let me catch up here. Shade rough mag or third attribute or even both. Depends on where you're using it. Generally, the extra mag, the plus 50 mag, is worth too much to not take. And then for third stats, it depends what build it's being used on. So for general builds, it's crit chance. If it's like a crit chance, crit damage build, crit chance. For tipping skills specifically, just because that one has a lot more crit damage than everything else, yeah, rate of fire is kind of the third stat pick, but also DTA and DTH are really close to it, so you can kind of pick different, basically, or go with any of the 3 there, because yeah, crit chance there just doesn't work out. Rate of fire is way ahead of it, if nothing else. If it's for tipping skill, yeah, the third stat, yeah, either rate of fire or DTH or DTA. You could make a case for any of them, especially rate of fire and DTH is kind of too good. That's actually how I have my tipping skill set up. I have one rate of fire and the other is DTH. And then the mag is just the plus 50, especially for tipping skills, because the firing time matters a lot. Let me catch up here. Oh, my TTT. Lord, praise the TT. Run with crit chance and crit damage you can. The thing is, though, that, yeah, Aces is not a very potent build, so it would just kind of pale in comparison to even ongoing directive with like Sadist Rifle or something. And yeah, things like Umbra and Coco are just way in. Oh, on the leg. Oh, wait on. Because I'm currently not Alex equipped. So maybe that was the thing throwing you off there. Because or when I hovered over it, I'm running some of those like. What is it? This one's the SIG, but this is whatever it is called, Tombs. Don't remember where this comes from. If you saw it on my Lexi, like this is, I'm usually always running the silver or the bronze. Everybody always runs the gold, so I just want to be special. So, because I actually like the blues better. Yeah. 15, 16, yay! We have reached the end of this character. I have lost my mind. Yeah, but as I missed it earlier, we kind of even recorded a bunch and then we had to redo some of it. So I've been going for a while because yeah, we kind of lost like about like 30 minutes of footage that we had to go and redo, and yeah, that took a little while. But yeah, I've definitely lost my mind. Oh, wait, how is this 20 items? How does that make sense? Oh, no, it's 16. Okay, yeah. 16 items selected. 20 items total. It's up to our video. I feel with the redos and stuff, likely yes. Oh, actually, I missed. God damn it. All the files. Also, yeah, we're cutting out like a minute somewhere. No, it's not going to be a sub 2 hour video. In fact, yeah, no. Just a little over there. The runtime there was 2 hours already. But yeah, we're cutting out like a minute because there was a point where I almost had a coughing fit. So, but yeah, a little over. That's fine though. As long as we don't hit 3 or something. It'll be extreme. This is already like also way too long, but also yeah, it's every build in the collection, so. Damage is not similar set. Bleed damage is not consistent. What do you mean? Because the bleed is always the same amount. Or oh, you mean the duration? Or because duration is very annoying now, where status effects are. If you mean that, because that would be combined, like how long it does damage. But we have the diminishing returns, which were only supposed to be in PvP. They are actually in PVE as well. In the end, meaning that every time you apply the status effect, it basically loses a little bit of its duration until it goes immune, at least on one enemy. So you have to just kill him before it goes fully immune. But usually that works out to be still fine. Yeah. Go there. Yeah. Bike up we go. Oh wait, let me get you on that for a second. It's on YouTube. Melt enemies in the whole map. Imaginary child's play. Yeah. They also, yeah, just pet your puppy. They, you know, just raise your children. But yeah. I should actually, with one of the builds, like, we should do that with 511. I should totally go into like full on used car salesman mode. Like, this build will not only like fix your relationship with your estranged father, it will actually, you know, finally make your mother proud of you, and you will actually, your dog will stop shitting on the carpet, and running this build will make it so that just Victoria's Secret models will just run up to you and just want to like just cuddle, want to give you only the tip. Yeah, they snort. This one. As a marked enemy is killed by teammate, did you get the hollow point ammo? Well, basically when any marked enemy, so you hit them, status effect, you hit them again, mark. Whenever they die, while they have the mark, any source, you, other people, whatever's, everybody that is nearby enough, but there's a distance to it, but it is pretty far. It's basically the 110 meter range. Everybody gets the ammo. But yeah, so it doesn't matter who kills them or stuff like that. As long as basically, yeah, status effect happens first, then a mark, and then, you know, the mark dies, or they die with the mark. 6 exotic. That sounds, yeah, hexotic. Yeah, actually, yeah, that would be the one as well. This build will defeat this will defeat Mike. This will let you in through the servers. Yeah. And thank you for the kind words there, Felix. Yeah, we should totally with the 511 just have some fun with it. Just go all in on just this build with we'll put tariffs on China. This build will show you what the Epstein files are. Yeah. Let's go to here. Yeah, last build of this character. We need to change apparel one last time to the flamenco. The pink flamenco. So flamingo. Indeed. And double cooler, yeah. Triple cooler. We could put one here as well. We could make a Lexi Bell like style with just coolers at some point. Just all coolers. And then you're super cool. We could call it that, super cool. Yeah. Wait, let me catch on some of these before we go into here. Striker have more DPS or tipping skills with that M60. So yeah. Well, the thing is, like, it depends because, yeah, for instance, as well, chest striker definitely has a lot more. Obliterate striker at full stacks as well can be a little bit more than tipping skills, but tipping skills, for instance, the ability to stack up a little bit before the fight can be ahead of striker, like as the fight starts. So it really depends. But both are well worth using as a thing. And both of them are not too hard to put together, so. Stands and downs, yeah. Yeah, let's do this. This is. And here we come to 2.16, the final one for this character. And what we have here is a PFE, as most of my characters do, but this one with a gear set. Now, generally, with the high ends that we use the PFE for, we can, yeah, for instance, go with 3 pieces of improvised. Here, of course, because we have striker and, of course, striker, here we are going with 4 pieces of striker. And that means that, yeah, we are not taking 3 pieces of improvised. One of the bigger downsides of this style of build is that they can't reach the 80 PFE that some of the high ends do. But of course, the benefit is that it's a striker. And yeah, strikers can do a shit ton of damage and just by themselves. Here though, we are pairing it especially with an SMG because we're going to use this effectively really at short range. And yeah, because of that as well, we are going to go with an SMG and the Scorpio here as a secondary. One thing we could, of course, use here is because it's a chest striker, because we kind of have to, we can't take it, of course, to one of these other pieces, we would lose even more PFE. And honestly, the thing with protection from elites is you generally want to be at least reaching 60 or 70 to make it at least worth it, because as you gain more PFE, the less and less damage you start taking. To make it worthwhile, to make that investment, you generally, yeah, you really need to reach 70 or more. Now in this case, if I had this with all 13 PFEs, which I definitely don't, I have this one with all 12s. I do have one build where I have all 13 PFEs. In total, I have on main account 13 PFEs, and we'll see them in the future on character 3 and 4. You could reach 75%, and that would be a decent improvement, but yeah, this isn't the build where I'm going to stick those in, because mostly as well, this is a build that I use in Countdown, as it can be very comfortable to run a build like this. On Challenging, we don't need all that damage, for instance, and this does more than enough damage from its weapons to be worthwhile. Now again, yeah, that we can take a stack broker and an ACS to help with the stacking. This is a chest striker. The Scorpio, though, has also a lot of benefit here. One thing we can't also per se take here is a firewall. For a short range build, quite often firewall is a really good pick, especially as we can get the striker shield, that special skill, the specific skill from firewall, not the striker as in the name, just to be confusing, but that one's called the striker shield, but the firewall shield, that can add quite a bit of damage to a build. Also, then we would have the proximity to enemies give us a little bit of damage to our teammates. But here, I do want to reach at least the 70 protection from elites. And because of that, yeah, we are going to go survivalist, which provides us 10 of that. Overall, this is a build that I do enjoy, but it isn't as powerful as some of the PFEs and can't also deal with some of those places where we use PFE for a specific purpose. So for instance, in some of the legendaries, in the case of Tidal, in the final room, when you're destroying the generators, one PFE, but not this one, a PFE could go, for instance, in the back, shoot those generators out, but this one wouldn't be powerful enough. It wouldn't have the survivability. Let's take it into the game where we see that, yeah, it is kind of saved in a similar way. It is actually saved with a rock and roll here, as, yeah, that rock and roll can get us to 200 stacks, of course. In strikers, pellets count as hits. For obliterate and such, it doesn't. It counts per shot. But here, because it is per pellet, and seeing as we have with the rock and roll, we have a 30-round mag. That's times 8. We get 240 pellets at maximum. Now, that is, of course, if every pellet hits, which even at super close range, that's not a guarantee. But at least we have a decent amount of pellets in there, so we can stack up over time and, yeah, get her going. Because we do definitely want to get those striker stacks going, because if we are low on striker stacks, this feels very, very weak. But it feels decently okay once we're high up in the striker stacks. Now, that is also the reason we are going with the Tactical Vector, a really high RPM weapon. This is also one of my SMGs of choice, the other one definitely being between this one and the SMG-9. Now, one minor change I made recently to this build for these updates is actually, yeah, and this is a common thing that we see throughout the build collection. Most of the times I was trying to keep 3 crit chance mods and just kind of, well, in the past we would just go with crit chance mods on the weapons. A long time ago as well now, basically, what was again Project Resolve, which is more than a year at this point. Yeah, crit damage mods got updated to be 10%, and because of that, they are worth using. And one of the things I've taken to doing more and more now is actually paying attention to it, and if we can set up the build to be better off in a different way with taking some crit damage mods, choosing to do so. Here, by taking 2 crit damage mods and 1 crit chance instead of 3 crit chances, what we can do is actually shift our crit chance up by 2, and we can land actually on a perfect 60 here, which helps out the build a little bit, especially as, yeah, we are going to likely use this in group settings, for instance, yeah, in Cantons, where we do expect as well some coyotes to be there. And then especially, for instance, in solo settings, then we can flip that crit chance mod that we have here off. And what am I saying? I'm kind of completely lost that, because actually that doesn't make sense at all, what I was trying to say there. Wait, let's try that again. Can I cut in somewhere? Nah, let's just do the new. I kind of fumbled at the start and stuff as well. I kind of went to like chest striker and then like didn't come back to this at all. Let's try that again. I kind of fumbled it. Let me get you up here for a second. These are isn't nowadays since it was Nefertarium. Not really. In a lot of places, the thing is, like, if I'm taking an exotic, I would just take a normal SMG and take a Scorpio. That's like in a build like this, Ouroboros would still be fine, but I like having the Scorpio. So Ouroboros isn't fine. It's kind of, there's a lot of that, especially. Yeah, let's try that again, and not go into the spiel that I just did there. Yeah, let's gonna keep it coherent. And let's move it to the last build on this character, 2.16, a striker, but here in the PFE variant. Now, protection from elite PFE is definitely a style of build that I effectively have on all my characters. Each character does have a PFE build, especially for rogue fights and such, and just to deal with some things, for instance, like in countdown and such, is very useful. But even sometimes for some situations, it's very useful to have some forms of PFE there. This one is centered around a gear set with the PFE going into some improvised pieces. We can't take the 3 improvised pieces we normally would, for instance, with high ends, because of course we want the 4-piece of the gear set to be here. Because of that, yeah, we are foregoing a little bit of PFE, and even here with Survivalist, where normally with Survivalist we land on 80, here we're landing just on 70, which is through 12 PFE mods, because I haven't put 13s into this one. I do have 9 13s in total. They are on other builds we'll see on character 3 and 4. On this one, I'm kind of fine with it being on 70. I wouldn't be fine with it being below 70 because, yeah, one of the choices we could make here, especially with a close range striker like this, is to go, for instance, firewall, and then especially for that striker shield, that special firewall shield, that can add a lot of damage. But yeah, with protection from elite, with the damage resistances in general, the more you push it up, the more valuable it becomes, because reducing damage by basically 60% means that, for instance, when you can take 3 shots, or maybe let's say 10 shots, then increasing that to 70%, now you can basically take a 50% more of that. Meaning that, yeah, it is really nice to push up that PFE as much as we can. Now, of course, it caps at 80, but here at 70, it feels fine. Anything below this, and it's, to me, not per se worth it. We don't have enough PFE to really make it work. Now, when we're taking striker, of course, here, especially with chest striker, we do want to stack up. One of the things we can do that with is, of course, the ACSs that we have here in the corner. Here, this being a chest striker, I actually, in the game, if we take it actually over there, I have it saved with a rock and roll. The stacks on striker are counted per pellet. That is actually for Heartbreaker and striker. It does count it in that way, so it counts every pellet of a shotgun shell. For obliterate, for instance, it actually doesn't. It counts every shot. With counting every pellet, especially this being 30 round mag, all of the shotguns always fire 8 pellets per shot, meaning that this is 30 times 8, 240. That is our maximum that we can get before we have to reload with a rock and roll. With a normal ACS or a stack broker with 20 rounds, that's 160, of course. And both of those can help quite a lot, because that is actually a lot faster stacking, because we're basically hitting effectively 8 times this RPM, which is a lot, of course, as you can imagine. Much, much, much higher than, for instance, even the Vector can do there. Because of that, ACS stacking is one of the go-tos, especially, yeah, if you are taking a chest striker here. There are actually, as well, in the past, I've tried this with different layups as well. For instance, Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker also works out well-ish enough, because, yeah, we can make gear set PFEs, especially with builds that do work out with their chest and their backpack. Now, in the case of the Heartbreaker, the backpack is mostly bonus armor. But if we're going PFE, that bonus armor can be useful, of course, but yeah. We basically, because we want to keep at least some of these pieces with here, that we can take them improvised, so we can put some PFEs there, because of course the chest, the mask, and the backpack will always have a mod slot. But if these are not improvised pieces, but the gear set pieces, we can't put that. We can't put mods into, for instance, if this was striker pieces, as we see with the glove there. So we can really only do this kind of style of build with gear sets where the chest and the backpack work out. And that's just to say as well, for instance, Negotiator, the chest is definitely not worth using, so that doesn't work out. In Hunter's Fury, the chest and the backpack are not worth using, so it doesn't work out. Some gear sets, though, the chest and the backpack can be made to work, and those are the gear sets where we can do this style of build. Here as well, we are taking an SMG with it. We are making it a very close range build. I'm going to close the distance, stick myself pretty close, stack up with that ACS, pull out that shield for extra defense. But of course, this build here as well really is designed to go after elite enemies, as the protection from elite implies. That doesn't mean it melts to purples or reds, because, yeah, it still is pretty tanky. It has 1.5 million armor, and yeah, we are here as well with a 4-tier shield, for instance, and we could even take that to more tiers, because, of course, here, though, I don't have the pieces where I can recore this core, but that would actually be one of the upgrades I would maybe choose to do, just so we can take it to 6 tiers, or 6 blue cores. But with 4 blue cores as I have it here, I find it perfectly fine and adequate. And that's actually as well. I do like having a few red cores just so we can do a little bit of damage. In Countdown, this has been one of my go-tos, especially in the past. It has enough PFE for in Countdown, but yeah, for instance, it doesn't have enough PFE to do some of the harder missions and such. Especially, for instance, if I'm going to fight, let's say, the Recruiter as a place where a PFE build really helps out and works out, this wouldn't be it. This wouldn't have the survivability where one of the high ends with 80% PFE and then, for instance, as well having Adrenaline Rush would work out to be maybe a little bit better. But definitely an enjoyable build style, and the one that I, in Countdown find works out really well. Making for easier countdowns, we'd still do enough damage. We don't need to be maximum damage, especially in challenging countdowns. And this has more than enough to get by, and even kind of run at the enemy and disrupt them a little bit just by being in their face and making it that they shoot towards us and not towards their allies. Because also this one, and that's generally as well for kind of like tankier builds where you trying to pull some aggro and such. Now, for instance, Imminence Armaments can help out in that with its 2-piece, of course, with its bonuses to increase threat. But actually, it is very much based on proximity and then damage. If you can't really deal damage, it doesn't matter how tanky you are, you can't really keep the enemy pointed at you unless you, for instance, use a mosquito or something. You are a very bad decoy, because actually even the decoy has a lot of threat against the enemy. But if you can deal some decent damage, that mechanic kind of changes, especially even on this build. If I'm shooting at, for instance, one of the hunters, I can keep them kind of pointed at me. And even if a full-blooded Obliterate Striker kind of lays into them, they don't instantly turn around to them because I'm closer to them and I'm dealing enough damage to make it work. Overall, as a style of build, I prefer some of the other PFEs a little bit, but this one isn't too bad. From getting it together in a standpoint, it isn't too hard. These pieces will drop with mostly red stats. We do recore them here to blue cores, but all PFEs always have a downside, especially for maybe players starting out, which is that you need to make some improvised holster and improvised knee pad, although this could be the glove as well. Of course, the position of those 3 doesn't per se matter. And those improvised pieces, those can be very expensive. First, you need to craft them. They come from the crafting system. And then when you get them, they're likely not going to roll really well through the crafting system. Here, for instance, we have 1 maxed out stat here, but that's a rarity, actually. More often than not, they'll be very minimally rolled, and because of that, you need to invest a lot of resources to get them up to spec. Because of that, they're not per se starter builds, and they do cost a decent penny. Are they worth it? In general, PFEs definitely, for certain situations, they can make basically a cakewalk to deal, for instance, with rogues and such, rogue encounters. This one, though, isn't that. This isn't as tanky as some of the PFE high-ends, and that's actually one of the places where high-ends can compete on tankiness. But for Countdown, this has more than enough survivability and shootability to make it work. Worth considering if you are doing a lot of countdowns. If you're going for a PFE, I would maybe consider going for the shotgun PFE that I have on character 5 first. But this one also one to consider. I went way too long. That's fine. Kind of got a rambly bambly. Okay, let's go back here for a second. Let me get here for a second. That's how we're cut up. Wait, let me. Let's do this. Curious if this works out. Wait, where's the lean back one? Yeah, I'll do this one. It's fine. Okay, it's midnight. It's daytime. Wait, why does this have the? Why do I have the happy backpack? Oh, because I have the happy clothes. What? The odd one. Wait, let's actually fix this. Guess I saved it over that. Not those load ads, these load ads. Actually, just for myself. It's also so dark in here. Sure. Sure. That's fine enough. Yeah, let me catch up here one last time and then look into here. Would you mind sharing the number for the higher end PFE to handle? Isn't solo gameplay? Oh yeah, so I mean actually I'll link to the recommended because there's a header of PFE and they're kind of actually they're put kind of in the order. So if you go to that recommended list, there's basically two of them. So this is actually, you know what? Wait, did I really have it like this? Why do I have it like this? You know what? Nobody saw that, right? There. It's not the order I thought I would have there. Interestingly, because I would kind of put them in that order, and actually that last one is getting a change up. But yeah, especially at the protection from elite one, yeah, the shotgun and the SMG. The shotgun, especially with Scorpio, can just unlock an enemy and just murder them outright. But I can also give you the number, which is, because I don't remember, 516. But especially this one, I would just say is one of the go-tos. The other one, that SMG one, which is also similarly set up, actually. Both have a lot more firepower and survivability. Or, well, not fire. Well, the striker, once it gets stacked up, it can hit harder, but especially a chest striker is kind of sometimes a little painful. Yeah. Oh, the shotgun one, yeah. Yeah, I would definitely say like that one's kind of the one to lean towards, and so also the both of them kind of. Oh yeah, both of them. Although the SMG one, yeah, that one's also an option definitely. But yeah, both are in that header in the recommended build list. They're under the PFEs, so should be. You can find the picture there. Yeah, let's Yeah, so not sure if that's going to follow up this. So we just don't say anything about it. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And with that, we come to the end of this run through, marathon through the build collection of Character 2. As yeah, we've done now 2 of these. There is another 3 to come. And yeah, these are turning out to be pretty long. I hope it is still fine and everybody's okay with it, as I do enjoy kind of rambling on about some of these builds and kind of explaining, yeah, what they are for and what they do. As yeah, it can of course be, especially for newer players, I can kind of send them here. And yeah, especially, of course, everything is timestamped. So hopefully they can, you know, if they're just interested in one build, they can just find it that way and at least have a little bit of understanding of what it is for and such. Because, of course, the build collection doesn't explain that part too well. The recommended list helps a little bit, but of course, the main bulk of the build collection is just, well, seems scattershot and just random. And it can be hard to tell which build is better, which build is worse, at least in most cases. Well, there isn't per se better and worse. Some builds are more situational than others. So yeah, I hope everybody's okay with me taking the time and just kind of rambling on about some of these. But yeah, coming to the end of this one, yeah, I've quite enjoyed going through it the way that we are now. Definitely Character 3, of course, is going to follow this one up, but depending on how it goes, once I have the Cocoa spreadsheet kind of done, we'll actually go into an in-depth look into Concentrated Company. That'll either be after this video or maybe after Character 3. We'll see how that comes together. And then again, of course, yeah, we'll likely go into an only tips, both into the modifier of this season and maybe even retaliation as well in the upcoming time. So yeah, this having come to the end of this one, especially with a little bit of technical difficulties in the middle, so having to re-record, I've become even more rambly, I realize now. But yeah, if you did enjoy this video and found it informative, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So that little bit of shilling here. I hope to catch you in the future. And as always, have a good night. We're going to have a random in the background there. Yeah, for those in the live stream, that outro was that's mostly for the that's for the video, not for the streams. Oh yeah, just gotta have fun with it. I should have done it actually with the other one, but that's fine. With the green soldier. Yeah, let's go back to this guy's normal loadout. Yeah, let's go back to DC. It's already 2 o'clock. Let's go just shoot something. Let's go just shoot something in its stupid face. And then we'll round out, because I definitely can't make it too late tonight, and it's already actually too late. Let me just briefly. Yeah.
Safe area entered.
So 212. That's a lot. Also to render, but at least yeah, that one's in the bag. And yeah, the Character 1 came out today. This one isn't going to be like tomorrow. It's going to be a few days, but I wanted to record it already, and then tomorrow, and then tomorrow, Wednesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we can kind of work on the Cocoa, so we can maybe have it ready for Saturday. And I'm sure I can do that in 3 days, right? Because spreadsheet is mostly done already. So speaking of which, let's Cocoa it up. What's that one song? OOA, Cocoa Bungo, Cocoa OOA, something like that. Heard that song like sometimes here and there on the radio, but never paid attention to the lyrics apparently. And yeah, and 60 streak. Well, congrats there, Dag. With two Chungas fighting, yeah. Darn patch. Oh, on this character, yeah, it's the hardcore gear score 500. I always had this one actually on this character. Nowadays, it's of course no longer existent. Nowadays, unless you had it before, you can't get it now. Hour, you have that problem. Not particularly. Keep in mind that especially for farming the keys, the bounty is the better thing. So going and doing the bounty is generally the recommended thing. You can also do it on normal. The difficulty doesn't seem to matter for the drop rates on the keys. Speaking of which, let's actually go and get some last minute Providence pieces from these Krampus laughs. And especially the bounty is kind of the way to go. You can also matchmake for it, but also if you've done a bunch of Krampus laughs, you'll likely have a bunch of bounties already. But sometimes it can, although an hour seems, unless you've just been Krampus laughing. Especially with the bounty, an hour seems like a lot of time or nothing to try. Oh, it's envy. Nice. Yeah. I likely won't go for deep, or maybe we do. Nah, there's still plenty of time in the season. Well, we'll see how that goes. Hello, Krampuslauf? Actually, also for this Krampuslauf, just quickly, just a striker instead. Partially, just have the pulse. This one. Oh. He was borked. Wait, what's that? Although actually this one is just the output one, right? This one sounds like that one. Yeah. Wait, let me actually then check. It wasn't. And with that, we come to the end of this run through. Everybody's okay with me coming to the end of this one. Yeah, of course, we'll actually go into it in time. But yeah, if you did enjoy this video and found it informative, okay, slightly from the loading screen there. I was very scared there where we had some issues again. Maybe, yeah. For the new year, yeah, well, I mean, definitely for the season, but likely a little bit deeper in the season. These next few days, like that would kind of time-wise would work out, but yeah, not mentally, I feel. Maybe we'll see. We have 3 days, so maybe we try for one, and then we have it out of the way. Thing is, though, I still also want to see, yeah, if we get MB during that headshot thing. What is that headshot thing? This 9th of January. So that's all the way down there. Because in that weekend, we get like Envy or Wrath. Like this is gonna make that so much easier. Just, you know, 30% weapon damage just to start, and then the headshot damage and stuff. That's gonna make the first few loops just blow by. Hello, Krampus. You guys are supposed to have a really high spawn chance. Well, I hope I don't get a Krampus. I totally don't want a Krampus. No. You assholes. Reverse psychology not working. What was this? Oh, the injuries after move to gear score to SHD. Oh no, hardcore was in year 1. That's actually when I did most of my hardcore on main account. Was all the way back in year 1. Yeah, hardcore has been basically there for forever. It was like a season and a half or so after. Oh, not the season. There was no seasons back then, but like 3 months or so after title was introduced.
Who are you?
That was enough for level up. Oh, yeah. I just want one Krampus. Just now I'm invested. Give it. I likely evaded one or something accidentally. Yeah. What do we want to do? You know what? Let's take Coco. Let's take it into a few random matchmates. Let's see what we get. Just want to see it with randoms. We'll just do that. If you're doing it, yeah. Well, I'll decide. I'll definitely put it on the Discord. But there's a lot of like other things I want to do for the next few days and stuff. So yeah, I don't think on this one. I'll wait at least for that headshot thing to come, I think. And then if we get a rat or envy, then we'll definitely jump in then. But I'll hold out for that. Yeah, let's matchmake random main mission. Heroic.
Invite
We
to
get
another
what we
agent's
get.
group. Receive.
Viewpoint that might be invaded as well, which helps with the weekly of this character. Skilled well in the sense. Yeah. Although the thing is, they skilled, like, if you're going just to 20 or 25, it's kind of fine.
Recover any intel you can find.
Actually. But yeah, they don't scale up to 40. But then also that would be the thing, right? Like, if they scaled really well, that would be, like, super OP. Or that could be kind of OP. Is this guy on just walk? What was that? He just really wanted to just have a jog. I'm walking here. I'm Christopher walking here. Gonna push forward.
Operator down.
What? I'm blind? I am blind.
Serious trauma detected.
You know what? Normally I'm like, why are people still shooting mini tanks when the fighting's over? But here, actually, yeah, it helps out, so. Helps me out. Because they give me a bunch of stacks there. Yeah, we'll go get the key chest. We'll go get the...
There's a black tusk computer
Chest
near
here.
your position. Find
We'll
it.
wait for our
recover any intel it
teammates.
contains.
That guy's in a hurry with his pretty bad striker build. Oh well, there's better choices to be made. Yeah,
You have li-
As at the blue armor as well with the blue armor as well with
You have received an invite to
actually
another
with
agent's
Rat can kind of actually no, let's see what the team is. What is that saying? Changes based on player feedback. They never really touched it much. Because the only thing that really did to it was at some point give it stash, but that was more recent. That was like not too long ago, and that was a resurgent on it a little bit, a resurgence on it.
Weak point destroyed.
An agent has left your group.
Let's see what my teammates are in a second.
Get back!
Weak point destroyed.
Tango down!
What do you have stacked? Because I was thinking what Coco like actually does decently well on stacking, especially in group settings.
Vital signs critical.
I'm gonna just swap this
Purple
for
flame
a
containment system detected.
pulse. A
Explosion
pulse.
risk inevitable.
Agent, get out of there.
They always
Push
love
through
that
the main
one.
gates ahead.
Inevitable.
Find Danvers.
Like the pronunciation there. Oh, did they? That's a weird choice. Oh, video said your Lemon Festival is more focused on bounce gameplay instead of the this. What will Max 6 look like?
Hostile radio intercepted.
Division breached the terminal. Seal the gates and activate the defenses. All key personnel report for extraction.
I mean, actually nowadays not so much other things, but yeah, in the past there was definitely a case we made for like Sawyers, if you wanted to go for max sticks.
Active turrets detected.
Put me out!
Generator located nearby. Generator located.
Actually now because overdogs, that might actually be the max
Turrets
stick.
disabled. Additional
But
turrets.
that's nowadays due to overdog.
Hostile defenses disabled.
But also the max stick now would be Coco.
Detected.
Would be
On this!
Coco with glass and overdogs. But that takes some while to get going. Or that can take a while to get them up. And
Immediate medical assistance
Tango
needed.
down!
yeah, regen. Oh,
Agent
never
out of
mind.
action.
Suck on this!
Down here.
Serious trauma detected.
Get out.
Another agent is now in your group.
More hostiles detected.
We need to find another way inside.
Agent, additional hostiles detected.
You
So we'll finish one mission at some point, but likely not. Oh, yeah, well, I can actually link you to the build picture. That's maybe easier even. That's it. The layout is basically adds you take equalizer plus overdogs and then the rest is Coco. It's interesting that these also wait, but what did they disappear at 1? No, because my recording went till like 2 and stuff. So why did they
Entering
go like
safe
2?
area.
Yeah. Interesting. Did this go back to? Okay, no. I'm curious how this now looks. Okay. Yeah, just this guy's no longer wearing festive stuff. Yeah. Free Eagle Bear. You D-Tech. Why they on an extra Eagle Bear actually? Actually, I'm not. Maybe just for the skin. Put one on character 1 to sometimes run. Now that that's a skin. Yeah. Actually, speaking of the skin, you know what? Let's bear some eagles. Oh, it's on character 1. Wait, let me. Although let's maybe just swap over there. But then let me. Oh, then I want to run Coco. That's the thing. Let's grab it real quick. On character 1. Let's go grab it real quick. Easy. Yeah, but that's weird that that's because they came in at 1. Or well, my local time at 1. So it's weird that they left at 2. Because currently the day boundary time of that would be like at 1. It's on December 30. Apparently. So a little bit of a weird choice. Just I would have just kept them for until the Krampus event is fully over.
Safe area detected.
It seems like a simple thing to do. Do you have anything else in your inventory? But also, yeah, that's a maxi match. Wait, I'm curious now. Did they maybe also then... Did I have a hard time spawning a Krampus because they disabled that maybe as well? Let's go see if we see a Krampus. Other than actually, yeah, let's go for a more guaranteed spot.
Let's see.
I don't know. I don't know, there's Porter. That seems like a wait. So I should go to character 1 because maybe I spawned or maybe I triggered already something by going over there. Let's go to a different character for a second. Yeah, let's see. We get what we get. So today, well, even if it did disable, it would be like now-ish.
Entering safe area.
Because yeah, it wouldn't be like hours ago because, you know, everything was on, if nothing else then.
Let's see what these guys are.
I get the feeling they might have turned off that Krampus as well. Which is kind of a weird thing to do when this is still here. Wait, now I'm curious as well. Let's load this up. Because that 2 in a row like that kind of leans towards them being disabled. Applied to skill damage, yeah. Generally, basically, glass is special in that it is from all sources. So any damage that you do from any source, including your skills, and actually even in the PTS, that guy, our companion used to be buffed by glass. Actually, I feel that it should be. I feel that they should have left that. Yeah, everything gets increased, including as well, for instance, if you like blow up a barrel, the explosion from the barrel, the flame from, you know, if they say get set on fire by it, all of that gets increased by 30%. Because the glass is not a, for instance, skill damage or total weapon damage or anything like that. It's just its own. These guys are not with the horns. Okay, they still have their targeted. So it looks like this bounty. I'm not kind of curious if Krampus is Krampus, because yeah, these guys have gone back to normal as well. Like they don't have the Krampus mask. They're just normal dudes. Well, normal. As normal as these dudes ever are.
Target down!
Kind of want to see Krampus, and if he still spawns, if he's still normal. But yeah, I get the feeling we're about to get an emergency patch in the next few days. Although one would think they would just leave it till next year then. Don't think they're gonna pull in any devs to work on.
Sweet Jesus!
As opposed to sour Jesus.
That's your target.
Oh wait, what? Oh, it's honest enough. One key to maybe get somewhere in my cache. Do we get white Krampus outfits? Yeah, that's where you get that one from. Well, no, you don't even have to donate a key. I think you can just... Oh, or maybe you do need to donate a key. I don't remember. Maybe somebody else remembers that part. Most cases I had already donated before that, so I wouldn't have seen it with that. Krampus is still here. I actually haven't been noticing if... Have they been dropping keys? Because I would maybe expect the keys to become disabled.
Eat this!
assistance needed.
Leave me alone, Krampus boy. Actually, you know what?
That's the target, Agent.
You see that shot?
You're his problem there.
Target down. Good job.
Because I don't feel I've seen a key yet drop. No, I've got an... although maybe that's for complete, or is that for Krampus going?
Good God!
Didn't I have 51 a second ago? And it's now 52.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
That's 53. No, okay. Oh. That didn't go up after. Wait, do you always just get the key when Krampus dies? Kinda sure. Yeah, definitely through a whole bounty not getting a key. I think they may have disabled the keys as well. It's just, why would you do it now? Just do it like next week or something. Although I get the feeling it's maybe not intended. Because yeah, also this kind of implies otherwise. Not that I paid too much attention to
Hostile control point nearby.
them, like what they exactly had in that winter venting. Let's actually load up a normal. I'm just going to do the first two rooms and just see if we like
Target is near you, Agent.
see any keys drop. Yeah, let's see. I don't think I got one even there, but that also could just be random. I think I just got, because I had 51 when I checked, but then also after Krampus I got one, but then not actually when the bounty completes. So I wonder if I just get one actually when Krampus dies. Even though, of course, at the end it says +1, but that could just be fake news. Yeah, we had just the timing basically at 45 minutes ago. The Christmas decorations turned off. Yeah, these guys are no longer wearing the mask either. Their mask. I can't really spawn Krampus loaves. And here as well, I'm gonna checking if we can get keys still. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they basically I would guess maybe more unintentionally, but maybe they didn't set the timer right for all of this stuff. I assumed that it would just go for at least another week, because I was expecting it to not be the full 4 weeks, but still another week, and then the last week that you can still spend your keys. But this seems like a week and 6 days to spend your keys is like a weird time frame to put on it. These are the, oh yeah, you can farm a lot. I did the same. I did like 80 keys in a day or something without its yeah, it's a little weird choices here. Yeah, Krampus is like, yeah, with their spawn rates the way they were, it's kind of weird that we because yeah, I also have 2 hoarders. in a row, which just was a...
Grenade! Agent, target spotted.
Zero keys. We'll see what happens tomorrow. On the one hand, it's also fine. Like, it's been around for a while, but also I know a lot of people coming in the new year that were kind of planning on farming it a little. Yeah, let's do the first two again. Because I don't want to eat up the bounty. I want to keep at least one normal bounty here. So let's just cheese the first two rooms again. Then I'm willing to call it that we're not getting any keys. Like, what will be super rare rarity. But also I'll leave it to other people to test it a little bit more. At least they do seem to still have loot pools of the targeted and stuff. So yeah, at least we can use some of these bounties for some other cheese in the future, especially for my case with purple.
Someone just...
Serious trauma detected.
You asshole. You know what? Can I trade you in for something better? So that flame grenade was his. Yeah. So yeah. Plus 35% armor, minus 50% armor. I actually wonder if there is a order of operations in that. Does that matter? Actually. Oh yeah, it would, right? Because it's minus percent. A bit higher for me. Oh yeah, no. So likely the thing is here they're just likely disabled. Is my guess, but well, you know what? Let's do our due diligence with one more. Because that just things changed right now. It's no longer the same. Nothing else. Yeah, they don't seem to be spawning Krampus last because they've spawned so many by now. And then these guys no longer have their masks.
Holy hell!
Is that your flame grenade again?
Too close!
Okay. Note to self, don't take companions with flame grenades. Thing is, I'm just going to do this one room because also I need to run that. It's 3 o'clock. But if you want to have the bounty to maybe, because I could like reset the bounty so you don't have to eat one of your own, but I'm not gonna hang around to do a full other one. So yeah. Big time. I'll do as well. I'm just going to do this room.
Throw your grenade! Get him!
Accidental pickups. Yeah, no, that's beyond credulity. for there to not be one at this, like... through several bounties like this.
That's your target. Got him.
Well, the one thing I want to check, actually, because that might still be... So, was the key always granted on Krampus skill? We just didn't per se check in the numbers here, and then just the pop-up at the end is just fake. Just gonna kill Krampus. Hey, you, shoot him.
Take this.
Would have been nice if you had fired. 52. You
got the target. Nice. Here.
Okay, so we always got the key actually here. That'll be a slow way to farm up, but you could still, if you really wanted to. Assholes. About to fast travel away. They shoot me. Well, not the completion, but the Krampus skill, so you can still keep your bounty. At least I'll make sure the bounty is still there. It's also, they might have changed the rule set there. Oh no, it ate the bounty as well. So actually, yeah, when Krampus dies, in the past, definitely you could kill Krampus and leave the rest, right? Oh, counted, yeah. Bounty completed.
Check something out.
I didn't try it actually in that way, but apparently that works in that way. But yeah, that's some choices.
Military operations are important.
I'll see if it's intended. We'll see if they fix it as well, because also I could see them just going like, yeah, not intended, but wow, where. Although as well, yeah, you can also choose it through completion, but then just through cycling between characters and stuff, just to not eat the bounty, of course. So there's still that and stuff, but that'll be a lot slower than just farming keys, of course. Drop the crab is on the kill. Not sure if that was always the case, or because yeah, the pop-up is at the end, but I never paid attention on if we kill Krampus, if this number goes up when we kill Krampus. Like at that moment. Does the pop-up happens at the end, of course, but I'm back out. No, well, that completes the bounty. But you could actually, yeah. So one thing, there are many ways of choosing bounties. So for instance, here, if I start this on this character, if we were in a group setting, so if I was in a group, I could start it on this character. I could swap character, come back in with a different character, go and do it, and this character isn't here for the completion, so this bounty would stay on this character. And then we could, you know, I could start one on the other one, jump back to this one, do the same and stuff. So there's still stuff like that we could do, but one key per run is, I mean, well, if you have to, you have to. But I could also, yeah, I don't think it's intended, so we'll maybe hear something tomorrow. I'm gonna guess there are some panic, some panic calls happening now. Like, what do you mean Christmas is over? Yeah, it's the 30th. No, in the game. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's round it out here, because I'm gonna just go get some sleep. Although actually I'll go get some food first into me, but then get some sleep. But Wouldn't it with summertime be, or with not summertime be like 1 our time then? What was it, 2? Because at 1 it was still up, right? But I was well, likely they'll, I would expect something tomorrow, although also maybe not because New Year's and stuff. Yeah, let's go and find in the background. I'm gonna go find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end, as we always do. Oh, actually, yeah. Let's go with SE, because actually I haven't seen her stream in a while. Good to see her back at it. And yeah, we'll go and raid SE. Time friend of the channel. I'll be back tomorrow, of course. We'll see how tomorrow goes. I might try to stitch that video together. I might leave it for a different day and then stream a little bit tomorrow afternoon, or just, yeah, I haven't decided yet. We're kind of going with the flow. If nothing else, I'll be around in the evening and maybe starting a few hours early. I get the feeling, yeah, there's a wild, the Krampus louse, they're still here, except, you know, they followed us into the safe houses. This character truly not caring, but and you gotta love. Again, it works actually. Yeah. No shooting till we see the white of their eyes. That's some detail they put in those textures for a game as old as Division is. But yeah, let's run that indeed. So the true stepping skill, ninja wagon, 2-piece langmo, not worth it. The backpack is worth way more than the ninja bike backpack. No, backpack is yeah, like even vigilance doesn't per se keep up with this. So giving up the backpack, especially on tipping skills, especially with Lengmo, you're not gaining that much there. It's not the worst, but also 3-piece Lengmo actually would likely lose to Petrov plus would likely lose through Petrov plus Providence. There's 4 bonuses basically. Well, would be kind of on par with that, and then you get the weapon handling on top, basically, for kind of almost free. But yeah, ninja bike costs, as always, just ninja bike costs too much, especially on a gear set like this, when the backpack, this backpack is even bigger than ninja or than striker, basically. No. That my chances. What do you mean, overdose? Oh, overdogs. Oh no, overdogs has like an uptime that is like even if you don't want to go overdogs, you just go tinkerer, and that's bigger than negotiator or negotiator ninja bike. Basically, as well, just going contractors here is bigger than ninja bike. But yeah, you don't need 100% uptime on this. Even 50% uptime on this is 15% effectively. And 50% uptime is definitely doable with this thing pretty easily, just even if you don't pay attention. It depends more on the content, even if you don't pay attention. But if you're fighting outcasts and hyenas and stuff, this thing has more than 50% uptime. That's still way bigger than anything other choices. But then even if you don't want to use overdogs, Ninja Bike is not like next in line. Ninja Bike is like 15 down. Even Memento would be kind of a better choice over Tinkerer, Coyote would be better choices. Centurion would be better choices. Especially as well, even more so on tipping skill, where yeah, that backpack is way too good to give up. But Overdogs as well, its uptime is pretty high in general play. Even if you don't pay attention to it, it's like pretty high. Yeah, let's end that video off. We're going to go raid Essie, who's doing some... What are they even doing? I'm guessing, well, that's title. Legendary. It's legendary. Yeah, let's go join them on some legendary title. I'll be back tomorrow, definitely in the evening, maybe in the afternoon. We'll see kind of how it goes. I've been streaming a lot, so I might need to do some work stuff, but also I might just be lazy and just go like, fuck it, I'll just want to stream. Hopefully tomorrow as well, we'll have an answer to what the fuck, Krampus / what the fuck, yeah, let's go over there. Oh yeah, it's well worth making. Like I run this quite a lot. Tipping skills and Coco from these last 2 seasons both have been really good gear sets. That's a double. Yeah, it definitely like as a comp, like it's more than enough for anything heroic, and even can be competitive. Yeah, with Striker, Obliterate Striker, just Striker knows. Yeah, in its own world, in its own stratosphere. Yeah, let's go raid Essie. Enough yapping for me. Thank you all for joining me. I hope to catch you all in the future, and as always, have a good night.